Hi, I'm USA Today Bestselling Author Jennifer Youngblood. I'm pleased to present Kisses Over Candlelight from my Almost an Angel series, read by me. This was originally released as a series of YouTube Lives. We've combined them into one video to make it easier to watch and listen in one sitting. I hope you enjoy. It was fun reading these while I was being videoed in front of a live audience. She was floating, drifting without a care in the world. It was the feeling of being caught up in a glorious dream where time and space were irrelevant. Wow! This is incredible, Gracie sighed contentedly, not wanting to wake up. But her eyes seemed to have a mind of their own as they popped open. She glanced around, expecting to see the familiar surroundings of her bedroom, but then realized with a jolt that her favorite overstuffed chair and other comfy furnishings had been replaced with a metal chair, nondescript walls, and some sort of medical device. There was a solid red line going across the screen, and this annoying beeping kept wailing like an opera singer who'd gotten stuck on the same note. Her mind whirled in confusion as she realized that she was hovering in midair, her back pressed against the ceiling. Then she noticed that the room was full of people gathered around a hospital table, frantically working to revive someone, a woman. She looked down, only mildly curious about whom the person could be. She was too busy enjoying being weightless and the carefree feeling that had overtaken her. All of her problems seemed obsolete, and she felt free and unencumbered, a happy balloon sailing in the air. Something about the scene below drew her attention, and she realized that the people scurrying about were doctors and nurses. Their faces were pinched and drawn. She wondered why they were all so sad. The doctor, a middle-aged man with graying temples, shook his head. "We've done all we can do." There was a note of finality in his voice as his hands fell limp to his side. A nurse nodded and began pulling a sheet over the woman's head. It was only then that Gracie caught a glimpse of the lifeless girl on the table. A soundless scream wrenched from her throat as she recognized the face. It was her! In the next second, a curious numbness settled over her. She had heard of near-death experiences, but this was really freaky. This was like something off the Sci-Fi Channel. As her mind tried to grapple with what was happening, she realized that if it had been a near-death experience, then she wouldn't still be floating up here. The doctors and nurses left the room, leaving only the still figure on the hospital bed, covered with a sheet. That couldn't possibly be her. It was strange. She didn't feel anything. Shouldn't she feel sad or something? The room faded away and whiteness took its place until she was standing in a building so large that the space seemed to be endless. She looked up but couldn't see the ceiling, as if it extended up forever. Then she saw it, the shimmering door in the distance. It was gleaming white with dazzling light streaming from underneath it. It was so bright that it almost hurt her eyes to look at it. Warmth filled her breast, and she felt a burst of exultation. Somehow, in a way she couldn't fully comprehend, she knew that everything she'd ever wanted was just beyond that door. It was the feeling of home, comfort, and love all rolled into one. She began making her way to the door, and then she was running. It took her a moment to realize that no matter how many steps she took towards it, the door seemed to be growing farther away. What in the heck was happening? Panic gripped her. The door was impossible to reach. She felt a hand on her arm. "Hello," a woman said in a brisk voice. "I've been looking for you." Gracie turned, annoyed that someone was detaining her from her objective. "I'm sorry, I have to reach the door," she mumbled, looking towards it. To her dismay, it was growing farther and farther away. "Gracie, look at me." It was more of a command than a request. She turned. "You know my name?" she said, more to herself than to the woman. "I know everything about you." Gracie gave her a doubtful look. Then she took a good look at the woman. It only took her a second to determine that she'd never before laid eyes on her. She was older, late 60s maybe, with still gray hair that was bone straight and cut in a severe bob that came to her angular jaw. She was wearing pink cat-eyed glasses, the retro kind, worn in the 50s. Her face was devoid of a single speck of makeup, and she had on a gray business suit and sensible black flats. Tall and thin, she had a rather stern expression on her face as she looked Gracie up and down. We must do something about your clothes." "My clothes?" Gracie looked down and realized that she was wearing a hospital gown. Her cheeks went warm as she self-consciously rubbed her hands over the gown. "Oh, I didn't realize." The woman waved her hand. To Gracie's amazement, the gown changed to a pair of pleated white slacks and a white cable knit sweater. Certainly not the outfit Gracie would have chosen, but beggars couldn't be choosers. "Wow, that was incredible!" She shook her head, not fully comprehending all that was occurring. "Is this heaven? I'm dead, aren't I?" A hint of amusement crossed the woman's features. "Yes." "Okay, this was some doozy of a dream. Time to wake up now." Gracie pinched her arm and winced. "Ouch!" The woman was eyeing her with compassion. "It's no dream." In those 3 words, it all came together in a sucker punch that nearly took Gracie's breath away. Hot prickles covered her as a sweat broke across her forehead. Her chest felt like someone was squeezing it to the size of a potato. "Oh my gosh, this can't be happening. I'm dead." Tears sprang to her eyes, and then everything started to spin. "I can't be dead. I have so much left to do. I'm too young to die," she wailed. It became hard to breathe. Her legs gave way, and she toppled backwards, her hands clutching for something to hold on to, but finding only air. To her surprise, she landed on something soft. She looked down. A chair? Where in the heck had it come from? It certainly hadn't been there before. She fought to understand what was happening. The chair had appeared out of thin air. The woman seemed to be reading her mind. "I know this is a lot to take in. Panicking won't do you an ounce of good. Take deep breaths. I promise I'll explain everything." All Gracie could manage to do was nod, tears streaming down her cheeks. The woman waved her hand. Another chair appeared, and she sat down. "My name is Gertrude Benedict. You are an angel in training, and I am your mentor or guide." A hysterical laugh bubbled in Gracie's throat. Angel in training? Was the woman for real? She shook her head. "You're telling me that I'm an angel?" Gertrude held up a finger. "Almost. You're almost an angel. You have many things to learn and much work to do before you can become a real angel." "Okay, and what happens after I become a real angel? Do I get a set of wings and a harp that I can sit around and strum?" The comment came out sounding catty, but she was beyond the point of caring. This whole thing was starting to tick her off. How could she be dead? It wasn't fair. She didn't give a flying flip about becoming an angel. She wanted her life back. She wanted to live. Gertrude gave her a censoring look. "No one has wings up here. That's only for the movies." She looked thoughtful. "I suppose I could get you a harp, if you really want one." She peered over her glasses. "Although, from what I've read in your file, you don't seem like the musical type." Gracie's eyes went large. "My file? I have a file?" This was getting crazier by the minute. "Yes, everyone does. Some call it the Book of Life, but a file seems more fitting." "Where is this file?" she demanded. Gertrude reached in her pocket and pulled out a clear device that was roughly the size of a paperback book, but it was almost as thin as a sheet of paper. "You use iPads up here?" "No, it's not an iPad," she laughed. "We would never use anything that archaic. Put simply, it's an instruction manual. Your guidebook or instrument for becoming an angel. Angel 101, if you will." She held it out. "This one is for you. And in it, you'll find all the rules along with pertinent information about each assignment." Gracie just sat there. "Go ahead, take it," Gertrude prompted. Reluctantly, Gracie reached for it. It was ultra lightweight. "What did you mean by assignments?" "The people you're going to help." "I'm sorry," Gracie said, shaking her head. "I'm afraid I don't understand a thing you're saying." Tears pressed against her eye sockets. All she wanted to do was wake up from this nightmare. Gertrude sighed. "As I said, you are an angel in training. You will be given various people to help." Gracie thought about this for a minute. "People to help, huh? Well, what if I don't want to help anyone?" She waved a hand. "I mean, this is heaven, isn't it? Why can't I just do whatever I want to?" "You young recruits are always so impertinent," she snapped. "Youth. Why can't anyone simply do good deeds because it's the right thing to do? Gracie crossed her arms over her chest and eyed Gertrude. Sorry, you'll have to do better than that. I just died today, and I'm not too happy about it. If you want me to do these assignments, she made air quotes, then I need to know why. She rolled her eyes. So you can progress to the next level. She gave her a smug look. You want to find out what's behind that door you were so eager to get to, don't you? Gracie's head popped up. All of the longing came rushing back with a vengeance that she could scarcely control. Yes, she said quietly. Very good. Then you'll first need to complete the assignments I give you. How many of them? A look of frustration registered on Gertrude's face. As many as it takes. Gracie mulled over the situation. Maybe being an angel wasn't such a raw deal after all. She could help a few people and then be on her way. Even though she didn't know what lay beyond it, something told her that she had to get to that door. If being an angel were the first step, then so be it. Fine, I'll do it. Gertrude looked relieved. She leaned forward. So, what will I be doing? Saving the world from a nuclear meltdown or finding the cure for cancer? Even though she was trying to play it cool, there was a twinge of excitement creeping into her voice. Who would have thought that she would end up doing something important? If only her mother could see her now, she wouldn't think she'd been such a failure after all. Gertrude tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. No, not exactly. You're what I like to call a relationship mender. A what? You help fix relationships. She frowned. Well, what kind of relationships? The romantic kind. Gracie pointed to herself. Me? Gertrude rolled her eyes. Yes, and you will not only mend relationships, but you will help others find true love. She started laughing. Yeah, right. That's a good one. Now tell me what I'm really doing. A furrow appeared between Gertrude's brows. That's what you'll be doing. If you're giving me that assignment, then you obviously don't know as much about me as you thought you did, she said dryly. Your full name is Gracie Louise Andrews. You grew up in the small town of Scottsboro, Alabama. After you graduated from high school, you attended the University of Alabama for a couple of years and then decided that you'd had enough of the academic world. You dropped out and went to Los Angeles to pursue an acting career. You've spent the last 3 years trying to get a foot in the door. You've worked a series of odd jobs. Let's see, receptionist, call center rep, substitute teacher, and most recently, a server in a restaurant. You were engaged to one Christopher Stevens, and you were killed when you... Enough! Gracie held up a hand, her lips tight with anger. I've heard enough. I don't need the events of my life spelled out for me to know that I was a dismal failure. I get the point. A tear slipped out. Compassion filled Gertrude's eyes. We all have our own list of regrets, she said kindly. You have a chance to learn a few things and to help others. It really is an awesome responsibility. But why can't I do something important like cure world hunger? I wouldn't think the man upstairs would be that concerned with piddly relationships. Gertrude was amused. You don't think relationships are important? She shrugged. I mean, I guess they're important, but not as important as curing world hunger. She could tell from the peeved look on Gertrude's face that she had said the wrong thing. I'll have you know that relationships make up the foundation of human existence. The relationship between a man and woman is the purest and most sacred expression of love. Devoted husbands and wives rear happy and productive children. Families are the central part of God's creation and must be protected at all costs. Geez, sorry, she inserted when Gertrude paused long enough to take a breath. I didn't mean to ruffle your feathers. Through this assignment, you will come to know how vital relationships are. Gracie let out a breath. Okay, you've made your point. When do we start? There's no time like the present. Gracie looked down. Oh, one more thing. I appreciate these clothes, and I'm sure my mom would love them, but... Gertrude let out an impatient huff. I can see that you're going to be a demanding one. Gracie shrugged. What can I say? I may be dead, but that doesn't mean I have to look like crap. You're starting to push my buttons. Gracie gave what she hoped was her best convincing smile. Please, you want me to feel comfortable, don't you? Very well. Gertrude waved a hand. Suddenly, Gracie was wearing one of her favorite outfits, a long black sweater, patterned leggings, and black lace-up boots. She gave Gertrude an appraising look. "Wow, I'm impressed. You've obviously done your homework." "I always do," she quipped. But she looked pleased, making Gracie suspect that she might be a big softy underneath that stern exterior. "Hey, when do I get to do that wave thing?" "Wave thing?" "Yeah, making things appear. That's pretty cool." Gertrude chuckled. "Oh, give it a millennium or two. You'll get the hang of it." Gracie's face fell. What? How long was she going to have to do this angel thing? Then she saw the mischievous glint in Gertrude's eyes. She pointed. "You got me." She lifted her arms in the air and stretched, inhaling deeply. "All right, Gertie, what do you say we get this show on the road?" "It's Gertrude," she countered stiffly. Gracie just laughed. "Gracie and Gertie has a nice ring to it, don't you think?" Gertrude shook her head and looked up. "Why me?" In the next instant, they were standing in the middle of an old warehouse turned factory. Gracie counted 10 employees working rapidly. "Where are we?" "We are at Beautiful You, an up-and-coming health and beauty company that specializes in making natural bath and body products. The manufacturing area is down here and the office is upstairs." Gracie looked over to where a woman was placing labels onto clear bottles. At the next station, a man was squirting white liquid into those bottles. Another was screwing on the lids. In the far back corner, she could see a man operating what looked to be a shrink wrapper. "Bath and beauty, huh? I love this kind of stuff." She caught herself. I used to love this kind of stuff. Geez. A wave of sadness engulfed her. This almost angel thing was starting to get to her. She shrugged off the despondency and turned to Gertrude. "Can they see or hear us?" "Nope. We're in the invisibility mode. I want you to get a feel for your assignment before you get thrown in." "Thrown in, huh?" Peculiar choice of words, Gracie mumbled, and then turned her attention back to the workers. "So I'm invisible." She stepped up to a heavy-set man wearing a lab coat. "Hey there," she said in a booming voice. The man kept working. She got up in his face. "Nice glasses. Mind if I try them?" She reached for them, but her hand passed right through them, causing her to lose her balance and stumble into him. She jerked back and shuddered. "Ooh, that was weird. And kind of cool." "Hey!" she yelled at the top of her lungs. "I'm talking to you." The man continued working, oblivious. Gracie glanced over her shoulder at Gertrude and then decided to throw caution to the wind. After all, she was already dead. What was the worst that could happen? She took a couple of large steps into the center of the room and spread her hands wide, assuming a Broadway stance, and began singing at the top of her lungs. "Raindrops on roses and whiskers on kittens, bright copper kettles and warm woolen mittens." She went on performing for a couple of seconds before she caught a glimpse of Gertrude, whose arms were folded tightly over her chest, her fingers tapping like she was on her last shred of patience. She gave Gracie a look that could kill. Well, it would have killed had Gracie not been dead already. Then she looked closer and caught the slight twitch at the corner of Gertrude's mouth. Yep, just as she suspected, a teddy bear underneath. Gracie stopped singing mid-sentence and smoothed down her sweater. "Julie Andrews." Gertrude arched an eyebrow. "From The Sound of Music?" "I know what you were singing," she answered huffily. "I'm just not sure why you insist on making a spectacle of yourself." Gracie made a face. "Well, I was just testing the waters to see how it feels to be invisible." "Are you done?" "I guess." A smile stole across her lips. "Unless you want to hear another." "Absolutely not. It's obvious you were an actress rather than a singer. That rendition was nothing like Julie Andrews." She straightened her shoulders. "Enough shenanigans. Let's go upstairs. I want to show you one of your first assignments." "Oh, one of them?" Gracie said dubiously, as if, "I have more than one?" "It does take more than one person to constitute a relationship." She motioned. "Come on." They went upstairs to an open space that housed half a dozen or more offices with people eyeing their computer screens and punching away on keyboards. "So, which one of these lucky people do I get to help?" She glanced at the mousy-looking woman with the wire-rimmed glasses that were a size too large for her face. Her? She fluffed her ginger curls. A few fashion tips would do wonders for her. Gertrude gave her a sharp look. No need to be insulting. Sorry, she said contritely. Diplomacy had never been one of her strengths, and she had a tendency to blurt things out without thinking. She would have to work on that. It's not her, but her. Gracie looked at the back office that was enclosed in glass. An attractive brunette was busily working away. Her? Yep. She shook her head. But what help could she possibly need? She's beautiful, the kind of girl that could get any guy she wants. The first rule of angeling is this: don't be taken in by first appearances. Things are not always what they seem. Come, let's get a closer look. They stepped into her office. Gracie carefully studied the woman, who looked to be in her late 20s. She was dressed simply in jeans and a sweater. Shiny, straight, chestnut-colored hair bounced on her shoulders, reminding Gracie of one of those Clairol hair color commercials. Her skin was flawless, and she had dark blue eyes that looked almost violet. She wasn't the flashy model type, but rather more like the beauty next door, although with looks like hers, she could have been anything she wanted. How could this girl need any help? Look a little closer, Gertrude prompted. See how tired she is? Yes, Gertie was right. She was a touch pale, and there were circled shadows underneath her eyes, like she had not slept well the night before. Her nails were bluntly cut and in need of manicuring. There seemed to be a nervous edge to the girl. What's her name? Alexandria Swanson, but she goes by Alex. A bookish man in his mid-20s barged into the room. We have a problem, he announced. Alex looked up from her desk, her expression wary. What kind of problem? Because of the snowstorm, the shipment going to Harold's supermarket has been delayed and won't arrive until Friday. Mr. Fraser is livid. He's threatening to have all of our products removed from his store. She leaned back in her chair and picked up a pencil. Surely Mr. Fraser understands that we can't control the weather. I tried to explain that to him, but he won't listen. He began wringing his hands. I don't know what to do. This never would have happened had Dawson been here. She jerked like she'd been slapped. What did you say? The man began blinking rapidly. I didn't mean to offend you. I was only suggesting that maybe you should look into getting Dawson back, or someone like him, I mean. You really should consider calling Leeds Michael. He would be perfect for the job. Yes, you've mentioned that a few hundred times, she said dryly. Well, maybe you should listen, he countered. Alex eyed him for a full minute before blowing out a breath. Give me Mr. Fraser's number. I'll call and have a chat with him. The man looked relieved. Thank you. He hurried for the door. Chad? He stopped and haltingly turned around, his eyes darting from side to side like a scared mouse. There'll be no more talk of Dawson. I told you I would get around to hiring a new marketing director, and I will in my own time. She gave him a meaningful look. Do you understand me? Yes, he croaked. I understand. He practically ran out the door. Gracie looked at Gertrude. Wow, she's tough. Who's Dawson? Gertrude only shook her head. The phone began ringing. Alex picked up the receiver. Hello? What? If the body creams weren't in stock, then why was the online site showing they were? How many dozen did they order? And they're going to 50 stores? She let out an exasperated sigh. No, I don't want you to tell them that we can't fill the order. She raked a hand through her hair. Let me think. There has to be a solution here. We've worked too hard to get into those stores to drop the ball. We'll have to run an extra shift for the rest of the week. Have Danny call the temp agency. Everyone who works will need to sign a non-compete. The woman that they'd sent placing labels on bottles burst through the door. Before Alex could ask any questions, she yelled, You have to come to the bathroom. Nalda has locked herself in and won't come out. What are you talking about? Alex jumped up. What happened? The woman's face was cherry red. She was on her computer one minute, and the next she was knocking everything on the floor. They ran down the hall toward the bathroom. This doesn't make sense. Nalda is normally so level-headed, the picture employee. Did she throw her computer on the floor too? Yes! She ran out and barricaded herself in the bathroom. I tried to talk to her, but she won't answer. Alex tried the handle. As expected, it was locked. So she knocked on the door. Nalda, it's me, Alex. No response. She knocked louder. Nalda, open the door. They heard a click. Alex tried the handle again. This time it turned. She opened the door and went in. There sat Nalda on the toilet. Grady and Gertrude had been following the action. Gracie recognized her as the mousy-looking girl with the glasses that were too big for her face. Her face was tear-stained, and she was clutching a wadded tissue. Alex stepped up to her and put a hand on her shoulder. "Are you okay? What happened?" He broke up with..." She gulped and started sobbing, her thin shoulders heaving up and down. "Who?" "Jerry. I thought he was going..." More sobbing. To ask me to marry him. But instead, he sent an email and said he wanted to break up." Alex shook her head, her expression going soft. "I'm so sorry." Nalda's lower lip trembled. I really loved him." "These things happen to all of us," Alex said. "I know you won't believe me, but it will be okay." Her voice was calming, as if she were speaking to a child. Nalda blew her nose loudly. Gracie jumped back, startled. Geez, maybe she could hold on to her man if she didn't blow her nose like a foghorn. Gertrude popped her on the arm. "Ouch!" she yelped, gingerly rubbing it. "Don't blame me for having the nerve to call it as I see it." "Shh! Listen," Gertrude hissed. "I know it doesn't seem like it right now," Alex continued, "but you will get over this. You're a lot stronger than you realize." "Really? Has something like this happened to you?" "Well, not exactly, but I did recently lose someone I cared about very much." Nalda gave her a knowing look. "Dawson?" She nodded as a pained look came over her face. "Yep, but I realize now that I'm much better off without him. I've moved on, and you must do the same." Nalda looked doubtful. "Really?" Alex said, giving her a reassuring look. Nalda nodded. Then she stood and threw her arms around Alex. "Thank you for being here for me," she gushed. Alex gave her an awkward pat on the back before pulling away. Her voice grew businesslike. "Okay, now we need to talk about what happened." Nalda's mouth began moving at warp speed. I'm so sorry about the computer. I promise I'll pay for it. You can deduct it from my salary," she finished, giving Alex a pleading look. Alex stood there as if debating what to do. Finally, she let out a breath. "Okay." A grateful smile broke over Nalda's face. "Thank you." "You're welcome." She held up a finger. "I'm only doing this because you are a wonderful assistant and I appreciate all the long hours that you've put in lately. But I have to warn you, if anything like this happens again, as much as I hate to, I'll have to let you go." "I understand. Thanks, Alex. I owe you one." "You can repay me by getting back to work." Nalda gave Alex another hug as they walked out the door. Gracie and Gertrude hung around for another 5 minutes or so, long enough to see Alex put out yet another fire. "She's certainly a powerhouse," Gracie said, feeling a mixture of awe and envy. Alex was so put together and sophisticated. How was she supposed to help a woman like that? She was a nobody, a wannabe actress who never actually made it. And when it came to relationships, well, she was the last person who needed to be giving advice. "Don't worry, you'll do fine. You'll find everything you need to know about her in your angel guide," Gertrude said, interrupting her thoughts. Gracie was confused. "My angel guide?" "The device I gave you." "Oh, yeah, okay." Technology really wasn't her thing. She hoped the device would be easy to use, otherwise she'd be in trouble. "You'll need to get up to speed on Alex, her past, her likes." "Who's the guy I'm going to fix her up with? Has she even met him yet?" Gertrude chuckled. "Oh, yes, she's met him. His name is Dawson Allen." Gracie nearly swallowed her tongue. "The Dawson that nearly caused her to rip that poor man's head off in her office? The one she said she's better off without? That Dawson?" "Yep, the very one. He used to work for Alex until she fired him." "Fired him?" "Yep." Gracie frowned. "Why?" "Oh, you'll read all about it in your device. Now let's go and meet Dawson, shall we?" She waved a hand. Suddenly they were standing in the middle of a large room that had expensive wood paneling and ornately designed carpet. Gracie glanced around and saw that people were sitting at tables. "Is this a restaurant?" "A country club." "Wow, it looks exclusive." Gracie's attention was drawn to a man who was about to dig into a plate of succulent-looking crab legs, butter sauce for dipping, and a loaded baked potato. Her mouth watered. Were angels allowed to eat? Gertrude motioned. "This way." They walked across the room to where a handsome couple was seated at a quiet table that was tucked away in a corner. The woman was wearing a short knit skirt that accentuated her athletic legs. She was blonde, with delicate copper highlights, the kind of hairdo that cost a fortune to maintain. She was leaning seductively into the man, hanging on his every word. The man had strikingly handsome features, and his dark hair was tousled and spiked on top. He was dressed in a suit and tie, and there was an intelligent light in his dark eyes. Lean and sinewy, she thought he was probably tall, but couldn't tell for sure because he was sitting down. He had a quicksilver quality, the kind of guy who attracted attention wherever he went. But he seemed to be oblivious to the interested glances he was getting from the pretty redhead sitting at a nearby table. The blonde noticed it, though. She scowled at the other woman and placed a proprietary hand on the man's wrist. Gracie chuckled. She had seen this scenario play out a time or two before. That was the trouble with a man who was too good-looking. He was like a piece of meat dangling amongst hungry wolves, or in this case, felines that were on the make. It was obvious that the blonde had gone to great lengths in order to procure her quarry, and she wasn't going to give up easily. So, who are these people? The man is Dawson Allen, and the woman is Brooke Matthews. Really? That's Dawson Allen, the man I'm supposed to fix Alex up with? Yep, he's the one. Brooke started laughing at something Dawson said. It was the low, throaty laugh of a woman used to getting her way. Then she leaned in and gave him a full kiss on the mouth. Gracie made a face. Get a room, was the first phrase that came to mind. Dawson pulled away, looking uncomfortable. It was then that Gracie saw Brooke shoot the redhead a look of triumph. That whole charade had been orchestrated for the redhead's benefit. Gracie shook her head in disgust. She didn't like this Brooke Matthews one bit. Too bad she'd gotten her claws into Dawson. She caught Gertrude's eye and realized she was also eyeing Brooke with disdain. Gracie felt a sudden kinship with Gertrude. Maybe the two of them weren't so different after all. So, what's the story here? Gracie wanted to know. Listen, and you'll get most of it. They moved closer. Mother booked the Ashton Garden for our wedding. They have an indoor reception center, but I'm afraid it still might be too cold. He chuckled. In May? I would hardly think so. This is Dallas, after all. He lifted the water glass to his lips and took a long drink. But it's not in May. It's in early April. The corners of his mouth turned down. What? She gave him a nervous laugh. Darling, we talked about this, remember? I really want to have the wedding at Ashton Gardens because they have a classically trained 5-star chef, and the venue is large enough for all of the guests. Okay, what does that have to do with a change in the date? We agreed on May. There was a note of finality in his voice. Gracie pointed. Look at him. He's clutching that glass for all it's worth. I'm no expert here, but if I had to call it, I'd say he's stalling. She shook his head. Talk about cold feet. Of course, I can't say that I blame him. If he had a lick of sense, he'd run for the hills. Run, Dawson, run! Save yourself while you can, she bellowed at the top of her lungs. Gertrude grunted in response. Red blotches started climbing up Brooke's neck. We decided to have the wedding the first week of April because Mother and Daddy are leaving for the European vacation the third week of April. He lifted an eyebrow. Who's we? You never discussed it with me. There was a definite edge to his voice. A panicked expression came over her. Well, Mother and Daddy and I talked about it. I thought you and Daddy had already discussed it. I don't discuss wedding plans with your father. But the two of you are always in the office together. I just figured. We work together, Brooke. The two of us run the agency. We don't sit around and discuss wedding plans. He rubbed a hand across his forehead. I can't believe you arbitrarily changed our wedding date without asking me. He gave her a withering look. I'm not marrying your parents, Brooke. I'm marrying you. He removed his napkin from his nap and placed it on the table. You know what? I'm not sure this is going to work. Her face fell. Don't say that. You don't mean it. The fact that I'm marrying the boss's daughter is hard enough. I just don't know that I can deal with having your parents in the middle of our business all the time. I'm starting to feel trapped. Tears pulled in her eyes. I'm sorry. I should have talked to you. You're blowing this way out of proportion, and all the hustle and bustle, it just slipped my mind. I have worked so hard to make sure everything is perfect, have tried so hard to keep you happy. He gave her an incredulous look. Really? Is that what you've been doing? Because it seems to me that you're more worried about your parents than me. That's not fair. She thrust out her lower lip. Dawson shook his head and looked away. Brooke reached for his arm. Hey, don't be mad. I'm sorry. She fluttered her eyelashes and looked demurely at him. Daddy tells me that you're doing great things at the agency. He grunted. I wasn't going to tell you this, but Daddy's also been talking about stepping out of the business completely. This caught his full attention. What do you mean? She picked up her fork and began picking at her salad. Her voice was deceptively casual. I heard him talking to Mother the other day. He said that he's thinking about retiring. A hopeful expression crossed Dawson's features. Really? She sighed. That's what he said. And if that happens, then he'll turn the agency over to you. Dawson gave her a suspicious look. Did your father say that? Well, not in so many words, but he trusts you, Dawson. Soon you'll be a member of the family, his son-in-law. I seriously doubt that Stuart would turn everything over to me, he said sourly. Well, why wouldn't he? You practically run the whole agency now anyway. Yes, but your father doesn't see it that way. He's always looking over my shoulder and second-guessing everything I'm doing. You're being paranoid. No, I'm not. Daddy second-guesses everybody. It's his nature. Dawson gave her a scrutinizing look that caused her to squirm. And why are you telling me this now? Well, you've been so keyed up about work that I thought it might help ease your worries. He didn't back down an inch. Do you really think I'm marrying you so that I can get ahead in my career? Her face strained. No, she blurted. I don't think that at all. That's exactly what she was getting at, Gracie piped in. She looked at Gertrude. At least he has the good sense to recognize it. Dawson's jaw tightened to a hard line. Let's get one thing straight. When and if Stuart ever turns the company over to me, it will be because I've earned it, not because I'm your husband. Do you get that? Brooke let out a high-pitched, grating laugh that had the same effect as a fingernail scratching down a chalkboard. Darling, I wasn't trying to insinuate that our marriage has anything to do with your job. You've gotten where you are because you're extremely talented and hard-working. Daddy recognizes a good thing, and so do I. She gave him a coy look, which seemed ridiculously out of place given the circumstance. Let me make it up to you, she purred, trailing a finger up his arm. This is where Gracie expected him to laugh in her face and leave the table in a huff. She was appalled when she saw his shoulders relax. Brooke leaned in. I'm sorry. She gave him a doe-eyed expression. This seemed to mollify him a little. She ran a hand through his hair. You're so cute when you're angry. Her voice grew sultry. The tension eased from his face. I guess I was overreacting a bit. She flashed a bright smile. Of course you were, darling, but it's perfectly natural. I told you, you won't have to lift a finger for the wedding. I'll take care of everything. You idiot! Can't you see that she's playing you? For goodness sake, stand up and be a man. Gracie crossed her arms tightly over her chest and glanced at Gertrude, who shot her a disapproving look. What? She muttered. I didn't say a word, Gertrude countered. You didn't have to. Gracie rolled her eyes. How am I supposed to help him when he obviously doesn't have sense enough to get out of the rain? He's like putty in Brooke's hands. Maybe he's better off with her than Alex. We don't make the rules. We're given the assignments and we help. It's as simple as that. You mean we force people to get together, Gracie added, not trying to hide the disgust in her voice. Gracie peered over her glasses. Is that what you think? She laughed. Heat rose in Gracie's cheeks. She didn't appreciate Gertrude's condescending tone. Well, what else are we doing? We don't force anyone to do anything. We simply help people, persuade them to see a better way. They have to choose their own path. This was becoming more confusing by the minute. You mean we aren't getting Alex and Dawson back together? Gracie could tell from the flushed look on Gertrude's face that she was becoming flustered from all of the questions. But Gracie couldn't help it. She needed to get this angel thing straight in her head. Our goal is to create an environment that will give them the chance to recover all that they've lost. What they do with that second chance is entirely up to them. Gracie mulled this over. So you're saying that angels aren't always effective? Well, yes, we're always effective. She gave Gracie a sharp look. But the people we help have the freedom to choose their own course. We can't force anyone to do anything. What Gertrude was actually saying was that even angels didn't have a perfect track record. That was interesting and a little unsettling. Gracie had just assumed that it would be easier to reach perfection once she was on the other side. On the other hand, If other angels had failed, then that meant that there was room for her to shine. If she could succeed in getting all of her couples together, then she would be a cut above the rest. It was something interesting to think about. For the first time since her death, she felt a twinge of excitement. Her mother had always accused her of being overly competitive. Maybe she was, but if it kept her going, then what was the harm? She gave Gertrude a sly look. Have you ever fallen short of the mark in your attempt at matchmaking? What? Oh, what's your record? Gertrude's face tightened. What kind of a question is that? She asked stiffly. What's wrong, Gertie? Afraid to let me behind the curtain? You really are insufferable. Her face was now beet red. Gracie laughed. Maybe. What's your record? She persisted. She jutted out her chin. I'll have you know that I've been successful in all of my assignments. Really? She leveled a doubtful look at Gertrude, willing her to tell the truth. Gertrude broke the connection and became interested in picking at a spot on her suit. I thought angels were supposed to be honest, she taunted, biting back a smile. It was fun needling Gertrude. She was an easy target, so uptight and serious. If you must know, I've only had 3 assignments that didn't go as planned. Oh, wow, that many? Her head shot up. That's not a lot considering the large number of people I've helped. Well, how many have you helped? I'd rather not discuss that at the moment, if you don't mind. Gracie could tell from the daggers that were shooting from Gertrude's eyes that she'd taken the goading too far. I'm sorry to be asking so many questions. I'm just trying to get a feel for things. She offered a contrite smile. Honest. I didn't mean to offend you. I have this bad habit of saying the first thing that comes to my mind. Indeed. There was an awkward pause, forcing Gracie to break the ice. Well, what's next? You will spend some time learning about Alex and Dawson, and then you will need to develop a plan of action. She made a face. I have to come up with it? Yes, that's the way it works. Well, what do you think I should do? Gertrude shook her head. I'm here to assist you. This is your assignment. As the actors say, you're running the show. Her eyes met Gracie's. So don't mess it up. I'll try my best. Gracie took one final look at Brooke and Dawson, who were now leaning into one another and laughing at some private joke. One thing was absolutely clear. If she were to have a prayer of reuniting Alex and Dawson, then she would have to separate him from Brooke. And at the moment, that seemed to be an impossible task. Gertrude might as well have asked her to make it snow in July. Dawson, I'll see you soon, she said, as Gracie waved her hand and the scene before them disappeared. The restaurant was busy, which was a good thing. The busier, the better. In the midst of the commotion of the people around her, Alex didn't feel as lonely. It had been 8 months since Dawson left to take his so-called dream job in Texas. Most of the time, she was so busy with work that she had little time to dwell on it. But tonight was different. From the moment the invitation had arrived at her office, she'd thought of little else. She glanced down at the red envelope that contained the invitation in question. She pushed aside her half-eaten burger and fries and picked up the envelope, turning it over in her hands. Hello, mind if I sit here? Alex looked up at the frizzy-haired platinum blonde that was standing in front of her table, holding a tray of food. It was one of those fast-casual restaurants with long rectangle tables that were squeezed together so tightly that there was hardly room to walk between them, much less to sit. Of course, that's why Alex had chosen this place. She wanted to be in a crowd tonight. Sure, she said absently, hardly giving the woman a second glance, as she turned her attention back to the invitation. Then she realized with a jolt that the woman had taken the chair directly across from her, rather than the one a couple of seats away. She looked up in surprise, not sure what to say. The woman pulled back the wrapper from her burger and took a large bite, leaving red lipstick marks on the bun. I had forgotten how good a cheeseburger could taste. Alex smiled. Has it been a while since you've had one? Yes, way too long. She picked up an onion ring and took a big bite. Now that's the way an onion ring is supposed to taste. She took a few more bites of her food and a noisy slurp from her drink, and then seemed to realize that Alex was watching her with an amused expression. Sorry, I'm forgetting my manners. She held out her hand. The name's Louise, but you can call me Lou. Alex, it's nice to meet you, she said, shaking her hand. She got a good look at Lou then. She might have been pretty had it not been for the candy apple red glasses that swallowed her face. Her cheeks were dusted with a week's supply of blush, and she had on bold strokes of blue eyeshadow that went clear up to her eyebrows. She looked like a young girl had gotten into her mother's makeup with everything taken to excess. Lou motioned at the large glass window. It's really coming down hard out there. Yeah, we're getting quite a bit of snow this year. I suppose we need it in the mountains. Lou suppressed a shiver. I guess. She frowned. Does it always snow this much in Salt Lake City? Alex laughed. You're obviously not from here. No, I'm from LA. It's a lot warmer there. Alex cocked her head. Really? I would have thought from your accent that you were from somewhere in the southeast. This earned her an appraising look. Very observant. I'm originally from the South, but I've been living in LA for the past few years. I used to live there. How long have you lived here? Here? The confused look on Lou's face was perplexing and strange. There was something off about her. Maybe it was a good time to make a hasty retreat. I just assumed you lived here. Are you just passing through? She smiled. Yeah, something like that. Alex began gathering her things. Well, it was nice meeting you, but I have to be going. A look of alarm crossed Lou's features. Oh, no, don't go. I was hoping we could have a little conversation. I beg your pardon? I was hoping we could continue our chat. Alex moved to stand. Sorry, but I need to get going. Lou caught her arm. Please, stay a minute longer. It was Alex's turn to be alarmed. Do I know you? Oh, no, we only just met. She looked at Alex with pleading eyes. You seem kind. A tone of sadness colored her voice. It's been a rough day, and I need someone to talk to. Please, I promise I won't take much of your time. Irritation squelched over Alex. The last thing she wanted to do was to hear about someone else's problems. She had enough of her own to deal with. Then again, what was she rushing home to? An empty house? After all, she'd come here because she didn't want to be alone. Lou was giving her such a pitiful look, and there was something about her. She couldn't put a finger on what it was, but she got the feeling that she'd better stick around a little longer to hear her out. Lou slid a slice of apple pie in Alex's direction. Here, take this. I got 2 of them. Why had Lou purchased 2 slices? Did she orchestrate this encounter? A sense of foreboding ran down her spine. I was going to eat one here and then take the other one home to eat tomorrow, Lou explained, as if reading her thoughts. Alex relaxed. It made sense, sort of. Thanks, but I hate to eat your pie. She waved away the protest. Oh, I'll get another one before I leave. Besides, it's the least I can do. After all, you were willing to stay a little longer and talk. She motioned at the envelope that was sitting beside Alex's tray. I noticed when I sat down that you were looking at it. What is it? I thought you wanted to tell me about your day. Lou flashed a friendly smile. Oh, don't worry. I've got plenty to tell you, but I am curious. You had such a serious look on your face. Alex paused, trying to decide how much of her personal life she wanted to divulge to a complete stranger. Lou seemed kind enough, though. What harm could it do? It's an invitation. Interest flashed in Lou's eyes. What sort of invitation? An all-expense-paid weekend to a bed and breakfast. Wow, it sounds divine, Lou said, taking a large bite of her burger and washing it down with a swig of soda. Yeah, I suppose. The truth was that Alex wasn't sure what to think about the invitation to the Willow Tree Inn. It had arrived at her office with the other mail shortly after lunch, and she'd thought of little else since. You don't sound excited. She shrugged. I had mixed feelings about it. On the one hand, I am in desperate need of a getaway, and it would be nice to have all of the expenses paid. It sounds like a great deal. How can you go wrong? She blew out a breath. I have lots of memories of the Willow Tree Inn. Oh, so you've been there before? Even better. Not exactly. Not sure that I want to open that door. You see, I've moved on. Lou gave her a probing look. What happened? Alex pushed away the pie and shook her head. It's not even worth talking about. A deep weariness settled over her. She had tried so hard to put Dawson behind her, but memories of him kept cropping up. Everything about the Willow Tree Inn reminded her of Dawson because it was there where she first realized she was in love with him. She remembered it like it was yesterday, even though it had been almost a year ago. She was traveling to Midway to visit her parents, but a winter storm was in the forecast. Dawson insisted on driving her. The roads became so treacherous that they were forced to spend the night at the Willow Tree Inn. There were so many tender memories of the night they dined by candlelight in the cozy inn because a tree had fallen on the power lines. It's about a guy, isn't it? The comment jerked Alex back to the present. Is it that obvious? Lou chuckled. Let's just say that I've had enough heartache in my life to be able to recognize it in someone else. Unsure how to answer, Alex nodded. Tell me about him. Lou's voice was kind. Alex normally wasn't very forthcoming about her personal life, but something about the noisy restaurant mixed with Lou's compassionate eyes were the catalyst needed to unload her heavy burden. She told Lou all about Dawson, how she'd hired him to take over the marketing for her business, about their love-hate relationship and how they were attracted to each other from the get-go, but it took being stranded at the Willow Tree Inn for them to admit their feelings. The innkeeper had made a pot of spaghetti an hour or two before the power went out. She was flustered because it had gotten cold, but we insisted that we were so hungry that we didn't care what temperature the food was. Anyway, we were eating, and we got into an argument about the new marketing plan that Dawson wanted to implement. She gave Lou a sheepish look. We argued a lot. I jumped up to leave, but my foot got tangled in my purse strap that was on the floor beside my chair. I fell into the table. My hand hit the side of the bowl, causing spaghetti to catapult through the air, where it landed in the center of Dawson's shirt. When I saw the horrified look on his face, I panicked and grabbed the nearest cloth napkin and tried to wipe it off. Dawson caught hold of my arm and pulled me into his lap. 1 minute we were yelling at each other, and the next we were kissing. Her cheeks went pink as she tucked her hair behind her ear. She nervously cleared her throat. You get the picture. A look of pain flashed in her eyes. All of this happened at the Willow Tree Inn. I just don't think I can go back there. I take it you and Dawson aren't together anymore? No, she said quietly. What happened? Opportunity knocked, and he answered, she said bitterly. Lou cocked her head. Well, that's not what I read. Alex gave her a funny look. What do you mean you read? Her senses went on full alert. She'd felt from the get-go that there was something odd about Lou, and now she was sure of it. Oh, I simply meant that from what you described, it seemed like you and Dawson had a real connection. I just can't imagine that he would walk away. Yeah, well, he did. His ex-girlfriend made sure of that. When Lou remained quiet, Alex continued. Dawson's ex persuaded her dad to make him an offer that he couldn't refuse. He hired him to work at his big-shot advertising agency. A haunted look settled into her eyes. I told Dawson that the job was a sham that Brooke had cooked up in order to get him back, but he wouldn't listen. He insisted that he was only going for the job. According to him, it was an opportunity that he couldn't pass up. She spread her hands in defeat. So here we are, almost a year later. I'm here alone and bearing my soul to a complete stranger, and Dawson is in Texas. I really am sorry for your loss. Alex nodded and started blinking rapidly to stay the tears. Well, now you see why I can't go back to the Willow Tree Inn, even if they are offering an all-expense-paid weekend. She hesitated. And another thing, I thought I heard that the Willow Tree Inn had gone out of business. I'm surprised to get an invitation from them. Well, maybe they're revamping their business and trying to get influential people to come. Lou looked Alex in the eye. Are you influential? I guess I'm a business owner. Well, there you go. Lou leaned back in her chair. You know what I think? You need a fresh start. Why not go back to the Willow Tree Inn? It will help you put things in perspective. You really think so? Lou shrugged. Well, it can't hurt. She gave Alex a searching look that had the uncanny power to strip away the defenses she'd so painstakingly constructed over the past few months. Well, it certainly beats spending the weekend sitting around the house alone. Well, what makes you think I would be sitting around alone? Alex said testily. Lou laughed. Well, maybe the fact that you're so sensitive about it. Color crept up Alex's neck. Yeah, well, maybe I like being alone. Hogwash. Alex's eyes went round. You don't even know me. It wasn't if she were lacking for dates. Guys were always asking her out. One guy in particular, Marshall Bryant, was relentless in trying to get her to go out with him, but she kept sidestepping his advances. He wasn't bad-looking, although he certainly wasn't another Dawson Allen. Then again, few men were. Time to kill that thought and bury it so deep that it'll never surface again. Lou held out a hand. Okay, if you're not going to go for the weekend, then give the invitation to me. What? Well, I would love to go on an all-expense-paid vacation. It sounds divine. Hand it over. There's no sense in letting it go to waste. No! The outburst surprised Alex. Where had that surge of anger come from? She had not realized until this very moment that she wanted to go. Yes, indeed, she was going. She was tired of letting Dawson rule her life. It was time to take the bull by the horns and get herself back together. A trace of amusement lit Lou's features. So you're going then? She sat up straight in her seat. Yes, I believe I am. Saying the words aloud helped her make up her mind. Good. Lou stood. If you'll excuse me, I need to refill my drink. Sure. Alex watched her go, chuckling inwardly at the flashy way she was dressed. Cowboy boots, red leggings, a long denim shirt, and a white puffy sheepskin vest. Definitely a strange duck. She picked up the invitation. Closure was what she needed, and a getaway would do her wonders. The Willow Tree Inn was about an hour away from her parents' house, so she could pay them a visit on her way back home, kill two birds with one stone. She glanced in the direction where Lou had gone to fill her drink, but she was gone. She scanned the room looking for any sign of her. Alex frowned. That was weird. Had she gone to the restroom? She waited another 10 minutes, but then it became obvious that Lou wasn't coming back. Strange. She stood and gathered her things. As she headed out the door to her car, she realized that Lou had said she needed to talk to someone, but she had not told Alex a single thing about herself. Alex was the one who had done all of the talking. What an odd woman she was. It was probably a good thing that she would never see her again. I can't believe you're leaving me here, Brooke wailed, thrusting out her lower lip in a sultry pout. Dramatically, she flung herself down beside Dawson, who was sitting on the sofa in his apartment. She crossed her long legs, making sure to show as much leg as possible. Dawson was quietly amused by the gesture. Brooke's legs were one of her greatest assets, and she took every opportunity to show them off. I'll only be gone for a few days. Besides, you're so bombarded with wedding plans that I would only be in the way. You're never in the way, she countered, reaching for his arm and placing it around her shoulders. Then she snuggled into him. I just don't like it when you're gone. I miss you. Her voice grew small and childlike. Whenever Brooke was desperate to get her way, she resorted to baby talk. He would have thought by now that she would have learned that her antics had the opposite effect than what she intended. In fact, they irritated the heck out of him. He immediately felt guilty for the thought. After all, it wasn't Brooke's fault that she was spoiled, nor was it her fault that she was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. Underneath the annoying layers of her upbringing, she was a good person. He felt himself soften as he looked into her mournful eyes. I'll miss you too, but this is a good opportunity for the agency. Forget the agency, she muttered darkly. He gave her a censured look that instantly quelled her. I'm sorry, she amended. I just don't like being alone. Geez, she was acting like he was going away for a year rather than a few days. Call one of your girlfriends, or better yet, go have dinner with your parents. They've been dying to get you to themselves. That's not true. They love you. Yes, I'm sure you're right. It took effort to keep the exasperation from his voice. Brooke could be so impossible. It was a simple business trip. Was this how it was going to be when they were married, her glued to his side 24/7? Brooke was extremely jealous of other women. If she even thought he was looking at another woman, she went ballistic. A pit settled in his stomach. Was he making a mistake? I didn't mean it that way, honey. She ran her manicured fingers through his hair. I could go with you. An inn sounds romantic. She leaned in and nipped his ear with her lips. His heart dropped. No! Her face strained as she backed away. I'm sorry, he inserted quickly. I would love for you to go, but I'll be so busy with work that you would be a distraction. Her eyes went icy as an eyebrow arched. A distraction? Oops, this was not going well. Not well at all. Even though he felt like Brooke was being petty, on some level he understood her concern. She was worried about him going back to Utah because of Alex. Had she realized that he was going back to the very inn where he and Alex first got together, then she would have an out-of-body experience. Thankfully, she didn't realize that part of the equation. You know what I meant. No, I don't know, she heaved back. There had to be a way to get through to her. Tenderly, he gathered her hands in his. This is a great opportunity for the agency and something I need to do. You don't need to keep proving yourself to Daddy if that's what you're worried about. He was starting to feel like a rubber band that was being stretched to the point of breaking. Everything is not about your father. I'm doing this for the agency. I have an opportunity to pick up a new client outside of Texas. It's a good thing. She looked him in the eye. Are you sure this is about the agency? His pulse bumped up a notch. Of course it is. What else would it be about? Silence. Brooke, I don't appreciate the silent treatment. She sighed heavily. You just seem so distracted lately and disgruntled about everything. He let out a harsh laugh. Well, maybe that's because you keep trying to back me into a corner and make all of the decisions without me. Her lower lip began to tremble. Is that what you think I'm doing? He braced himself for the gush of tears that were sure to follow. In another few minutes, Brooke would dissolve into a puddle of eyelashes and smears of hot pink lipstick. He loved Brooke, but the excessive crying was getting old. At first he had rushed to comfort her every time she broke down, but lately he was starting to suspect the tears might be a power play to get what she wanted. Everything was moving way too fast. When he first started working for the agency, he had been so angry with Alex for pushing him out of the company. Then, as the weeks went by, he started missing her. The more he thought about their final argument, the more petty his grievances with her seemed. Finally, he swallowed his pride and tried calling and texting back. Heck, he even left her a couple of emails. Nothing. So he did what any red-blooded male would do, took comfort in the beautiful ex-girlfriend that was continually throwing herself at him. Before he realized what was happening, he was engaged. Brooke had been a big comfort to him over the past few months, and he had finally thought he had Alex out of his system. That is, until he'd gotten the call from the Willow Tree Inn asking him to pay them a visit so that he could develop a marketing plan. How they'd gotten his number or name was a mystery. He had asked the lady who called about that, but she gave him some vague story about getting his name from a former client, although she couldn't remember the name of the person who recommended him. The woman seemed a little flighty, but she said the owner was willing to pay all expenses to fly out and talk with her. So it would be a huge project. Normally, he wouldn't have given it a second look, even with the paid expenses, but Alex's face had flashed before him at the very mention of the inn, bringing it all back full force. He just needed to get away for a few days to get his head straight. Things with Brooke were getting way too confusing. He knew she loved him, and he wanted to love her. Please let me love her like she loves me, he kept praying over and over. Despite Stewart's stubbornness and not allowing him to take the reins at the agency, life was good. He had the love of a great woman and a bright future, whereas he and Alex were a dead end. They were constantly arguing, and even though he had made great strides with her company, she refused to even entertain the idea of letting him buy in. And one thing he refused to do was waste the best years of his career hoping for something that would never happen. Brooke's sniffles brought him back to the present. I'm sorry, I think I'm just overly emotional because of the stress of the wedding. He began rubbing her back. I'm sure that's the case. You do know that I'm crazy about you, don't you? The tears dried instantly as hope sprang in her eyes, making him feel guilty. You are? He forced a smile. Yes. All he needed was time to clear his head and gain a new perspective. He was extremely fond of Brooke. That could develop into love, couldn't it? Any guy would be lucky to have her, and she had chosen him. He was the luckiest guy on the planet. She threw her arms around him. Okay, go on your marketing trip. I'll hold down the fort here. She really was beautiful, with her flawless complexion, sculptured eyebrows, and thick eyelashes, although he suspected that the eyelashes weren't real. He welcomed the feeling of warmth that flooded through him as she leaned in. Her sophisticated perfume enveloped him in an intoxicating swirl, and her hair felt soft and tickly against his shoulders. She gave him a long, thorough kiss that left them both breathless. Yes, life was good. Was this the right place? Alex checked and then rechecked the address. This had to be it, but it didn't look like she remembered. She remembered the Willow Tree Inn as being more ordinary, but this place? This place looked like a mini Swiss castle that had magically sprung up from the snow-blanketed ground in a glorious display of grandeur. She took in the graceful curves of the detailed roof and the turret in the center that was the proud focal point. The alabaster siding had thin gray panels that served as accents to give it a Tudor feel, and the windows were so detailed that they might have come straight off a gingerbread house. She looked at the massive evergreen trees surrounding the property, and then her gaze went to the scraggly mountains beyond that were bedazzled with glittering snow against the bright blue sky. She had the impression that she had left Utah and entered the Swiss Alps. Excitement brimmed in her breast. For the first time since she'd left Salt Lake, she was glad she had come. Things had been chaotic at the office, making it extremely difficult to break away, even for the weekend. It was like the fates knew that she was trying to get out of town, and everything was hedging against her. Everything that could go wrong did. In some strange way, all of the opposition made her even more determined to go. She was so keyed up that it would take her at least a day to unwind. But this tranquil place would certainly help. It was a time for new beginnings, a time to close the door on the past forever. As she pulled into a parking space and turned off the engine, her phone buzzed. She retrieved it from her purse and frowned. The first text was from Leeds Michael, saying that Chad had suggested that he contact her about setting up an interview for the director of marketing position. The second text was from her neighbor, Marshall Bryant, asking her to have dinner with him on Saturday. "No can do," she said aloud. "I'm not even in Salt Lake this weekend." The guy was really persistent. Maybe she should go out with him when she returned. So what if he didn't turn her insides to mush? He was an attractive guy who obviously liked her. Rather than replying to him right away, she shoved her phone back into her purse and slung the strap over her shoulder. She would find out where her room was located and then worry about her luggage. The lobby was warm and inviting, with the wood paneling and colorful rugs scattered over the polished stone floor. Her eye was drawn to the sitting area with the plush leather sofas that were nestled around a warm fire. It was so intimate and cozy that she had the feeling she could snuggle up with a book and while away the afternoon. She chuckled at the thought. She couldn't remember the last time she'd taken time to even open a book, much less while away the afternoon. She stepped up to the reception desk and rang the bell. A moment later, a woman emerged from the back room. She flashed a bright smile. "Welcome to the Willow Tree Inn." Alex did a double take. "Lou?" "I'm sorry?" "Lou, it's me, Alex. We met at the restaurant, remember?" She gave her a professional smile. "You must be mistaking me for someone else." She studied the woman in front of her, trying to figure out what it was that was so familiar. The accent was different. There was an overt British tone to it, whereas Lou had a southern twang. This girl's hair was curly like Lou's, but not frizzy, and it was strawberry blonde rather than platinum. She wasn't wearing glasses and was dressed fashionably in a red turtleneck sweater with gold hoop earrings. Alex felt foolish. "I'm sorry, you just reminded me of someone I know." "No worries, it happens all the time. I guess I have that face." "Yeah." Alex gave her an apologetic smile. The woman got down to business. "Do you have a reservation?" Alex retrieved the invitation from her purse and handed it to the woman. She looked at it and smiled. "It's an honor to have you, Miss Swanson. You will be staying in one of our suites. As specified on the invitation, this is an all-expense-paid stay, which means that all of your meals are covered. We do offer a variety of recreational activities, which are also included in the package. However, I will need to get a credit card number from you in the event that you wish to purchase additional items which aren't included, such as sundry items, long-distance charges, etc." Alex handed over her card. The woman jotted down the information and gave it back. "Your room is located on the second floor." She pointed toward the curved staircase. "Up the stairs and down the hall. The third door on the left. You will find fresh linens and you will have your own bathroom with a garden tub. Dinner will be served at 7 p.m. in our dining room." She pointed. "Through those double doors. We have complimentary hot chocolate and apple cider in the corner by the sofas. Help yourself." She looked at Alex. "Do you have any questions?" "How do I get connected to the Wi-Fi?" "Wi-Fi?" "Yeah, the internet." The woman chuckled. "Oh, I'm sorry. We don't have Wi-Fi here. This is a getaway." She gave her a meaningful look. "A place to recharge and get away from your hectic life. The fewer distractions, the better." "Okay." Alex had to fight the urge to roll her eyes. She wanted a getaway, not to be thrust back to the dark ages. "It won't be as bad as you think," the woman assured her. "There will be plenty of things here to keep you busy." Worst case scenario, she could always just patch in through her 4G network. "Any more questions?" "Is there anyone who can help me with my luggage?" The woman went bug-eyed. "Oops, I didn't think about that." A sense of deja vu washed over Alex, and she again had the distinct impression that she was talking to Lou. "Are you all right?" "Yeah, I'm fine." Something was off here. She gave her a direct look. "You just remind me so much of someone I know. What did you say your name was?" "Gracie." Was it her imagination, or did the woman look nervous all of a sudden? An older woman stepped up to the counter and peered at Gracie over her pink glasses. "Are you getting our guest settled?" "Yes, but she needs help with her luggage, and I didn't think to make arrangements for that." "Then I suggest that you help her. It was a direct command that left no room for argument. "It's okay, I can manage," Alex said, not wanting to cause trouble. She suddenly felt sorry for Gracie under the charge of this no-nonsense woman who was accustomed to barking orders and having them promptly obeyed. The older woman gave Alex a challenging look. "No, Gracie will help you." It was on the tip of her tongue to insist that she could get the bags herself when Gracie cut in. "Of course I will," she said warmly. "That's what I'm here for." She walked around the corner. "Show me the way." She looked past Alex to someone who was walking down the stairs. "Or better yet, let's get him to help you." Alex turned and gasped. The room began to spin as she stumbled back. "Dawson?" she managed to squeak. He looked just as surprised to see her as she was to see him. "Alex? What are you doing here?" She gave him a weak smile and somehow managed to find her voice. "I'm staying here this weekend." Their eyes connected, and she felt a rush of heat that raced through her like a blowtorch. If she had any lingering doubts about how attracted she was to him, they were stomped flat this instant. He looked good, better than she remembered, if that were possible. He was wearing a gray sweater that was pulled taut across his broad chest, emphasizing his well-defined torso and flat abdomen. His black slacks seemed to be an extension of his long legs. His dark hair was messy and spiked as usual, giving him that playful tough guy look that she found so endearing. She had dreamed of him so often over the past year, and here he was in the flesh. Amusement flicked over his features, and there seemed to be a question in his eyes as he smiled, revealing the dimple in his right cheek. Something sharp jabbed into her side. She jerked and realized it was Gracie's elbow. "Ow! What the heck?" "Don't just stand there, gawking like he's a freaking statue. Talk to him," Gracie whispered through gritted teeth. She forced a smile at Dawson that looked more like a grimace. "Oh!" Heat fanned Alex's face when Dawson chuckled. That's all it took for her to collect her wits. She straightened to her full height, determined to preserve what little dignity she had left. "How have you been?" she asked in a cool tone that suggested she hardly cared. "Well, how about you?" The husky masculine timbre of his voice evoked a longing she could scarcely contain. How was it that this man could affect her so strongly? Would she ever be free of him? "I'm doing great. Never been better," she lied, forcing a cheerful smile. "I'm glad to hear it," he said, but she could tell from the tightening of his jaw that the comment stung. At that moment, all she wanted to do was get as far away from Dawson as possible. "How's the business?" "Busy as ever." His eyes locked with hers, and she could feel the blood pumping like a steam engine through her veins. "You look great," he said. The words had a tender edge to them, like salt spilling into an open wound. "Thanks. So do you," she said quietly. They just stood there, awkwardly, unsure what to say next. Finally, Gracie spoke. "Would you mind helping Alex get her luggage to her room?" "No, I can manage," Alex blurted, going wild-eyed. It hurt too much to be in such close proximity with Dawson. It hurt to be this close and not be able to touch him. It hurt to pretend that he was a stranger when he'd been her everything. He gave her a funny look. "I don't mind helping." "No," she said in a more even tone, forcing a smile. "I'll be fine." He looked like he might argue, but she turned on her heel and began walking toward the door as fast as she could go. "Alex," he called after her. She stopped and turned. "Yes?" "It's good to see you." She could tell from the sincere look in his eyes that he meant it. "Hold it together, hold it together. It's good to see you, too." "Well, that wasn't a total disaster," Gertrude said dryly. Gracie made a face. "I thought it went rather well. They obviously still have feelings for each other." Yeah, that was obvious, although you're going to have to figure out a way to get Alex to talk to the poor man." She nearly choked on her tongue at the mere sight of him. "Don't be such a Debbie Downer." "Debbie Downer?" She scratched her head. "I'm not familiar with that reference." "Didn't you ever watch Saturday Night Live?" "What's that?" "Never mind. What year did you die anyway?" 1980. Was Saturday Night Live around in the 70s when Gertrude would have been watching it? She didn't have a clue. She turned her attention back to the task at hand. So far, so good. She had managed to get both Alex and Dawson here. Now it was time for the next phase. "Don't you think that your two guests might get a little suspicious when they realize they're the only ones here?" Gracie laughed. "I'm already one step ahead of you." "How so?" Gertrude asked cautiously. "There's an elderly couple staying in room 8. They checked in about an hour ago, and I'm expecting a family to arrive sometime later on this afternoon. Gertrude's face went purple. What? You're right. We need additional people here to make this experience authentic. I never gave you the authorization to involve other people in this. You told me to make a plan and execute it. That's what I'm doing. You said you weren't going to hold my hand the entire way, so I made a few decisions on my own. I thought you would be proud. She thrust out her lower lip. Gertrude looked like she might faint. Oh dear, this is not good. Not good at all. What? You know what we had to do to make this place to make it habitable? In reality, the inn is a vacant shell that's scheduled to be torn down any day now. If the local townspeople get wind of that it's like this, she motioned at the lavish surroundings, then we could have a problem on our hands. I was hoping that because it's so far removed from everything that no one would notice. Relax, I got people from out of town. The older couple, the Foxworths, are from Connecticut, and the family that's come in is visiting from Florida. How did you arrange it? I placed an online advertisement. Gertrude adjusted her glasses. This is getting trickier by the minute. How do you plan to pull off tonight's dinner? I was hoping you could do that wave thing with your hand. Yes, I would, but unfortunately it doesn't work too well with food. Some things must be done the old-fashioned way. Well, then we'll make it. Gertrude's eyebrows came together in a sharp V. We? Well, yes, I thought you'd help. She started shaking her head back and forth. Oh, no, I'm no chef by any stretch of the imagination. But surely you can help. She blew out a breath. I suppose I could. What are you making? I thought we'd keep it simple. Pot roast, salad, rolls, and a chocolate cake? She rattled off the list like it was a question. Simple, huh? My idea of simple is a frozen chicken pot pie. Ooh, we can't serve that. They turned as a man and woman entered the lobby. A little girl, about 7 years old, trailed behind them, holding a doll. Gracie smiled. Hello. You must be the Hendersons. Welcome to the Willow Tree Inn. Step this way, and I'll get you checked in. He was here. She couldn't believe it. Dawson was here. Alex stopped pacing and stepped up to the window. She peered out at the landscape that was covered in tranquil white. Snow was falling softly, making everything feel quiet and still. Too quiet. There was too much time to think. She hugged her arms and stared into nothingness. She'd made a complete idiot of herself downstairs, and she had not even thought to ask Dawson why he was here. Why was he here? Had he gotten an all-expense-paid vacation too? Surely he wouldn't have come all the way from Texas to claim it. And where was his girlfriend, or the girlfriend, as she called her? Normally she would be starving right now because she had not eaten since lunch, but her stomach was churning like an out-of-balance washing machine. She wondered if Dawson were eating dinner tonight in the inn. A mixture of excitement and dread swirled in her stomach. Could she get through it? She needed to appear composed and in control. Had she even brought something decent to wear? She'd been planning on mostly lounging around and getting caught up on reading. She placed her suitcase on the bed and unzipped it. A quick rummage through her clothes confirmed it. All she had were jeans and sweaters. She picked the nicest sweater she had, a cream-colored cable knit turtleneck. Then she pulled out her darkest jeans. The ensemble wasn't great, but it was the best she could do under the circumstances. At least she had brought her hair and makeup products. She would need to take a shower, or better yet, soak in the garden tub. And she needed to wash her hair. That would help revive her appearance considerably. She removed her ponytail holder, letting her hair fall down around her shoulders. It felt sticky and dirty. She shuddered. Dawson had said she looked good, but she looked horrid. Personal grooming hadn't been too high up on her priority list this week due to all of the fires that were constantly cropping up at the office. She rubbed her aching shoulders. A good long soak in the tub would do wonders. She remembered the heat that went through her when her eyes connected with Dawson's. It seemed crazy that she'd spent all of this time trying to forget him, and yet here he was. Had fate thrown them together? Could her heart take another encounter with Dawson? It had nearly destroyed her when they parted ways, and she had spent all of this time trying to put her life back together. She glanced at her reflection in the mirror, noting the feverish look in her eyes and the heightened color in her cheeks. Heaven help her. All of the old feelings were rushing back with a vengeance, assaulting her in every direction. She clenched her fists. Remain calm. She felt as though she were walking around in a dream. Was it a dream or a nightmare? Only time would tell.
Hurry! Grab the rolls out of the oven or they'll burn. I'm hurrying as fast as I can, Gertrude mumbled. One thing was absolutely apparent. Gertrude certainly called things as they were. Just as she said, she was no chef by any stretch of the imagination. Gracie wiped away the perspiration on her forehead with the back of her hand. Funny, she had never really thought about angels sweating or working. This angel thing was certainly a lot harder than the job she had while alive. She'd been cooking for 2 solid hours and nearly had everything done. Gertrude had helped on the periphery with chopping vegetables, setting the table, filling the water dispenser, things that didn't require too much skill. Take the rolls off the cookie sheet and put them in the cloth-lined basket, otherwise they'll get soggy. Gertrude nodded and got to work. Kudos to her, she had done everything Gracie asked of her. Oh, she grumbled about it, but she was a worker. When they were making the chocolate cake, Gertrude kept suggesting that they run to Harmon's grocery store and pick up one, but Gracie wouldn't allow it. This inn is supposed to be top-notch, she kept reminding Gertrude. The cake needs to be homemade. Once you taste this delectable concoction, you'll never eat store-bought cake again. Gertrude just rolled her eyes, but Gracie could tell that despite herself, Gertrude was impressed. Maybe her time working menial jobs in restaurants had helped her develop more skills than she realized. The roast smelt succulent, and it was tender enough to cut with a fork. The potatoes, carrots, and onions were swimming in caramelized gravy that was made from the juice of the roast. That sounds good. The salad consisted of romaine lettuce, raspberries, strawberries, blueberries, and toasted walnuts. It was topped with crispy bacon, feta cheese, and a tangy sweet dressing. Gracie had put aside 2 salads for her and Gertrude. It's a good thing I never learned to cook, Gertrude said, after taking a large bite of her salad. This is fantastic. Thank you, Gracie beamed. It felt good to be appreciated for once. It's a good thing I didn't have access to food like this when I was alive, or I would have weighed 300 pounds. That brought up a good point, something Gracie had been wondering. She rested a hand on her hip. Speaking of that, what do we do about exercise? What? Gertrude looked at her like she'd just sprouted another head. It was a logical question. Gracie had never been a toothpick, but had always prided herself in keeping her curved body toned and fit. What would happen to her now? Would she morph into an unrecognizable blob? We neither put on nor take off weight. We stay as we are. That was a relief. Although if she'd realized she was going to keel over, she would have tried to lose a few pounds first. The wheels started turning. Does that mean we can eat whatever we want and never gain weight? Boy, wouldn't that be nice? She loved the taste of good food, but had always been careful not to overindulge. Once on the lips, twice on the hips. She pressed her lips together thoughtfully. I guess I've never thought about it before, because eating has never been a priority for me. Unlike the living, we don't need to eat in order to sustain ourselves. She paused. But it won't hurt you to eat. I suppose you could eat all you want. She gave Gracie a warning look. But you really shouldn't be thinking so much about yourself. If you'll focus on your assignments, then you won't have time to gorge yourself or indulge in other worldly amusements. Indulge in worldly amusements? Really? Her cheeks flamed. I wasn't going to gorge myself, she said defensively, or do other things. I was just wondering. Gertrude wouldn't know how to have fun if it slapped her in the face. What was wrong with enjoying life a bit? Poor choice of words. She no longer had a life, but she could still enjoy this. She searched for the right word. Experience. Yes, she could enjoy this experience. Always ultra-perceptive, Gertrude could tell from Gracie's crestfallen expression that she'd touched a nerve. Sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. I just don't want you to get off on the wrong foot. There are many things, even in our realm, that can distract you from accomplishing your goal. The words seemed ominous. Exactly what was Gertrude trying to say? What do you mean? Gertrude glanced at the clock on the wall. Never mind. It's 10 till 7. Nervous jitters began tap dancing in Gracie's stomach. Showtime. The tantalizing aroma of roasted meat was the first thing Alex smelled when she came down the stairs. The reception area was empty, but there was still a fire burning in the fireplace. She paused on the threshold of the dining room in an attempt to still herself. The lighting was dim, and there were candles on the tables, creating a cozy atmosphere. There were about a dozen round tables scattered throughout the room. An elderly couple was sitting at a table in the center. Otherwise, the room was empty. Alex was unprepared for the disappointment that pummeled her. It was only then that she realized she'd actually been looking forward to seeing Dawson again. A thought that was thoroughly disgusting. What a sucker for punishment she was. Had she learned nothing over the past few months? She walked in and sat down at a table that was far enough away from the couple to give them space, but not so distantly removed as to appear rude. The man turned and gave her a friendly nod. "Good evening." The silver-haired woman sitting across from him turned and nodded. "Hi." Alex plastered on a polite smile. "Hello." "Are you eating alone?" the man asked. "Yes, but I don't mind," she added quickly. "Well, you're welcome to join us," the woman said. "Thank you, you're very kind, but I'm okay. I'm used to eating alone," she explained. The couple looked relieved. "Well, have a good evening," the man said. "Thank you." A minute later, the woman who had checked her into the inn emerged, carrying a tray of salads. She walked first to the older couple and gave them theirs, and then approached Alex. It was all Alex could do to keep from outright staring because the woman looked so much like Lou she could have been her double. What did the girl say her name was? She searched her mind. Gracie. Yes, that was it. "Good evening." Gracie gave her a welcoming smile as she placed a salad in front of her. "Did you get settled in okay?" "Yes, thank you. If you need anything, please let me know. I'll be right back with some water. Would you like some lemonade? We also have several different types of soda as well, and milk and juice." "Water sounds great." "Sure I can't interest you in some lemonade?" "It sure is good." "Sure, why not?" As Alex watched Gracie go, she wondered why she reminded her so much of Lou. Maybe she was imagining things, reading too much into it. After all, she'd only met Lou once. Dawson came into the room as she was shoving a piece of lettuce into her mouth. She nearly choked, but thankfully was able to force the food down her throat without causing a scene. The main objective was to remain calm. Dawson gave the elderly couple a friendly nod and looked in her direction. Even from this distance, she could feel his uber confidence and commanding presence. The very air itself seemed to take notice of him. An electric current raced through her when his eyes settled on hers. He smiled, and she smiled back, her heart racing. He looked impeccable in his jeans, a button-down shirt, and sports coat. The room seemed to tilt slightly when she realized he was coming toward her. "Hi." He smiled again, causing crinkles to appear around his eyes. She looked for and saw the dimple appear in his cheek. "Hey," she responded. "Do you mind if I join you?" His hand swept over the near-empty room. "It seems silly for the two of us to eat alone." "No, not at all," she motioned. "Have a seat." She took another bite of her salad without tasting a thing. All the while, she tried to figure out what to say to him. He was openly staring at her to the point of making her uncomfortable. She gave him a direct look that was meant to quell him, but it didn't. He just kept staring at her in that probing way that seemed to strip away the pretense. Dawson was ultra-perceptive, and she had never been able to hide much from him. She hoped that he couldn't see how devastated she had been over his absence. It was hard to believe that the man she'd been dreaming about for months was here, in the flesh, and he looked better than she remembered. She glanced at his tousled hair, remembering how it had felt to run her fingers through it. Then she took in his chiseled features and determined jaw. She about died when she saw the faint amusement glittering in his perceptive eyes, as if he knew the effect he was having on her. Embarrassment stabbed through her like a hot poker, and she could feel the blood pulsing in her temples. "What are you doing here?" she blurted. He chuckled and shifted in his seat to get comfortable. "You do get right to the point." His dark eyes grew soft as they flickered over her. "You look beautiful, as always." The comment broadsided her. She went stiff as a board. The panic she felt must have been blaring like a beacon because he started laughing. "What's so funny?" she demanded. He leaned in and touched her hand. "Relax. It's me, remember? I was just giving you a simple compliment." She felt foolish. "Thank you," she forced through tight lips. All she could think about was the feel of his hand over hers. When he removed it, she felt the loss of him instantly. Her stupid body was betraying her. So what if she was still attracted to him? It meant nothing. She had moved on, for goodness sakes. Thankfully, Gracie returned with the water, breaking the tension. She gave Dawson a toothy grin. "Hello, I'm glad you could join us." She looked at Alex. "You make a beautiful couple." "Oh, we're not a couple," Alex protested, and then saw Dawson's jaw tighten. Not anymore, he said quietly, shooting Alex an incriminating look. Irritation sparked over her. Was he insinuating their breakup was her fault? She was about to give him a piece of her mind when Gracie cut in. That's a real shame. Well, at least you're here together tonight. It's a night for new beginnings. Her eyes sparkled with some hidden meaning. I've prepared a special dinner, so enjoy. She took Dawson's drink order and then hurried away. You never answered my question. Dawson cocked his head. Question? Why are you here? To meet with the owner about developing a marketing plan. Really? You came all the way from Texas to help some mom and pop in? She smirked. I would have thought you'd have more than enough large accounts in your high-profile firm to keep you busy without having to come all the way out here. It was a cheap shot, but she couldn't seem to help herself. She knew the comment hit its mark when his eyes went hard. To his credit, rather than lashing out and reopening old wounds, he shook his head and smiled. Same old Alex, always picking a fight. It was a simple question, she fired back. Her turtleneck sweater suddenly felt tight on her neck as she took a large gulp of water. What was it about Dawson that made her want to fight him at every turn? It had always been that way between the two of them. Oh, Lex, I've missed this. What? She slung back. Dawson was the only one who'd ever called her that. Us. He spoke the word like a caress, shooting an arrow straight into the center of her heart where it left a dull ache. How about we bury the hatchet tonight and enjoy each other's company, he continued. He was right, of course, always the practical one. Gracie stepped up to the table. She placed Dawson's water and salad in front of him. Dinner will be ready in a jiffy. She rubbed her hands together and looked like she might say more, but then turned and left. Alex frowned. Jiffy? Was that a British term? It certainly didn't sound British. Dawson removed the silverware from the napkin and then took a bite of salad. This is excellent, he said appreciatively. Yes, a definite improvement over cold spaghetti. His eyes locked with hers. I don't know, he murmured. The spaghetti had its merits, wouldn't you agree? The distance between them seemed to shrink, and for a small moment it felt like it had before. Not sure how to respond, she looked down and began pushing her salad around the plate. They've certainly made a lot of improvements since our last visit. Yes, I hardly recognize the place, she agreed, relieved that the conversation had moved to safer topics. So the owner wants you to develop a marketing plan? He nodded. Well, that shouldn't be too hard to do, considering how nice the inn is now. Who owns it? He paused. Well, to tell you the truth, I'm not exactly sure. She stopped eating and looked at him. What do you mean? Well, I haven't met the owner yet. But I thought the owner called you. No, Gracie, the one who's serving us dinner, called me on behalf of the owner. Yes, I know Gracie. Anyway, to make a long story short, I've been dealing with Gracie the entire time. The owner was supposed to be here today, but her flight got delayed, so she'll be here tomorrow. Something wasn't adding up. Alex leaned in and lowered her voice. How well do you know Gracie? Not well at all. I had a couple of phone conversations with her before I got here, and she helped me get settled into my room. That's about it. Every time I see her, she's running around attending to guests. She seems to wear a lot of hats. She certainly does. You have a funny look on your face. What is it that you're not telling me? It was tempting to tell Dawson about the chance meeting in the restaurant, the meeting that had convinced her to accept the invitation and come to the inn, but none of it made sense. And she still wasn't sure that Gracie and Lou were the same person. No, she'd better keep that to herself for now. She shook her head. There's something off about Gracie, but I can't put a finger on what it is. She gave him a determined look. But I will. A grin stole across his lips. What? You just can't let yourself relax, can you? Her eyes went wide. I don't know what you mean. Maybe there is no hidden agenda here. Maybe we should just enjoy it. If the rest of the dinner tastes as good as the salad, then we're in for a treat. You don't think it's odd that the two of us ended up coming here on the same day? He shrugged and gave her a longing look that melted her insides. I won't look a gift horse in the mouth. The words were spoken lightly, but she caught the meaning instantly. She gave him a questioning look as tendrils of hope sprouted in her breast. Was it possible that he had missed her too? His expression grew serious. Lex, Dinner is served, Gracie announced proudly as she approached the table. An older lady was standing by her side holding a basket of rolls along with a dish of butter. Alex recognized her as the stern woman who was reprimanding Gracie at the reception desk. Gracie took one look at Alex and Dawson and realized that she'd interrupted some exchange. Her mouth began moving at rapid speed. I hope you like pot roast. It's one of my favorites. Of course, a pot roast isn't a pot roast without potatoes and carrots. I learned to make pot roast when I worked at the Southside Diner. The cook there was this old geezer named Hank. He didn't look like much, but boy, oh boy, how that man could cook. He taught me all of the tricks of the trade. The secret to a good pot roast is to sear it first and then cook it on low. She began placing the food in front of them. Well, it looks amazing, Dawson said. Gracie practically jerked the rolls and butter from the older woman's hands. If you need anything else, let me know. She clasped her hands together. Enjoy! She began walking away from them, but then stopped and turned back around. Oh, and be sure to save room for dessert. I made a chocolate cake. Chocolate cake is one of my all-time favorites. It's Hank's recipe, too. He said, before she could launch into a 20-minute monologue about the wonders of chocolate cake, the older woman caught hold of her arm. For heaven's sake, let them eat in peace. She rolled her eyes in exasperation. Dawson gave Alex a conspiratorial wink. There was a quiver of laughter twitching at the corners of his lips. Warmth trickled over Alex as her eyes locked with Dawson. Gracie looked embarrassed. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm being a chatty Cathy. We'll let you eat. She turned and fled. See, I told you there was something strange about her, Alex said, feeling vindicated. What? She takes pride in her cooking? He took a large bite. This is incredible. Try it, he urged. She tasted it. Yes, it's really good. They turned their attention to the delectable food and began eating. I'm certainly grateful to Hank, Dawson said a few minutes later. Hank? That old geezer who taught Gracie how to make this delicious meal. Alex burst out laughing. She shook her head. Dawson could always make her laugh. It was nice to simply sit and enjoy a good meal. Little by little, Alex began to relax. The chocolate cake was as good as Gracie said. Having eaten their fill, a warm glow settled over them. Dawson told a few more jokes that had her in stitches. One of the things that Alex had loved most about him was how exciting the world appeared through his eyes. The conversation drifted to safe topics like food and movies. It wasn't until Dawson mentioned the business that Alex tensed. Things had been going so well, but it was inevitable that they would have to discuss it sooner or later. How are things going with the business? She frowned. Do you really want to know, or are you just being nice? I really want to know. He paused. I mean it. She collected her thoughts. Business is good. Better than it has ever been. I'm glad to hear it. She searched his face to see if his words were sincere. This whole conversation felt like they were trying to play hopscotch around a landmine without getting their legs blown off. The business had been the cause of their breakup, and discussing it could potentially open a can of worms neither of them wanted to deal with. On the other hand, the business was what first brought them together. Dawson played a huge part in Beautiful You's success, so it was only natural that he would want to hear how things were going. The problems we're having is keeping up with the growth. Cash flow is a constant problem. You know how it is. It's a balancing act to try and fill all the orders, especially since most of our clients are on a net 30-day system. Have you given any more thought to getting a business loan? Her shoulders tensed. Yeah, I have. It may come to that, but I've been able to keep everything afloat thus far without one. She tried to gauge his reaction because on multiple occasions he had tried to talk her into getting a loan, but she flatly refused because she wanted to incur as little debt as possible. His expression was guarded, making it impossible to discern what he was thinking. Dawson was a masterful negotiator, never letting the other person see his cards. Thankfully, he changed the subject. How about the Willis account? Did you get it? We did. All 58 stores? Yep. He let out a low whistle. I knew you could do it. He gave her an appraising smile that made her a touch dizzy, causing her to lose her train of thought. It shocked her to realize how much his admiration meant to her. This was a dangerous game she was playing. She couldn't take another heartbreak. How are the employees? Good. She waved a hand. I say good. Chad is just about as anal as always, constantly fretting over how he's going to keep everything paid. She didn't dare add that he was hounding her about hiring a new marketing director. This sounds about right. I keep telling him that he's going to have to loosen up or else he's going to die of a heart attack before he's 40. He chuckled. If he hasn't had a heart attack already, then he's probably okay. I imagine he's been wound up tight his entire life, the quintessential rule keeper. Can't you just picture him policing the halls in elementary school to make sure all the kids were lining up correctly in the hall? She held up a finger. and only taking one drink from the water fountain. They laughed. How's Suzette? Her daughter had her baby. Suzette is now a proud grandmother. Of course, she inundates everyone with pictures, but we all love it. It's good to see her so happy. Is she still cracking the whip and keeping everyone straight on the quality? Oh, yes, same as always. You should have heard her the other day. The lip balm labels weren't sticking together properly, and she unloaded on our supplier to the point where I had to step in and console the poor man. Sounds like you have everything under control. Was it her imagination, or did she detect a wistful note in his voice? We manage. She knew she would later hate herself for saying this, but she couldn't seem to help it. We miss you, though. A look of surprise crossed his features, and something else she couldn't pinpoint. Really? Everything hung in the balance as he waited for her response. Yeah, no one has your expertise in marketing. Disappointment clouded his handsome face. I'm sure as resilient as you are, you'll find someone else. The words came out clipped as the impersonal mask slipped back on. Why couldn't she say it? Why couldn't she tell him that she missed him? Yeah, I guess. They drifted into silence. It was getting late, and Alex realized with a pang that she didn't want the evening to end. He placed his napkin over to the side, and she could tell that he was about to stand. Every particle in her being wanted to beg him to stay, but she just sat there like a mute. Gracie stepped into the center of the room. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. The older gentleman clapped his hands. Our compliments to the chef. Yes, Dawson agreed heartily. Everyone began clapping as Gracie offered a slight bow. Then she stood up straight and put her hands together. We have a special treat for you this evening. Her eyes glittered as she looked in Alex and Dawson's direction. Dancing. The minute she said the word, music began to play. The elderly man stood and held out his hand to his wife. They began twirling around the floor. The man caught Dawson's attention and motioned for him to get up as well. A rush of excitement swept over Alex when Dawson stood and extended his hand. Shall we? Her legs seemed to have a mind of their own as she stood and put her hand in his. He placed a hand on the center of her back and led her to an open spot between the tables. Her breath caught as he pulled her into his arms. He let out a low chuckle. Like old times, he murmured. Gracie let out a squeal of delight. It's working! Look at them! She brought the tips of her fingers to her lips. They're madly in love. She cast a sidelong glance at Gertrude. I told you my plan would work. O ye of little faith. Yes, it certainly seems to be working so far. So far? Would it hurt Gertrude to give her a single ounce of credit? I have full confidence that before they leave here, they'll be back together, this time for good. She jutted out her chin, daring Gertrude to disagree. I hope you're right. She crossed her arms over her chest. Why are you being so negative, Gertie? Don't call me Gertie, and I'm not being negative. I've just been doing this long enough to know that most of the time there are a few hiccups along the way. You can't just assume that because they're dancing together that all will be well. It may take a bit more than your pot roast and a chocolate cake to fix things. That's all I'm saying. Whatever, she growled, rolling her eyes. She refused to let Gertrude spoil this moment. Alex and Dawson were happy as she'd ever seen any couple. He was looking into her eyes with such adoration, and Alex was so caught up in him that she could hardly breathe. All was going according to plan, and she refused to let Gertrude convince her otherwise. Dawson took control of the dance, leading Alex in fluid, smooth motions. He smelled clean and masculine, just as she remembered. She closed her eyes, letting herself get lost in the moment as the memories of the past melded with the present. It felt so right to be in his arms. The soft flickers from the candles around the room added a dreamy element, giving Alex the illusion that they'd left the real world and were in some magical place where all of her innermost hopes and desires could finally be realized. She laughed when he twirled her around and then dipped her low, looking deep into her eyes. He lifted her up and then pulled her closer, his warm breath tickling her hair. Before she realized what was happening, he stopped dancing and lifted her chin with his finger. The moment got deliciously slow as he cupped her face with his hands. The fierce longing in his eyes took her by surprise. It was mixed with the same weariness she felt. Lex, I've missed you. She sighed, her resolve crumbling like a dam giving way to the force of the water that refused to be contained. There was no use in trying to resist him. I've missed you too, she admitted, parting her lips. He leaned in, his lips touching hers. What is the meaning of this? Bewilderment rolled over Alex as Dawson jumped back from her like he had been burned. She looked toward the angry voice to where a tall blonde was standing. The first thing Alex noticed was that the woman was stunningly beautiful. She could have been a model standing on a runway with her black miniskirt and high leather boots. Her feet were planted in a battle stance, her hands firmly on her hips. There was a hostile aura about her, like she was snubbing her nose at the world. Suddenly her face crumbled into itself as a waterfall of tears began gushing down her face. How could you? I fly all the way from Dallas and rent a car to drive to this tacky inn in the middle of nowhere, only to find my fiancé in the arms of another woman. Her fiancé? The world swirled once around her head before they throttled her in the gut. Alex gulped and then looked at Dawson. The guilty look on his face made her want to retch. Brooke, it's not what it looks like. Yes, it's exactly what it looked like, Alex wanted to scream. She stopped cold. Brooke? Brooke was the ex-girlfriend and daughter of the man Dawson went to work for in Texas. And now he was engaged to her? It was her worst fear coming to life. She'd told Dawson that if he went to work for the Pendleton firm, then he would be running right back into the arms of his old girlfriend. He had adamantly denied it, and yet here they were. She turned to Dawson. You're engaged? The accusation spilled out between them like rotten milk. Yes, he uttered, a pained look in his eyes. He rubbed both hands through his hair. How could you? Brooke screamed at the top of her lungs. She was either oblivious to the other people in the room or she didn't care. I trusted you. Dawson stepped up to her and caught her arm. Calm down, he hissed. You're making a scene. Alex glanced back over her shoulder and saw the shocked expressions on the faces of the elderly couple. Then she saw Gracie, whose face had gone as white as the tablecloths. She looked like she might break into tears at any moment. Why was Gracie getting so upset? After all, it wasn't her life that was falling apart. I don't care if I'm making a scene, Brooke wailed, jerking her arm out of his grasp. Then she turned the venom on Alex. How dare you sneak around with my fiancé? What kind of a woman does that? Alex straightened to her full height, which was still a few inches shy of Brooke's Amazon height. I beg your pardon? She wanted to wipe the haughty expression off the woman's face. That's enough, Dawson said through clenched teeth. For a split second, Alex thought he was talking to her, but then realized his anger was aimed at Brooke. Brooke turned on him. Don't you tell me that's enough! She jabbed a finger into his chest. You're getting this all wrong. Alex and I just both happened to be here at the same time, that's all. Alex? As in the Alex that you used to work with? It's obvious that this is much more than a coincidental meeting, she sneered. Dawson's face went a shade darker, and Alex could tell from the way his jaw was working that he was fighting to control his temper. He turned to her. I'm so sorry about this. Alex only shook her head. Tears were pooling behind her sockets, but she would have cut out her eyes rather than give them the satisfaction of seeing her cry. You're way out of line here, Dawson said, glaring at Brooke. I'm here to work on a marketing plan for the inn. Brooke slung her head, causing her hair to bounce wildly. Obviously, it's true. They turned as an older woman in a business suit stepped up to them. I'm Gertrude Benedict, the owner of this establishment. She extended a hand to Dawson. I would have introduced myself earlier, but I wanted you to get an unbiased feel for the inn before our scheduled meeting tomorrow. There was a benign smile on her sensible face as she waited for him to react. Had circumstances been different, Dawson might have stopped to ponder the plausibility of Gertrude's statement, but her timely intervention had diverted disaster, and she offered a clear path out of a sticky situation. He looked at her hand, which was suspended awkwardly in midair, and then finally grasped it. A pleasure to meet you, he said. Brooke had a perplexed look on her face. So you really are here for work? Yes, that's what I've been trying to tell you, Dawson huffed. But you were about to kiss her when I walked in. She shot Dawson a malicious look. Don't deny it. His eyes went round, and he looked like he wanted to crawl under the table. We were just, we got caught up in the dancing and the candlelight. He gave Alex a pleading look. She had thought before tonight that Dawson couldn't possibly hurt her any more than he already had, but she was wrong. I guess candlelight kisses don't count for much in the real world, do they? She said quietly. What did you say? Brooke demanded. Something snapped inside of Alex as the hurt erupted to a fury that smoldered over her, making her feel as though her head might pop off. You don't have to worry about the two of us kissing, she spat, giving Dawson a look that could kill. After tonight, I wouldn't kiss Mr. Allen if he were the last man on earth. Dawson winced like he'd been slapped. From the looks of things, I'd say the two of you deserve each other. She glared at him, hoping the resentment in her eyes would convey all that her tongue was incapable of saying. Congratulations. It looks like you got everything you ever wanted. The cushy job and the bimbo to go with it. Brooke let out a gasp of outrage, but Alex hardly noticed as she tromped out of the room.
Gracie was so mad she could have spit nails. Can you believe that hussy standing there in those mile-high boots and staking out her territory like a pathetic yard chicken scratching in the dirt? Gertrude's eyes flew open wide, and then she suppressed a giggle that came out sounding like a half gulp. A what? A skinny yard chicken scratching around in the dirt. She threw her hands in the air and continued pacing back and forth across the kitchen. I hate that woman. She ruined everything. They were just about to kiss when she came barging in. All of that work, up in smoke. What do we do now? Tears stung her eyes. She was blowing her first assignment. Maybe she truly was a failure after all. Giving up so easily? Gertrude peered over her glasses. I don't know how to fix this. The first thing you need to do is to stop pacing back and forth. You're making me dizzy, she pointed. Sit down and let's think this through. Reluctantly, Gracie took a seat. I guess you were right, she said bitterly. There's always a hiccup along the way. Yes, she gave Gracie a sharp look. The sooner you realize that, the better. A glum silence settled over them. Gertrude pressed her lips together, thinking. The first thing you need to do is to keep Alex from leaving. I imagine she's probably packing her bags as we speak. How am I supposed to do that? Well, you could try talking to her. And tell her what? That I'm an angel sent to get her back together with Dawson? The words sounded so ridiculous leaving her mouth that she could scarcely believe them herself. How had she ended up here? Have you not been reading any of the rules? Gracie gave her an incredulous look, as if she wanted to spend all of her time reading some boring rule book. Page 3, paragraph 4 of your instructions state that under no circumstances are you to ever divulge that you are an angel to any of your assignments. Well, that's stupid, she grumbled, crossing her arms tightly over her chest. Gertrude's face puckered like she'd eaten a sour pickle, and she started muttering, You are too insolent for your own good. Yeah, I've heard that one before. She cocked an eyebrow, waiting for Gracie to expound. My mother used to say something similar. The more time I spend with you, the more I'm starting to think that your mother was a saint. Gracie rolled her eyes. Okay, we're getting distracted. Ripping each other to shreds won't help Alex and Dawson. You need to talk to her, persuade her to stay. Sure, I'll talk to her, no problem. She hesitated. But what if I can't convince her? Then we'll have to think of something else. A snowstorm, maybe? She scowled. Page 27, paragraph 2 prohibits us from tampering with the weather. Of course it did. There were so many stupid rules to this angel thing that it was a wonder they could accomplish anything. So nix the idea about the weather. Can we mess up our car? Gertrude looked thoughtful. I don't remember any specific rules relating to cars, although I don't want to hear any more things we're not allowed to do. We have to do something, and I don't see another alternative, Gracie said before Gertrude could throw up another roadblock. She was relieved when Gertrude nodded. She began chewing on her bottom lip. There's still the matter of Brooke. Yes, a big problem. What should we do about her? There was a long pause. You know what? I'm going to let you figure that one out. She made a face. Me? Yes. There was a decisive look on her face. After all, this is your assignment. I can't do everything for you, now can I? How could she have been so stupid? She'd let her guard down and given Dawson free license to tromp on her heart all over again. He was engaged. A bleak emptiness settled into her gut as Alex stuffed the last sweater into the suitcase and zipped it. Her eyes felt big and sore from crying. She glanced outside at the puffy snowflakes falling against the midnight black sky. Leaving in the middle of the night in a snowstorm was probably not the wisest course of action, but she couldn't bear the thought of staying under the same roof with Dawson and his spiteful fiancé. She hoped to never see either of them again. She would drive to her parents' house and spend the night. Then she would wake up in the morning and pretend that this fiasco had never happened. A knock sounded at the door.
Her heart clutched. Had Dawson come to talk to her? Surely not. Panic welled in her breast. She couldn't let him see her like this. She couldn't let him know how badly he had hurt her. Maybe if she ignored it, he would go away. More knocking, this time more insistently. She froze, not sure what to do. The knocking continued. "Who is it?" she grumbled, wishing the stupid door had a peephole. "It's Gracie." Gracie? What was she doing at the door? "I'm sorry, it's not a good time." "I need to speak to you." She chuckled humorously. "Not in the mood. Go away," she muttered under her breath. "Please, open the door," Gracie continued. Alex let out a huff and raked her hair away from her face. "Fine, I'm coming." She threw open the door and stood there. "Yes," she said, not bothering to hide her annoyance. "May I come in?" She hesitated, not wanting to be outright rude, but the last thing she wanted to do was talk. "Sure." Gracie sat down in the wing-back chair near the bed. She motioned. "I see you're packing. Are you going somewhere?" "Yeah." She pasted an apologetic smile on her face. "This isn't working out, I'm afraid." She hugged her arms and remained standing. "I'm sorry about what happened. I had no idea Brooke would show up here." "That makes two of us," Alex retorted, and then stopped. "What did you say?" "Only that I'm very sorry." Alex cocked her head. "How could you have possibly known about Brooke?" All of her suspicions came rushing back with a vengeance. She sat down on the bed and glowered at Gracie, who had turned pale. "Who are you?" Gracie started blinking rapidly. "I'm nobody. I simply work here." "Really?" Alex was unconvinced. "You know, from the moment we met, you reminded me of someone, a girl I met in a restaurant. Her name is Lou." She laughed nervously. "I suppose I have that face. People tell me that a lot." Her eyes narrowed as she charged forward full force. "In fact, Lou was the one who persuaded me to accept the invitation to come here. You're Lou, aren't you? You set this whole thing up. You're the reason Dawson and I are both here at the same time." The accusations shot out faster than Gracie could field them. "Why are you doing this?" Alex demanded through clenched teeth. Tears pulled in her eyes. "I've spent months trying to forget that man, and now the wound has been sliced wide open thanks to you." Gracie just sat there, wringing her hands. "Say something," Alex demanded, her voice rising. "You're right," Gracie admitted. "It was me in the restaurant." "I knew it," Alex muttered, disgust heavy in her voice. "So which accent is real, the British or Southern?" "The Southern." The British accent immediately disappeared. "Gracie or Lou?" "My name is Gracie Louise." She gave her a tentative smile. "So you see, I didn't outright lie to you exactly." "Why do you care what happens between Dawson and me?" Silence. Irritation pricked at Alex as she sat up straight. This whole thing was absurd. What agenda could this woman possibly have? "Why are you doing this?" she pressed. I can't tell you that." Gracie's lower lip began to tremble. "I wish I could, but it's against the rules." "Rules? What rules?" She was starting to think that her first impression of Lou was right on the money. She was crazy. Alarm trickled over her. She had allowed a strange woman in a restaurant to convince her to come to this secluded inn, and now she was here alone with her in the room. Maybe she was as crazy as Gracie or Lou, or whatever the heck her name was. "Look, you need to know that I'm here to help you." "Help me?" Alex couldn't believe what she was hearing. "How could you possibly help me?" "I'm here to help you and Dawson get back together." The only sound in the room was Alex's ragged intake of breath. She had heard enough. The need to flee from this inn and all of the craziness was overwhelming. She stood. "I have to go." Gracie jumped up. "Wait! All I ask is that you hear me out." "This is ludicrous," Alex barked. Gracie held up her hands. "Sit back down and let me explain, please." "I thought it was against the rules to tell me why you're here," she retorted. "Yes, it is, but there's a lot I can tell you." Gracie eyed Alex. "You're here, aren't you? What have you got to lose by listening to me for a few minutes?" Alex considered this. Finally, she sat back down. Gracie did the same. "I'm listening." "I know about you and Dawson, that he worked for you, that the two of you fell in love in this very inn." Blood started pumping furiously through Alex's veins. "How do you know this?" "It doesn't matter. I also know that you and Dawson had a falling out over the business, and he left to go to work for Brooke's father. You've been miserable ever since because you're still in love with him." She was stunned into silence. Furthermore, Dawson is engaged to Brooke, which you learned tonight. But what you don't know is that he's making a terrible mistake. Why is that? Because he's still in love with you. The words engulfed her like a tidal wave, and she sat there not sure what to say. You have a chance to make things right, but you have to fight for it. Alex placed her hands against her forehead in an attempt to stay the headache pounding across the bridge of her nose. This was crazy. She let out a breath and removed her hands. Then she looked Gracie in the eye. Let me tell you how this is going to go. You're going to get out of here right now before I call the police. But you don't understand. I'm going to finish packing my bags and then I'm leaving. She gritted her teeth. Stay away from me. Okay, fine. I'll tell you what I am. She didn't need to hear any more to know that the woman was nutty. Gracie looked around like she was afraid someone would overhear them. She lowered her voice to a whisper. I'm an angel, almost an angel, she amended. Alex didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What? She'd allowed herself to get dragged into some crazy woman's delusion. I've been given an assignment to help you. A hysterical laugh bubbled in Alex's throat. It grew until she couldn't contain it. All of the pent-up emotion rushed out. She doubled over laughing until tears began streaming down her face. What's so funny? Gracie wanted to know. I've heard it all now. I know it sounds ridiculous, but it's true. Gracie's eyebrows furrowed. Alex could tell from the frustrated look on Gracie's face that she'd offended her. Okay, if you're an angel, then tell me this. Why is it so important for Dawson and me to get back together? I would think that an angel would have more important things to do. When a befuddled expression came over Gracie's face, Alex felt vindicated. Maybe now she would admit that the whole thing was a sham. She couldn't possibly come up with a plausible answer to that question because there was none. Gracie started squirming. Yeah, about that. I really don't know why exactly. She pushed her strawberry blonde bangs out of her eyes. All I know is that I've been given this assignment and I'm doing the best I can. A very disappointing response. As far as she could tell, Gracie seemed to genuinely believe that what she was saying, which went to prove that the poor woman was insane. She gave her a speculative look. If you're really an angel, then you must have special abilities. Show them to me. Red blotches started climbing up Gracie's throat as she thrust out her lower lip. Geez, I said I was almost an angel. I can't do any of those things like Gertrude can, but hopefully I'll be able to eventually. Alex belted out a jeering laugh. Gertrude, the older woman in the business suit who owns the inn? She had just about had enough of the lunacy. Gracie bit her lower lip. I shouldn't have told you that. You know what? I don't need this. You need to leave now. But now, Alex growled. Gracie gave her a sad nod. I'm sorry. I really wish I could have. Before she could finish the sentence, she was whisked backwards through empty space at warp speed. The next instant, she was standing in front of Alex's door with her hand balled into a fist, poised like she was about to knock. What the heck? Gertrude was standing beside her, a furious expression on her plain face. Exactly what do you think you're doing? Gracie tried to regain her bearings. I don't understand what's happening, she gasped, leaning against the door for support. 1 minute I was sitting in the room talking to Alex, and the next I'm standing here. Her brain floundered to connect the dots, and suddenly it became clear. You did this. The power that Gertrude wielded boggled her mind. She could rewind time. That was really something. Yes, I saved you and me, I might add, from disaster. I told you in no uncertain terms that it's against the rules to tell your assignment that you are an angel. And the minute I turn my back, you go and do it. Gracie could have sworn she could see steam coming out of Gertrude's ears. She rocked back. I'm sorry. You won't keep getting unlimited chances to make this right. A sense of foreboding trickled down Gracie's spine, and she wanted to ask what Gertrude meant by this, but she was already treading on thin ice. No sense in making things worse. I really am sorry, honest, she said in a penitent voice. I let it slip that I knew about Brooke, and it all fell apart from there. It took effort to hold her composure under Gertrude's intense scrutiny. Time seemed to stand still as she waited to see what Gertrude would decide. What would happen if Gertrude deemed her a lost cause? Would she be thrust down to hell? She shuddered at the thought. I suppose this is your first go-around, Gertrude said, almost to herself. I'm going to give you another chance. Seeing Gracie's hopeful expression, she wagged a finger. But you'd better get it right this time, and no matter what happens, do not tell her your identity. Got it. She was a believer. Wild horses couldn't drag it out of her at this point. Well, what are you waiting for? Go for it. She gawked. Now? Yes. She shook her head in exasperation. You need to talk her into staying. Despondency settled over Gracie, and she had the feeling that Gertrude was asking her to do the impossible, like turning water into wine. Heck, she would prefer that rather than to go in there again. A quirky smile twisted over Gertrude's lips as she gave her a sly look. Oh, ye of little faith! Her jaw dropped, and then she straightened her shoulders. Using my words against me now, huh? I see how it is. Gertrude caught her arm. You are an actress, or at least you were. This should be a walk in the park for you. Unfortunately, Gracie had never been a good actress. In fact, she'd never been good at anything. That was the problem. She shook her head and looked away, but Gertrude wasn't finished. Despite what you think, you can do this. Look at me, she ordered. Reluctantly, Gracie looked at Gertrude. Her wise eyes held the strength of 1,000 armies, making Gracie think for a blip of a second that she really could do it. With someone like Gertrude in her corner, how could she go wrong? An inexplicable feeling of warmth settled over Gracie, giving her a burst of courage. She steeled herself and knocked boldly on the door. Who is it? Alex grumbled. It's Gracie. She took a deep breath in an attempt to appear poised when Alex opened the door. I'm sorry, it's not a good time. She licked her dry lips. I need to speak to you. She hesitated. I'll only be a minute. Fine, I'm coming. Alex threw open the door. Yes? Gracie cringed inwardly at the irritation in Alex's voice. She forced a smile. May I come in? As before, she could tell that Alex was trying to decide whether or not she was going to let her in. Sure. Deja vu swept over Gracie as she sat down in the wingback chair near the bed. She motioned. I see you're packing. Are you going somewhere? Yeah, Alex pasted on an apologetic smile. This isn't working out, I'm afraid. She hugged her arms and remained standing. I'm sorry about what happened. She hesitated, chewing on her lower lip. This is where she had made the slip that led to disaster. I didn't realize that you and Mr. Allen even knew each other. We used to work together. Really? She shook her head. It's a small world. Yeah. The two of you seem to be getting along so well before that other woman showed up. Alex's face went a shade darker. Brooke. She spat out the name like it was poison. Oh, who is she? Gracie kept her tone casual. His fiancée. Gracie feigned surprise. No, that can't be his fiancée. Yes, I'm afraid she is. But when the two of you were dancing, he was so mesmerized by you. How could he be engaged to someone else? Because he's a snake. That's why. Fury twisted over Alex's features. I know we only just met, and I don't know Mr. Allen either, but looking at the two of you, her voice trailed off. What? Gracie shook her head. I really shouldn't get involved. After all, I just work here. My opinion doesn't matter. She couldn't believe the dangle the bait skit was working so fabulously. Alex frowned. I want to hear what you have to say. Oh, I really shouldn't. Alex sat down on the bed. Tell me, she said firmly. When Gracie remained quiet, she leaned forward, eyeing her. Okay, if you insist. She paused again in order to whet Alex's appetite, but when she saw the impatient look on her face, she'd figured that she'd better not get too carried away. When the two of you were eating and dancing, you just looked so perfect together. It's obvious that Mr. Allen is crazy about you. Alex wrinkled her nose. Really? Gracie nodded and adopted a conspiratorial tone. My boss will probably have my head for saying this, but there's something about that other woman that I don't like. Well, that makes two of us. Gracie motioned at the packed suitcase. I hate that you have to leave. It would be a shame to leave Mr. Allen in the clutches of that despicable woman when it's obvious that he's crazy about you. Her eyes sparked. Dawson chose to get engaged to her. He deserves what he's getting. Gracie stood. Yes, I suppose you're right. She shrugged and feigned indifference. You're a better woman than I. Alex cocked her head. How so? Gracie suppressed a yawn. Oh, sorry, I've been working late hours. My boss is a slave driver. She couldn't resist getting in that little jab because she knew Gertrude would be listening, hanging on her every word. Like I said, I'm overstepping my bounds. Alex stood and crossed her arms over her chest. No, I'd like to hear what you have to say. Well, if I were in your shoes, I would stay and fight for the man I love. She paused for effect, especially if I knew he loved me too. She fluffed her hair, but that's just me. She sauntered to the door and then glanced back over her shoulder. Anyway, I just stopped by to let you know that I had a snowmobiling excursion planned for you tomorrow. It's part of your package, but I guess I'll need to cancel it since you're leaving early. There was a long pause. It was all Gracie could do to stand there with a placid expression while she waited for Alex to make up her mind. No, don't cancel it. Alex looked thoughtful. I think I'll stay a little longer. Gracie couldn't hold back the smile that spread over her lips. As you wish. I'll see you tomorrow.
It wasn't until Dawson heard Brooke's even breathing that he relaxed into the sofa. Thank goodness she was finally asleep. After the incident with Alex in the dining room, he and Brooke had gone to his room. Gertrude had offered Brooke her own room, but she flatly refused, her excuse being that she didn't like to be alone in a strange place. However, Dawson figured she wanted to stay in his room so she could keep a close watch over him. He let her have the bed and took the couch. While he was a risk-taker when it came to business and always pushing past the limits of the status quo, in his personal life he was more conservative. His parents were devoutly religious and had taught him the value of having good morals. It was something that had stuck, becoming an intrinsic part of his persona. As a consequence, he'd been adamant about not having an intimate relationship with anyone before marriage. Brooke thought he was old-fashioned and behind the times. For months, she'd been trying to finagle her way into his bed, but he kept politely sidestepping her attempts, which is why he insisted on sleeping on the sofa. Tonight in particular, he was grateful to have some space from her. She had been super clingy and kept peppering him with questions about Alex. Are you sure it's over? You were so hung up on her when you first got to Texas. Then she would switch to talk of the wedding and how elaborate it was going to be. We'll have the perfect wedding, and everyone will be so jealous because I'm marrying such a great catch. I always knew that I would marry someone tall, athletic, and handsome. I love you so much. Her lips formed a provocative pout as she planted a kiss on his mouth. How much do you love me? She said in a throaty voice. Tell me, I need to hear it. He had lost count of the amount of times he had told her that he loved her. Despite her good looks and social standing, Brooke was deeply insecure and insanely jealous. She nearly came out of her skin if he so much as looked at another woman. It was kind of sad, but it was who she was, and there didn't seem to be any changing it. He was starting to get concerned about the whole situation. He really cared about Brooke, and most of the time could almost convince himself that he loved her. After tonight, however, he wasn't so sure. His thoughts went back to Alex. Images of her kept teasing his senses, reminding him of all that he had lost. The way her hair flowed like water down her back, and those arresting violet eyes that grew lighter and darker depending on her mood. He could almost smell the fresh scent of lemongrass from the body spray that she wore, body spray manufactured at Beautiful You. It was crazy to think that one evening with Alex had thrown everything into a tailspin. He had tried so hard to forget her, and now they were right back where it all began. He'd gotten so caught up in her warmth and how genuine she was, and it was refreshing to have an intelligent conversation about business. That was one of the things he'd appreciated about Alex, the fact that they were close friends before they became romantic. Alex had been like a best friend and partner all rolled into one. He missed that. Guilt stabbed at him. Life was so unfair. Brooke was absolutely crazy about him, and he would give anything if he could feel the same way about her. He would give anything if he could love Brooke the way he had once loved Alex. He shrugged off the thought. He and Alex were history, and if Brooke hadn't come in when she did, he'd have made the mistake of kissing Alex, and then where would he be? He should be thanking Brooke for saving him. She'd kept him from making a complete fool of himself. He'd given everything to Alex and had asked for only one thing in return, her trust. But she couldn't trust him enough to let him buy into the company, and he could never forgive her for that. Besides, she hated him now. She wanted nothing to do with him. The sooner he got that through his thick skull, the better. He had loved Alex so fiercely it had nearly torn him apart when they broke up. He couldn't do it again. It was a good thing that Brooke loved him more than he loved her. Maybe that would keep him from ever experiencing that much hurt again. He closed his eyes in an attempt to get some sleep. Not surprisingly, Alex's face flashed before his mind. This time, however, he didn't try to push it away. After all, what would it hurt to dream of her? Tomorrow would come around all too soon, and in the light of day, he would be able to summon the good sense to forget her and move on, this time for good. Penny, hurry up. Let's go. We need to eat breakfast so we can have lots of energy to go tubing. The little girl sighed. Coming, Mommy. Good morning, Gracie said brightly as they approached the long rectangle table containing an assortment of pastries, muffins, and fruit. How did you sleep? Very well, the woman said. I'm glad to hear it. Gracie looked down at the little girl. And what about you? Are you having a good time? She lifted and lowered her shoulders dramatically. I guess. Well, you don't sound very convincing. Be nice, Penny, her mother warned, and then offered Gracie a brief smile. I'm sorry. She's just disappointed because her best friend Marcy was supposed to come on this trip with us, but she came down with the chicken pox, so she had to stay home. Oh, that's terrible. I'm so sorry. That's all it took to get Penny's lower lip to trembling as tears pooled in her eyes. Oh, no, that was the wrong thing to say. Gracie thought fast. Who's that you've got with you? She pointed to the doll Penny was holding. Emily? Emily's very lucky to have a good friend like you. A nod. I'll bet she's looking forward to going tubing today. Is she going to ride with you? Yes, Mommy and Daddy said we can ride all by ourselves. That's right, her mother said. That sounds like so much fun. Gracie beamed, hoping some of the enthusiasm would transfer to Penny. Thankfully, it did. Penny began nodding vigorously. And after we go tubing, we get to eat ice cream. Yum! I love ice cream. Penny's mother flashed an appreciative smile, which Gracie acknowledged with a wink. They loaded up their plates and then went and sat down. Gracie turned her attention to the Foxworths, the elderly couple now entering the dining room. She made small talk, being sure to say the appropriate comments in the expected slots, but her mind was elsewhere. She had persuaded Alex to stay, but there was still the problem of Brooke and how to keep her from wrecking everything. Speak of the devil! At that moment, she strode into the room with Dawson at her side. She was clutching his arm like she was afraid he was going to sprint away at the first opportunity. As they approached, Gracie made eye contact with Dawson. The poor man looked miserable. Good morning, she said in her friendliest voice. Brooke just looked at her. Gracie scowled inwardly. Good morning, Dawson replied with a stiff smile that stopped before it reached his eyes. How did you sleep? Well, it certainly wasn't the Hilton, if that's what you're asking, Brooke sniffed. The corners of Dawson's lips turned down as he gave Brooke a disapproving look. What? Her face turned red. I was just being honest. He ignored her and looked at Gracie. We slept fine. Thanks for asking. A sullen expression formed on Brooke's pretty face as she reached for a plate. Then she snubbed her nose. Do you have anything that doesn't have carbs? Before Gracie could respond, Dawson caught hold of her elbow. Just make yourself a plate and sit down, he ordered. For an instant, it looked like Brooke might argue, but then she placed a blueberry muffin and a single orange slice onto her plate. She scowled at Gracie and then sashayed across the room to a chair where she began picking at her food. Dawson remained standing at the table. Do you know what time Gertrude is coming in? I was hoping to meet with her sometime this morning to go over the marketing plan. Unfortunately, Gertrude got detrained, something about a family matter. His face fell. She'll be in later on this afternoon, though. She told me to offer her sincerest apology for the delay. Frustration touched his features as he nodded. In the meantime, I took the liberty of scheduling a snowmobiling excursion for you and your fiancé, he inserted. Yes, your fiancé. She nearly choked on the word as it left her mouth. He glanced meaningfully in Brooke's direction. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's the best idea. She looked over at Brooke, who was wearing a short skirt and 6-inch heels. It was doubtful that the woman had ever done a single outdoor activity. We have snow gear. He chuckled and lowered his voice. Trust me, it would take more than snow gear to get her on a snowmobile. Gracie giggled conspiratorially. I suppose you're right. Don't worry about trying to entertain us. We'll just hang out here. Will you please let me know the minute Gertrude arrives? Of course. Disappointment settled over Gracie as she watched him walk across the room and sit down beside Brooke. This was an absolute disaster. There had to be a way to fix this. Penny caught her attention. She was bouncing up and down in her chair while holding a banana and taking sporadic bites. She smiled and waved. Gracie waved back, feeling a burst of warmth. Penny was a cutie with her freckles and red hair that was pulled into pigtails. At least she had made one friend. She thought about the conversation she'd had earlier with Penny and her mom. Too bad she couldn't give Brooke the chicken pox. That would get her out of the picture. She began chewing on her lower lip. If only she had Gertrude's powers. She could simply wave her hand and then presto, the problem would be solved. And that moment she wished Gertrude were here. Gertrude had left her alone today, saying that she had other charges to look after. It never occurred to Gracie that Gertrude would have other angels, or almost angels, to look after. The comment had unnerved her more than she cared to admit. Even though Gertrude was a stick in the mud, she was the only person Gracie had to hold on to, and she didn't like the idea of sharing her with anyone else. She was the one who needed help, and she needed it now. She waved a hand, mimicking Gertrude, and concentrated as hard as she could. I wish Brooke had the chicken pox. She kept repeating the phrase over and over again in her mind, but nothing happened. In fact, Brooke looked fit as a fiddle, laughing and placing a hand over Dawson's. She scowled. So much for angel powers. Alex came into the room, her shoulders erect, her head held high. She strode purposely to the food table, not giving Dawson or Brooke a second glance. She radiated confidence, a successful business owner who had the world at her fingertips. Gracie felt a rush of admiration for this feisty woman. She was a fighter. You go, girl. Brooke couldn't hold a candle to her. Surely Dawson must see that. Gracie gave her a nod of encouragement. Hello. Hey. She reached for a plate. This looks delicious. A stark contrast to Brooke's reaction. Thank you. Are you ready for a fun-filled day of snowmobiling? Yes, I think I am, she said, as if she'd just now made up her mind. Good. Meet me in the lobby at 10. I'll take care of everything from there. I have the snow gear and everything you'll need. Is anyone else going? Gracie had to navigate this delicately. Yes, there'll be other people too. We have a few people signed up, but you never know for sure who's going to show. Her voice trailed off. Angels weren't supposed to lie. She hoped lightning wouldn't strike her down. Irritation flared in Alex's eyes as she leaned in and whispered, There'd better be other people because I don't intend to spend the day with the lovebirds over there. Oh, don't worry. There'll be other people. Gracie had to find a way to fix this. If only she could give Brooke the chicken pox. Please let her have the chicken pox. Kudos to Alex, who purposely walked by Dawson and Brooke's table. Good morning, she said in a smooth, polished tone. Brooke nearly choked on her orange. Dawson, on the other hand, looked surprised but pleased. Good morning, he said, looking Alex in the eye. She moved past them and chose a seat in the corner. Gracie was chewing on her lower lip, trying to figure out how to get Brooke out of the picture when she heard the commotion and realized that something was wrong. What's happening to your face? She heard Dawson say. What do you mean? Well, you've got these red bumps all over. Brooke touched her cheek, her eyes filled with alarm as she reached for her purse and pulled out her compact. She took one look in the mirror and let out a blood-curdling scream. Gracie rushed over to them. What's wrong? My face! Tears erupted as she began to wail. What's happening to me? My face! Calm down, Dawson urged, touching her arm. How can I calm down when I have these balls on my face? Let me see your arm. What? Your arm. Dawson pulled it out straight and pushed up her sleeve. Not just on your face. Brooke jumped up enraged. She homed in on Gracie. This is all your fault. My fault? Yes, I should have never eaten that muffin. I'm having an allergic reaction. Dawson rubbed his neck. I don't know. This doesn't look like any allergic reaction I've ever seen. She looks just like Marcy did. It's the chicken pox, Penny exclaimed, tugging on her mother's arm. That's absurd, Brooke yelled. You don't know what you're talking about, little girl. Penny's eyes went wide and she started to cry. Her mother put a protective arm around her. I beg your pardon. That was uncalled for. Dawson was quick to react. You're absolutely right. I'm so sorry. He turned to Brooke. Calm down. You're overreacting. I'm not overreacting. She balled her hands into fists and let out a half growl, half scream that reminded Gracie of a squealing pig caught in a fence. Then she ran out of the room, flailing her arms as she went. Gracie was dumbfounded, and then a feeling of exultation swelled over her. She had done it. Had Gertrude lent her some of her powers because she couldn't be here with her? She was eager to try out the wave thing to see what would happen. The distraught look on Dawson's face forced her to concentrate on the task at hand. "Don't worry," she assured him. "I think Penny's right. It's the chicken pox." "I don't know. Maybe I should take her to the doctor." Her first impulse was to blurt no, but she had learned the hard way that she had to keep pretending to be a disinterested bystander. "You could," she paused, "although I don't think there are many doctor's offices open on Saturday." "Well, you could always take her to urgent care," Alex piped in. Really? Why couldn't Alex keep her big mouth shut? The last thing Gracie wanted was for Dawson to be away in an urgent care facility for the bulk of the day. "Yeah, that's a good idea," Dawson said. "I'll do that." Penny's father stepped up. "I'm a family practitioner. Would you like for me to take a look at her?" Gracie could have hugged his neck. "Well, I hate to trouble you," Dawson said. "Oh, it's no trouble, I assure you." He extended his hand. "The name's Chris Henderson." Dawson clasped his hand in a hearty shake. "I'm Dawson Allen." "Thank you so much. I really appreciate it." He paused and looked toward Penny and her mother, especially after what happened. "Oh, don't think twice about it. People often get scared and overreact when faced with a medical crisis. She'll calm down and get back to normal once she realizes she's okay." "Yeah, one would think," Dawson said, shaking his head. After an examination, it was determined that Brooke did indeed have the chicken pox. The most peculiar aspect of the whole thing was how quickly the illness came on. Brooke kept insisting that she didn't have a single sore on her when she awoke that morning. Chris told her to take ibuprofen for the fever and Benadryl for the itching. "Otherwise, you might have scarring," he explained. Brooke was horrified and assured him that she wouldn't scratch no matter how intolerable the itching became. After the doctor left, she cried until she had no tears left, and then drifted off into a heavily medicated sleep thanks to the Benadryl. Dawson looked longingly at the snowmobiles parked out front. "I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't leave Brooke by herself. What if she needs something?" "Then she can ring the front desk. I'll be sure and look after her for you. She'll be in good hands." Gracie was determined to get Dawson on a dang snowmobile. Regardless of how many concerns he threw at her, she would provide a solution. "I do love snowmobiling," he admitted, "and it would be fun to get away for a while." What he meant was that it would be good to get away from Brooke, but there was no way he could say that out loud. Gracie clasped her hands together. "Good, it's all settled. Go and have fun. I'll hold down the fort here. No worries." "But I don't want to be out snowmobiling when Gertrude arrives." "Oh, I forgot to tell you. She called and said she won't be here until this evening. She suggested that you go snowmobiling." "Really? That seems odd." "Snowmobiling is a regular excursion that we offer our guests. Gertrude thought it would be helpful for you to experience the activity firsthand so you'll know how to market it." He looked thoughtful. "Yeah, I guess it would help to get a first-hand look." She smiled encouragingly. "Absolutely." Dawson did a double take when Alex stepped up to the reception desk. "Hey," he said a little breathlessly. "Hey." She gave him a cool nod before turning to Gracie. "Hello," she said, flashing a warm smile. "Am I in the right place?" "You sure are." Gracie smiled inwardly. Alex was no dummy. She knew exactly how to play this, showering others with attention while ignoring Dawson. By this evening, she was sure to have him eating out of the palm of her hand. She glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 10 o'clock on the dot. "Very punctual. Impressive." "Thanks. I'm looking forward to it." Interest lit Dawson's eyes. "Are you going snowmobiling too?" "Yes." Her face tightened. "You're going?" "Yeah, Gertrude felt it would be good for me to experience it, so I can add that element into the marketing." She nodded. "How's Brooke?" She seemed rather upset. It was all Gracie could do not to belt out a laugh. Upset? That was the understatement of the century. Judging by her extreme reaction, one would have thought she had Ebola rather than the chicken pox. "She's doing fine," Dawson said. "The doctor gave her some Benadryl, which is helping her to rest." There was an awkward silence. Alex looked at Gracie. "I'll just wait in the lounge until the other people arrive." "Oh, there's no need. Everyone is here." "What?" Alex's jaw dropped. "Yes, we had a few more people signed up, but they canceled last minute, so the two of you are it." Dawson looked pleased, but Alex was ticked. "I don't think this is a good idea," she said stiffly. "What's wrong, Alex? Afraid to be alone with me?" Dawson drawled, but there was a serious look in his eyes. "It's not me you have to worry about," she snipped, "but your psycho fiancé. Heaven forbid if she finds out that the two of us went snowmobiling. A shadow crossed his features. You let me worry about that. Alex blew out a breath. I'm sorry, Gracie, but I don't think this is going to work. A hot blanket of frustration covered Gracie. But I already have you scheduled. Besides, you'll each have your own snowmobile. Couldn't Alex see that she'd put this whole thing together for her and Dawson? Why was she being so stubborn? It's okay. I don't have to go. There was a note of regret in Dawson's voice as his eyes met Alex's. I wouldn't want to be the cause of knocking you out of a day of snowmobiling. Alex thrust out her chin. Don't be ridiculous. You need to go for the marketing. I'll stay here. Dawson shook his head morosely. No, I can't allow you to do that for me. A quirky grin formed on his lips. Besides, I'd hate to think that you might end up breaking your vow. Her eyes narrowed. What vow? The one where you vowed to never kiss me again, even if I were the last man on earth. She rocked back, indignation flashing in her eyes. You are such a moron, she muttered. He seemed to get great pleasure out of her reaction as he leaned in. Come on, Lex. Just go. I'll be a perfect gentleman. There was a hint of teasing in his eyes. If that's what you want. Her face went flush. Of course that's what I want. She looked at Gracie, who gave her a nod of encouragement. Finally, she shook her head in defeat. Fine, I'll go. They got suited up in the snow gear, and Gracie gave them a map along with instructions about the trail. Head south through the fields, she pointed, over there. Be sure and stay on the marked trail, and you'll be fine. The trail's approximately 20 miles long, but there are a few offshoots you can take as well. She handed them a first aid kit and a bag containing food and water. She led Dawson over to a touring snowmobile that was designed for 2 riders. You can take this one because it's a little bulkier. Alex can take the one for the single rider. Dawson got on and started his engine without any problem. Alex, however, couldn't get hers to start. Gracie fiddled with it for a few minutes, knowing that it wouldn't start because that's precisely how she'd planned it. Then Dawson tried to get it to start, but to no avail. After a bit of discussion back and forth between the two of them, they came to the conclusion that Gracie knew they eventually would. Dawson couldn't very well take the snowmobile and go by himself because it wouldn't have been gentlemanly to leave Alex behind. Furthermore, he couldn't let her go by herself because that wouldn't be safe. And Gracie kept hammering in the fact that Gertrude really wanted Dawson to go snowmobiling so that he could get a first-hand feel of the excursion for marketing purposes. In the end, they decided to both go on the touring snowmobile. Gracie breathed a sigh of relief as she watched them ride away, with Alex leaning into Dawson's back and holding tight to his waist. If today's adventure didn't bring them together, then she didn't know what else would. Today was make or break, and she sincerely hoped for all of their sakes that they would come to their senses and realize that they were the perfect match. Heaven help them if they didn't, because she was running out of ideas. Now that she had Dawson and Alex under control, it was time for Gracie to try out the angel power thing. She'd given Brooke the chicken pox. What else could she do? She went into the bathroom and looked down at her jeans and black boots. Brown suede boots would be nice. She waved her hand, but nothing happened. Maybe she wasn't concentrating hard enough. She exerted all of her strength and waved her hand again. This time, her boots changed to suede, but not the stylish sort. They were clunky snow boots that looked more fitting for an Eskimo. She'd have to try again. This time, she pictured the exact style boots she wanted and waved her hand. She let out a whoop when the boots changed to the mirror image she had in her head. Excitement swept over her. This was fantastic. I would like to change my pants to suede. Done. She giggled with delight and then waved her hand to change her sweater to a chocolate brown shade that matched the pants and boots. She might have stayed in the bathroom longer, trying out various outfits, had she not heard shouting. What in the heck was going on? Hurriedly, she left the bathroom and jogged to the foyer area. Brooke was standing at the top of the stairs. Her face was swollen and dotted with red blisters, some filled with pus. She had such a pitiful expression on her face that Gracie felt a pang of guilt. Maybe giving her the chicken pox was a bit much. She could only imagine how Gertrude was going to react when she found out. She plastered on a helpful smile. Is there anything that you need? Water, Brooke croaked. Coming right up. Where's my fiancé? He was in the room with me when I fell asleep, and now he's nowhere to be found. Gracie stopped in her tracks. She couldn't very well tell her that he'd gone snowmobiling with Alex. That would drive Brooke over the edge. Gertrude, the owner, wanted him to go snowmobiling so that he would know how to market it. Her face twisted with shock and then rage. What? He left me here like this alone? I assured him that I would look after you. Her face shriveled into a scowl. I don't need your help. I need Dawson. Really? Gracie planted her hands on her hips. Well, it certainly seemed like you needed my help when you asked for a drink of water. Brooke flinched like she'd been slapped as tears pooled in her eyes. She grasped hold of the banister for support. Why are you being so mean to me? Can't you see that I'm sick? The words came out sounding wounded and pitiful. The woman really was intolerable. It was obvious that she believed all she had to do in order to get her way was to burst into a puddle of tears. Well, it wouldn't work this time, not with Gracie. There was so much she would have said had she not heard the front door open. Go back to your room and I'll get you the dang water, she barked. You'd better, or I'll have a word with the owner. Gracie's pulse shot through the roof. Brooke didn't know whom she was dealing with. All it would take was one wave of the hand and she could put a muzzle on Brooke's smart mouth. Brooke let out a loud hurrah and then stomped off. Gracie stood there fighting for control of her temper. Hello, I'm wondering if you could help me. She pasted on a polite smile and turned. The oxygen in the room seemed to get sucked out as she went bug-eyed, for there standing before her was the best-looking guy she'd ever laid eyes on. It vaguely registered in some distant part of her brain that he'd asked her a question and was waiting for an answer, but she couldn't seem to form an intelligent thought, much less the ability that it took to articulate a response. She just stood there with a stupid grin, blaring like a beacon on her face. Amusement lit his perfect features. I would like to get a room. A room? She said dully. He chuckled. This is an inn, right? Heat boiled up her neck and filled her face. Oh, yes, a room. He took a step closer and leaned into her personal space. You have exquisite eyes. I can't decide if they're blue or green. His voice was deeply masculine, the kind of voice that belonged with the perfect specimen standing before her. Before she could respond, he reached for her hand and lifted it to his lips. The tingle of his warm lips on her hand evoked a river of passion that cascaded over her, making her go weak in the knees. He was a little over 6 feet tall, with aristocratic features that might have been carved from stone. There was something hypnotic about his ice-blue eyes that drew her in to the point where she would be tempted to give him anything he asked. He was the man of her dreams, and much, much more. In that moment, she knew that something significant was happening. She was witnessing such complete perfection that every other male on the planet would pale in comparison from this point forward. I'm Sheldon. It's a pleasure to meet you. And you are? She blinked and then realized he had asked her name. Gracie, she blurted out. He flashed a dazzling smile, revealing even white teeth. I like it. It fits you. He had a lilt in his voice that made every word he spoke sound so smooth that it could have passed for a ballad. Thank you. So, Gracie, how about that room? Okay, yes. Geez, she was bumbling all over herself. She caught the slightest trace of amusement in his sapphire eyes, like he knew the effect he was having on her. He touched a strand of her hair. Thanks, love. A thrill shot through her, and it was all she could do to maintain her composure. She motioned, Let's step over here to the reception desk. There wasn't anything she particularly needed at the desk, but it seemed to be the logical place to go. If she'd been a real innkeeper, she would have had pertinent information stored in the computer, but since this was all a facade, there was nothing she needed to look up. She stepped behind the desk and began randomly typing on the keyboard while doing the math in her head. The inn had 8 rooms, 3 of which were occupied. Of course, she'd been preparing the rooms on an as-needed basis, but she could easily get another room ready now that she had the ability to do the wave thing. How long will you be staying? His eyes met hers in a soft caress. As long as it takes, he murmured. Another heat wave rushed over her. Excuse me? He chuckled at her discomfort. Let's start with 2 days and go from there. She nodded and stole a glance at his ring finger, which was bare, a good sign. How many are staying in the room? Her voice remained casual, but she waited on bated breath for the answer. 2. 2? Bitter disappointment pummeled over her, and she couldn't keep it from showing on her face. Of course he would be married. She'd never had any luck with men when she was alive. Why should it be any different now? He laughed. Yes, my sister will be joining me later on this evening. Her spirits rose. Your sister? Yes. She could have soared. She didn't stop the smile from spreading across her face. Okay, we do have a room available. She stopped. She would need a few minutes to get it ready. That is, if the wave thing worked as it should. Your room will be ready in 30 minutes. In the meantime, make yourself comfortable. She motioned her hand encompassing the lounge. We have water, hot chocolate, and apple cider. Very impressive, he uttered, looking into her eyes. Gracie, you are an angel. Well, almost, she replied dreamily and then caught herself. What was she doing? He didn't mean that she was really an angel. It was a figure of speech. She straightened her shoulders. Thank you. He winked. My pleasure. She watched him stroll over to the drink dispensers. There was a fluid quality about him that was the ultimate picture of grace. She had not thought to ask him where he was from, but he was cultured and well-bred, timeless. He reminded her a little of Hollywood legend Cary Grant, but he had a bad boy edge to him that was very attractive. He glanced over his shoulder and caught her watching him. Quickly, she looked away. How embarrassing. Okay, she couldn't stand here gawking at him all day. She had to focus. The first thing she needed to do was to get his room ready. Then there was Brooke to consider. If she didn't hurry and get her some water, she'd come out ranting and raving. Sheldon might take one look at the devil woman's chicken pot ravaged face and decide to stay elsewhere. She glanced at Sheldon, who was sitting on the sofa leafing through a magazine. When he made eye contact, she had the unreasonable urge to forget everything she was working on and rush to his side. All she could think about was running her fingers through that jet black hair and finding out how his lips would taste against hers. He was calling to her in some primal way she didn't understand, but the pull was every bit as real as the moon controlling the tides. The distance between them seemed to shrink, and he kept drawing her in. Somehow she managed to break eye contact. Panic fluttered in her stomach. He kept willing her to look at him, but she wouldn't. She had to get away and put some distance between them. What was happening? Was she completely losing it? Before she could make a complete fool of herself, she hurried off to take care of her responsibilities. As she left the room, she cast a furtive glance at him. He was reading the magazine as if nothing had happened. Strange. Very strange. Your room is ready, Gracie said, trying to sound professional. It had taken a few tries, but she'd finally managed to get the wave thing to work. Sheldon stood and placed the magazine on the coffee table. As he neared her, Gracie braced herself, half anticipating, half dreading the weird attraction thing. Gracie had gone through the motions of collecting credit card information for all of the residents at the inn, even though she had no intention of actually charging them. She cleared her throat. Sheldon? How stupid of her. She'd not even thought to ask his last name. I neglected to get your personal information earlier. Can I get your credit card for the file? A slow grin stole across his lips. You don't need that. I don't? For a split second, she wondered if he somehow knew that she was an angel. The thought fled when he leaned in, and she caught a whiff of his intoxicating scent that was a subtle blend of a musky cologne and peppermint. She blinked and then backed away. Yes, I need your credit card for payment, she said firmly as annoyance rumbled in her chest. Was he trying to get out of paying? He was studying her. She pulled at her sweater. What? You are a very beautiful woman. Warmth spread over her. Thank you, she gulped. He was good, really good. She caught a trace of quiet laughter in his eyes that lit a spark in her. She couldn't let him get the upper hand. She had to retain at least a shred of dignity. After all, she couldn't fall apart at his feet simply because he was handsome. She needed to at least pretend to play a little hard to get. I'll still need your card. This earned her a look of admiration. I'm paying with cash. Cash will work. How much do you need up front? The whole thing was silly, really. Money was irrelevant to her, but she'd started this, so she had to see it through. She thought fast, trying to come up with a suitable number. $50. Amusement lit his beautiful face. Only 50? I thought it would be more. 50 to start, and then we'll go from there. He opened his wallet and pulled out the money. You drive a hard bargain. Oh, you have no idea, she teased, giving him a coy look. She would have batted her eyelashes, but feared that might be a little over the top. Now that's something I'd like to investigate further. There was a hint of promise in his voice as he placed the money in her hand, caressing it in the process. Electricity sparked through her, and she wondered if he had felt it too. He paused, looking thoughtful. "This may sound sudden, but I'm going to do a little exploring this afternoon." He gave her a hopeful look. "Would you like to join me? I could use a seasoned tour guide, someone who's familiar with the area." She didn't have a clue about the area, and she almost said as much, but then realized that she supposedly lived here. Of course he would think she knew her way around. The invitation was so tempting, dangling before her like a delectable fudge sundae after she'd been languishing on a diet of bread and water. "Please," he urged, touching her arm. She began chewing on her inner jaw. She had promised Dawson that she would keep a close eye on Brooke, but that could be gotten around. The main obstacle was Gertrude. She would freak out if she knew that Gracie had left her post to go off with some guy, and she was sure that in some paragraph of Gertrude's rule book it was forbidden for an angel to go on a date with a mortal. On the other hand, this guy was amazing. Gracie would never get another chance like this. The words came out automatically before her mind even realized what she was saying. "I wish I could, but I can't break away from here." He touched her hair and began twirling a curl around his finger. "Come on, Gracie, live a little. What's the worst that could happen?" Her mouth went dry as she licked her lips. His crystal blue eyes caught hers and held them. "Okay, I'll go," she croaked. He trailed a finger down the curve of her jaw. "You won't be disappointed." His touch evoked 1,000 tingles that danced down her spine as she just stood there, tongue-tied. "I'll get changed and meet you here in 30 minutes. She nodded. "Gracie?" "Yes." She gave him an adoring look. "Can I get the key?" The key." Her thoughts were still focused on how it had felt when his finger caressed her cheek. Spending the day with him was going to be divine. "To my room." Amusement simmered in his eyes. "Oh, of course," she blushed deeply, coming out of the stupor. It wasn't until he walked away that she started having second thoughts. She had responsibilities, people to look after, and she'd thrown caution to the wind the first time a good-looking man walked in and asked her out. But he wasn't just any man. He was extraordinary, the embodiment of every dream she'd ever had, and he seemed to like her a lot. What harm could it do to spend a few hours with him? She began mentally checking off the list. She'd get Brooke situated first, make sure that she had plenty of food, water, and ibuprofen. Dawson and Alex were out together, and thanks to some planning and prep on her part, they would be out much longer than they anticipated. The other residents, the elderly couple and young family, were out for the day and wouldn't come back until later tonight. She was planning on making pasta for the evening meal and needed to be back by 4 o'clock in order to have dinner ready by 6:30. Gertrude wasn't scheduled to return until later on this evening. With any luck, she wouldn't even realize that Gracie had not been there. It was a sound plan. What could possibly go wrong? Alex fought off the shiver from the blistering wind and leaned closer into Dawson. It was a clear, sunny day, belying the fact that it was cold. Despite the protective gear, her hands and feet were starting to ache. Because Dawson was driving, he had hand and feet warmers, but she was not so lucky. They were on a secluded path, giving the illusion that they'd left civilization behind and had entered a glimmering snow-covered land that was untouched by humans. The landscape was incredibly beautiful with the majestic evergreen trees that framed the rugged mountain range. Even beneath his snowsuit and heavy coat, Alex could feel Dawson's muscles tense as they rounded curves and went up and down hills. He was fanatical about working out, and it showed. He really did look terrific. It felt so normal and familiar to be out here with him, and yet she was still having a hard time processing the strange turn of events that had led them to this point. When they came to a vista, he pulled over to the side of the trail and turned off the engine. She lifted her visor, grateful to be able to get off the snowmobile for a few minutes. He got off first and then helped her. "How you doing?" "Good. My hands and feet are numb." "Really? I'm doing okay." "Well, you have hand and feet warmers." His eyes went wide as realization dawned. "I'm sorry. I didn't even think about that. No wonder you're cold. Here, let me warm your hands for you." Before she could protest, he yanked off his gloves. "Go ahead," he urged. "Take yours off." Not sure what he was going to do, she frowned. "It's okay. I don't bite," he teased. Warily, she removed her gloves. He cradled her hands in his and brought them to his mouth, where he began to blow softly onto her hands. His warm breath felt good. Being so close to him evoked myriad of feelings. It was exhilarating, awkward, and sad all rolled into one. They'd been so good together, and it was hard to believe it was over. She wondered what he was feeling, but his expression was unreadable. A few minutes later, when some of the feeling had returned, he let go of her hands. "I'll let you drive for a while when we start back." He reached in the pack Gracie had given them and handed her a bottle of water and a granola bar. Then he grabbed the same for himself. "Thanks." Her voice trailed off, and she sought for something else to say. He seemed to sense her discomfort. "This is really beautiful." "Yes," she agreed. "I know the situation is a bit awkward, but I'm glad we came." He gave her a lopsided grin that was both endearing and painful. Endearing because he looked so boyish with his sparkling eyes and tousled hair. Painful because it was a brutal reminder of how much she had loved him, and now he was lost to her forever. They ate in silence. When the granola bars were grown, they took a few more sips of water and returned them to the pack. The wind picked up, sending a chill rushing through Alex. She shivered. "You're freezing." There was a note of concern in his voice. "Come here." Before she realized what was happening, he drew her into him and began rubbing his arms in order to get her blood flowing. She should have pulled away, but it felt good to be warm. She rested her head against his chest, and they stayed that way for a few seconds. Then he pulled away enough to look down at her. The haunted look in his eyes mirrored her feelings. Mere words could never mend all that had happened between them. At one time, she'd even believed that Dawson was her soulmate. It was jolting to be staring into the face she'd been dreaming about all of these months. How well she remembered his stubborn jaw and expressive eyes, the way tiny lines formed around his eyes when he smiled, the dimple in his right cheek. Whether she liked it or not, Dawson was etched permanently in her memory, and there was no erasing him. "Alex, I'm sorry about what happened last night. I never meant to hurt you." Without warning, tears sprang to her eyes, and she began blinking rapidly to stay them. The hurt was rising up like a giant wall that threatened to engulf her. She had to keep reminding herself that Dawson was engaged. The only reason he was even out here with her was because he was forced into it. "I can't do this." She extricated herself from his arms and stepped away, turning her back to him. He put a hand on her shoulder. "We have to talk about this." The hurt gave way to anger. "I don't want to talk about it." She crossed her arms tightly over her chest. He caught her arm and turned her around to face him. "Would you please try and be reasonable?" "Reasonable?" She couldn't believe what she was hearing. "You're asking me to be reasonable?" "Yes. Is that too much to ask?" The nerve! All of her feelings came boiling to a head as her hands went to her hips. "You want to talk about reasonable?" Her voice grew louder. "I'm not the one who lied to my fiancé about our kiss. Almost kiss." His face paled. "Yeah, about that. I suppose I got caught up in the moment." The comment was a slap in the face, as if she were some tawdry distraction. "I'm sorry," he continued. "That wasn't fair to you, and it wasn't fair to Brooke." Her eyes narrowed. "Yeah, I would hate to think of you being unfair to Brooke. Tragic." She watched his jaw start working the way it always did before he went on the warpath. "What's that supposed to mean?" "You're so smart. Why don't you figure it out?" His eyebrows furrowed. Where is this coming from? She was sick and tired of this whole ordeal. Dawson was never one to back down from a fight, and she just didn't have it in her to go head-to-head with him today. "You know what? It doesn't matter." His face tightened. "Of course it matters. If you've got something to say, then say it." "Never mind," she muttered, turning away. He swore under his breath. "So that's your answer to everything, to walk away. Go ahead, Alex. You've gotten pretty good at it. You don't need anybody after all. You're a self-made woman who can do it all on her own." He shook his head in disgust. "I don't know why I even bother." It was the spark that lit the fire. She spun around. "How dare you?" He got up in her face. "What?" "You left me, remember?" He scoffed. "You keep telling yourself that if it helps you sleep at night. But we both know that's not the case. You fired me." "Oh, yeah? You're just peeved because I fired you before you could quit. I told you that if you went to work for Brooke's father, then you would end up running right back into her arms. And what did you do? You got engaged to her." "Brooke was there for me when I needed her. She stood by me during a difficult time." Condemnation burned in his eyes. "Which is more than I can say for you." The comment cut to the quick, making her feel as though the ground had suddenly gone shaky. That's not fair. You wanted too much. Too much? I'm the one that grew the business. He pointed to his chest. Me. All I wanted in return was a small piece of what I built. Was that too much to ask? His voice caught. Why could you not trust me? I told you why I couldn't give it to you. My parents risked everything, their entire retirement, so that I could start the business. I couldn't just turn around and give a chunk of it to the first opportunist who came along. She regretted the words the moment they left her mouth. The guilt was intensified when she saw the stricken look on his face. It wasn't true. Dawson was anything but an opportunist, but he had hurt her, and she wanted to hurt him. A part of her bled out and died in that moment as she watched his jaw grow hard. I'm sorry you feel that way, he said harshly. This time he turned his back on her and began walking away. For a second she feared that he might just keep on walking, but he went over to the edge of the lookout point and stood there, staring at the open sky and snowy mountains that looked lonely in the distance. A knot formed in the pit of her stomach. She stood watching until finally she walked over to him. I'm sorry. The words issued out like inconsequential bits of paper that scattered to the wind. He just stood there, still as a statue. The wind picked up with a vengeance, sending chills racing over her body. Dawson seemed oblivious to the cold. After what seemed to be an interminable amount of time, he turned to her. Is that really what you think I am? An opportunist? She winced at the pain in his eyes. If only she could find a rock to crawl under. She was such a louse. No, I shouldn't have said that. I was angry. You did everything you could to help the business. I owe you a great debt for that. He locked eyes with her, but not enough to let me buy a portion of the company. The short of it was that she'd made a mistake, a grave error that had cost her the love of a wonderful man, and now he was engaged to someone else. I acted hastily, said things I didn't mean. He arched an eyebrow, waiting for her to continue. Here's where it got difficult. She needed to voice the truth, but it was so hard to force the words from her mouth. She took a deep breath and let it out slowly. I made a mistake. His eyes widened in mock surprise. What? The mighty Alexandria Swanson admits to making a mistake? What's the world coming to? He was being a jerk, but she understood where he was coming from, so she ignored the sarcasm and forged on. I should have let you buy into the business. Her voice sounded small and hollow in her ears. If I had to do it over again, there are lots of things I would do differently. I'm sorry. This time he looked genuinely surprised. There was a long pause, and then his expression softened. I'm sorry, too. She gave him a sad smile. I guess it's a case of too little too late, huh? He looked thoughtful. Is it? Well, yeah, I mean, look at us. You're engaged, and I've moved on. Such is life. He studied her. Yeah, I guess things have a way of working themselves out. And that was that. There was nothing left to say. All that would never be ran between them like a fathomless canyon that they could never cross. Regret lay heavily on Alex's heart, and she wanted to weep from the futility of it all. Instead, she did the reasonable thing, which was to bottle up her feelings and bury them deep within the recess of her heart, never to be opened again. She straightened her shoulders, her face turning to stone as she hugged her arms tightly. The wind began roaring through the trees. The once blue sky was turning ominously dark and cloudy. It looks like a snowstorm's headed our way. We should head back soon. Dawson's voice sounded as detached as she felt. Yeah, we should be getting back. What do you think? It's absolutely glorious, she said joyously, twirling around. Sheldon had taken Gracie to the ice castles, a popular tourist spot in Midway. Her gaze took in the massive ice structure in which they were standing. It was composed of what looked to be an endless tangle of icicles that were pawing over one another in an attempt to stretch their long, spindly fingers deep into the ground. I wonder how they made it. He cocked his head. You don't know? No, how would I? Maybe because you live here? Yeah, well, I don't have a chance to get out much because of work. How lame was that? He gave her an enigmatic smile, and she would have given anything to know what he was thinking. Sheldon was obviously very intelligent and well-traveled. She'd been her normal bubbly self with him, and now she was starting to wonder if that had made her look like an airhead. Maybe she should act more sophisticated from here on out. They grow approximately 10,000 icicles a day and then place them around the castles to give the ice something to freeze to. There was the slightest hint of condescension in his voice, the teacher tutoring the lowly student. If he had not been so incredibly hunky, she might have found it insulting. Time to turn the tides in her favor. She folded her arms over her chest. Really? That's a disappointment. She paused long enough to make sure he was hanging on her every word and then shook her head sadly. All this time, I thought the castles were formed by a glass blade that was shoved into the heart of the ice. He smirked. What? She put on her best deadpan expression. You know, the way it happened in Superman. Not the new ones. She paused, chewing on her lower lip. Drats. I can't remember who starred in the newer ones. Anyway, I'm talking about the original movies starring Christopher Reeves. My mom used to watch them all of the time. She smiled, remembering. I think she was secretly in love with him. He was really something before his accident. Anyway, when Superman reaches that critical hero loses everything moment, he goes off into the Arctic. She twirled her hand. Or some other place like that, I really can't remember where it was exactly, and plunges this glass blade into the ice, at which point an ice castle rises up and he learns the truth about who he is. She gave him a shrewd look. I was hoping that this was one of those ice castles because I would love to know more about you. His jaw went slack and then he burst out laughing. You're good, he said admiringly. His blue eyes roved over her in a seductive way that turned her bones to a fiery liquid. Really good, he uttered in a low, husky tone. Her breath caught when he pulled her into his arms. She should have pressed him more about his past, but all she could think about was how good it felt to be this close to him. She was electrified by his touch. Why couldn't she have met Sheldon when she was alive? This was the happiest she'd been in a long time. On the drive over, she'd asked him to tell her about himself, but he had neatly sidestepped the question by turning on the radio and singing along to the lyrics of the song that was playing. If he had done anything else, she would have kept prodding him until he told her all she wanted to know, but she could never resist singing. She joined in, and before long they were rocking out to Bon Jovi's Living on a Prayer. They followed that up with A Hard Day's Night by the Beatles, and then Ain't That a Kick in the Head by Dean Martin. By the time they arrived at the ice castle, she was practically soaring. This guy was almost too good to be real, and yet he was. Gracie, my fair-haired angel, how enchanting you are with those fetching eyes and corkscrew curls. She could almost feel the happiness bursting through her chest as she lowered her lashes. I'll bet you say that to all of the girls. From the moment I saw you, I only had eyes for you. She giggled. Only that long? Let's see, we've officially known each other for a little over 2 hours. And counting, he said matter-of-factly. Now that I have you, I don't intend to let you out of my sight. Contentment flowed over her, making her feel like a cat that had been given an endless supply of cream. Before she could get too far into the daydream, her predicament took center stage. She was falling for a mortal, and she was pretty sure that was against the rules. After this assignment was over, she'd probably never see Sheldon again. Hey, why the long face? I was just thinking how wonderful this day is, and I don't want it to end. It doesn't have to. He grasped her hand. Come, let's explore the rest of the ice castles, and then we'll grab a cheeseburger and onion rings from this little diner I spotted on the way here. She stopped. What? How did you know? Know what? Cheeseburgers and onion rings are my absolute favorite. Lucky guess, I suppose. He flashed a smile so stunning that it would have made the sun envious. It seems that Lady Luck is smiling down on what will go down in the annals of history as the perfect day. A cheeseburger, onion rings, and a handsome date who's also very charming? Yes, the perfect date indeed. She paused thinking. Although, I'm starting to think that you're avoiding my questions. He was all innocence. Your questions? About your life, your past. She looked him in the eye, waiting for a response. He gathered her hands in his. You're right. I'll tell you what. Let's go to the diner and I'll answer your questions. She gave him a steely look. You promise? A velvety smile spread over his lips. I promise, love. She went warm and bubbly. Love. She liked the sound of that. Well then, Gracie, my lovely, let's go and explore more ice castles, shall we? I would love that, she beamed, gazing into his eyes. This angel thing was turning out to be much more exciting than her humdrum life ever was. She linked her arm through Sheldon's, and off they went. "Alex, think fast!" Alex turned and got a mouthful of snow. She spit it out, sputtering, "What?" Dawson laughed and threw another snowball that hit her square in the chest. "What are you doing?" she demanded. "Have you lost your mind?" They had just had the conversation where they put closure on their past, and now he was pelting snowballs at her? "Come on," he taunted, throwing another snowball that hit her in the head. "Stop it," she barked, picking snow out of her hair. "I'm not in the mood." She scowled and stomped towards the snowmobile. That's when she felt the first snowflakes. "We need to get back before the snowstorm hits. You said so yourself." He held out his hands and looked towards the sky. "Yep, you're right. That would be the sensible thing to do." A playful smile tugged at the corners of his lips. "But it's snowing." He bent down and began making more snowballs. First, he'd broken her heart and stomped it to pieces, and now he wanted to have a snowball fight? Really? Her eyes narrowed into tiny slits as her hands went to her hips. "This is not funny." He gave her his trademark smile, the one that showcased that adorable dimple. "What's wrong, Lex? Are you chicken?" She drew herself up. "Not hardly," she smirked, lifting her chin in the air. Then she realized that he'd called her Lex. "Okay, then you'd better protect yourself." "You wouldn't." There was a deviant spark in his dark eyes as he stood, his arms loaded with snowballs. "I'll give you to the count of 3. 1. Her eyes bulged. "No." 2. "Dawson!" she shrieked. 3. At that, he began hurling snowballs at her. She ran, shielding her face from the attack. "You asked for it," she yelled, bending down to make snowballs as he kept pounding her back with snow. Adrenaline raced through her veins as she furiously made as many snowballs as she could hold. She stood and began hurling them at Dawson. A second later, a full-blown snowball fight was underway. A little while later, when their energy was spent, they began dusting snow from their clothes. "That's what I was hoping to see." "What?" "A glimpse of the girl I fell in love with," he said quietly. There was a tender look in his eyes that evoked a wave of sadness. Everything she'd ever wanted was standing right in front of her, and yet he was unreachable. She was drowning in a sea of turmoil, and there was no one to save her. Tears gathered in her eyes, and she began blinking rapidly to squelch them. "Why are you doing this?" He stepped up to her. "I guess I just didn't want things between us to end badly. I loved you." "End badly? Loved you?" Her mind finally caught hold of the finality of what he was saying. He was cutting all ties. "I see," she said bitterly. Confusion clouded his handsome face. "See what?" "You're going off to get married, and you want a clean conscience." Her heart cracked, and she wished in that moment that she'd never met Dawson. The hurt from losing him was too much. For a split second, she felt like she was being ripped from her body and watching the scene from a distance. "Okay, I forgive you. Is that what you want to hear?" "I forgive you for everything that happened. Now you can go and marry your rich Barbie doll and live happily ever after. Happy now?" A furrow appeared between his brows, and then fury twisted over his face. "You really are unbelievable." She let out a harsh laugh. "I'm unbelievable? I'm not the one getting married." "I don't know why I even bother." He shook his head, frustration heavy in his voice. "You're a bitter, disillusioned woman." Tears sprang to her eyes. This time she couldn't hold them back. "And you're a coward." "I'm the coward?" "Yes, you left. You practically threw me out of the door and into Brooke's arms. You keep telling yourself that." The snow was getting heavier by the second. Chills ran through Alex. "I don't want to talk about this anymore." "Sounds about right. When things get tough, you run and hide." "Yes, that's what I'm doing, running away." She gave him a frigid look. "Can we just go back, please?" "The Ice Queen has spoken." He did a flourish with his hand and motioned toward the snowmobile. "After you." She stomped towards it, rage blurring her vision. "So, do you want to drive? I know how much you love controlling everything." The bite in his voice cut like razors. "No," she spat, giving him a hateful look. "I don't want to drive." "Fine." "Yes, it is fine," she countered. He got on first, and then she followed. The last thing she wanted to do right now was to touch him, but she had no choice, so she put her arms around him, trying to avoid any unnecessary body contact. He seemed to repel at her very touch. Then he started the engine. It turned over once and then sputtered. Alarm pulsed over Alex. What would they do if he couldn't get it started? A minute later, the engine finally started. She let out a sigh of relief as they took off. The snow was blinding, making the journey back much slower than the trip out. She didn't know how Dawson could see to maneuver the snowmobile. For the first time since they'd gotten back on it, she was glad he was the one driving instead of her. They'd only gotten about a mile down the path when the engine began to sputter. Then it took hold again, lurching forward. Just as they started going again, it stalled. It jerked a few times before completely dying. Dawson tried starting the engine again and again, growing more frustrated with each failed attempt. When it became apparent that the engine was not going to start, he swore under his breath and stared unseeingly ahead. What are we going to do? Alex said. Snow was falling so hard that they could barely see a foot in front of them. They were out in the middle of nowhere with zero cell service, in the middle of a blizzard. Things were not looking good. Gracie took a large bite of her burger, relishing how good the melted cheddar tasted with the juicy meat. She loved that she could eat as much as she wanted and not gain an ounce. Boy, wouldn't that be nice? She grew self-conscious when she realized that Sheldon was watching her, a smile playing on his lips. What? Hurriedly, she wiped her mouth with her napkin in case she had food on it. It's refreshing to see a beautiful girl with a hearty appetite. Most girls merely pick at their food. Heat tinged her cheeks. Great. Now he probably thought she was a big oinker. Yeah, I told you, I love cheeseburger and onion rings. But you don't have to worry about me getting fat, she added quickly. I can eat as much as I want without gaining any weight. He chuckled. Really? This I've got to hear. What's your secret? Oops, she'd gotten too comfortable and her loose tongue was getting her into a jam. She sought for an explanation that would dig her way out of this one. I have a high metabolism. Even as she spoke the words, she winced inwardly at how lame they sounded. Amusement danced in his eyes. Ah, the secret's out. That's good to know. He leaned forward. Tell me, Gracie, what other secrets are you hiding in that curly head of yours? Before, when she was alive, she'd always been an open book, and that was okay because she didn't have anything to hide. But now, one false step could lead to disaster. She had learned that the hard way with Alex when she tried to come clean about being an angel. Sheldon seemed more open-minded than most, but she had no doubt that he would run for the hills if he knew what she was. The trick here was to play it coy, put on the charm to divert his attention. A girl never gives away her secrets, she said, flashing a mysterious smile. She caught his eyes and held them. Besides, you promised to tell me about you. An easy smile spread over his lips as he leaned back in his seat and draped his arm over the back of his booth. Do you like games? Games? She grew wary. There was an open challenge in his riveting blue eyes, and she felt that same strange pull she'd felt earlier at the inn, like he was trying to bend her will to his. What kind of games? Don't look so petrified. It's all above board, I can assure you. Geez, was she that transparent? The thought was discouraging. Obviously, her attempt to appear sophisticated and mysterious was a dismal failure. He studied her, an amused glint in his eyes, and she had the strange feeling that he knew what she was thinking. Or was she only imagining it? I want you to guess where I'm from. When you figure that portion out, then we'll continue. You can ask me any question you want, and I'll simply respond with a yes or no. It sounded harmless enough. She arched an eyebrow. Any question? Any question. She shifted in her seat, trying to get comfortable. Okay, but it's only fair that you give me some clues. He held up a finger. Here's your one and only clue. Apple. She scrunched her nose. Apple, as in the fruit? When he made a zipping motion with his lips, she stuck out her tongue. You're such a stickler for the rules. Okay, apple. She blurted out the first thing that came to her mind. Washington State. They were known for apples, weren't they? She remembered seeing stickers that said Washington on the apples at the grocery store. Nope. Apple. Normally she was pretty good at pinpointing accents, but there wasn't anything distinguishable that she could pick out. For all she knew, he could even be from a foreign country. Then she remembered that she could ask him questions. Do you speak a foreign language? No. Did you grow up in the country? No. She gave him a sly look. Do you think I'm pretty? His eyes widened. Very. A thrill ran over her as she gave him a look of reproof. Remember, only yes or no. You set the rules. He nodded. Okay, so you came from a big city. She began drumming her fingers on the table. Was it on the West Coast? No. East Coast. He was so stunning with his confident smile and black hair that had the perfect amount of wave to it. It was really making it hard to concentrate. Yes. New York City? The only thing she could think of was the Big Apple, but that was too obvious, so it was probably not it. You guessed it. You're from New York City? You sound surprised. Well, you don't have a New York accent. I've been so many other places that I guess it has faded over the years. Her mouth started flapping a mile a minute the way it always did when she got excited. Tell me about your family. I know you have a sister. What's her name? What do you do for a living? He wagged a finger. Remember the rules. One question at a time. Limiting her to a single question was like putting a piece of cake in front of her and telling her she could only eat one bite. She drew in a deep breath, trying to figure out which question she wanted most to ask. And then there was the part about having to phrase it so that he would answer yes or no. Do you have only one sister? Slight hesitation. Yes. She'd caught a trace of something in his eyes, but before she could discern the meaning, it vanished. Do you have any brothers? No. Are your parents still alive? No. A burst of sympathy ran through her. I'm sorry. She thought of her own parents and wondered what they were doing and how they were faring without her. She was unprepared for the wave of hurt that washed over her. She had not realized it until this very moment how much she missed them. Tears welled in her eyes. Sheldon reached for her hand. It's okay. A tender expression touched his features. You really are something. She smiled, not about to admit that the outburst of emotion was more for her rather than him. He looked out the window. Wow, it's really coming down hard out there. She glanced outside. Yeah, she said absently. We'd better get back to the inn before the roads are impassable. It's not supposed to snow today. I checked the forecast. The snow's not supposed to come in until this evening. He chuckled. Well, the weatherman obviously forgot to inform the snow because it's a blizzard outside. That's when it hit her. She sat up in her seat, her eyes popping open. Oh, no! What? Dawson and Alex, they're out on a snowmobile. He looked dubious. Who are Dawson and Alex? My assignments. Your what? His eyebrows turned down. I mean, guests from the inn. They went out snowmobiling today, and I don't want them to get stranded. I'm sure they're fine. Snowmobiles are designed for this sort of weather. Not when they run out of gas. This was bad, really bad. She'd rigged the snowmobile so that it would run out of gas, even though the tank looked full. That way, Dawson and Alex would be forced to spend the entire day together. What she hadn't counted on, though, was a snowstorm. The two people she was responsible for were stranded in the snow, and she'd been out dilly-dallying with Sheldon instead of taking care of her responsibilities. Gertrude was going to blow her cork. Gracie jumped up. We have to go. But you haven't finished your food. There's no time. Hurry. She practically ran out of the diner, leaving Sheldon to try and catch up. The parking lot had been full when they arrived, so they parked across the street. She made it to his SUV and then realized it was locked and he had the keys. She turned to see if he were behind her. The next moment seemed to get suspended in time. Sheldon rushing across the street. The car coming the other direction, the screeching of tires. She must have screamed out his name, but she couldn't remember. Sheldon was hit full on, his body flying over the hood of the car before it landed on the ground. Tears erupted as she rushed toward the accident. A man got out of the car, his eyes glazed with shock. Gracie let out a cry and rushed to Sheldon, where she threw herself down beside him. His body was twisted, his arms resting at awkward angles. He stepped right out in front of me, she heard the man say, his face crumbling. I couldn't stop. What have I done? Sheldon's eyes were open and staring vacantly up into the falling snow. The smile on his face looked macabre when paired with the trickle of blood that was oozing from his mouth. Wake up, she cried, her tears mixing with the snow. Sheldon, wake up! No, she wailed, clutching his arms. This can't be happening, not again. She was an angel. Surely there was something she could do to fix this. Gertrude, she cried, help him, please. Someone touched her shoulder and she heard a lady's voice. Don't move him. We've called 911. An ambulance is on its way. You don't understand, Gracie sobbed. He can't be dead. He just can't be. She heard a loud whoosh followed by a deafening silence. Then she was propelled backwards at rocket speed. She reached out, trying to get her bearings, but she clutched only air. Then she was standing outside of the diner. Her mind grappled for understanding as she looked toward the street. Cars were moving along slowly, but there was no accident. A heady relief covered her as she began to giggle. Gertrude, you did it, she said gleefully. She clasped her hands together. You saved him. No matter what happened from here on out, Gertrude had earned her complete and utmost respect just by performing this one deed. She looked around. Where are you? I know you're here somewhere. She spun around, her eyes darting in all directions. Then she frowned. Gertrude was nowhere to be found. She spotted Sheldon leaning against the building, his arms folded over his chest. He was watching her intently. She ran to his side, throwing her arms around him. You're alive! I was so afraid I'd lost you, she breathed, burying her head in his chest. No chance of that happening. It would take a lot more than a mere car to do me in love. I'm so glad. I don't know what I would have done if you had died. She stopped and pulled away from him, confused. When Gertrude had rewound time, Alex had no idea what had happened, but Sheldon did. How did you know that you got hit? There was an odd expression on his face. Frantically, she tried to piece together what was happening. Gertrude wasn't here, or at least she wasn't making herself known, but someone had turned back the time. She looked Sheldon in the eye. Who are you? Silence. Who are you? She demanded. I want the truth. I'm just like you, Gracie. Her eyes narrowed. What do you mean? The wheels began to turn. Was it possible? Even though she was peeved, hope sprang in her breast. Are you an angel? She said, wonderment coating her voice. He gave her a proud smile. You said it. She shook her head, baffled. So the whole time we've been together, you knew what I was? She felt betrayed, like he'd played her. I should have told you earlier, but we were having so much fun that I didn't want to spoil things. Spoil things for me or for you? Her voice grew louder. He caught her arm. Not here. Let's go back to the SUV and discuss it. Tears stung her eyes. You let me believe you were dead. The terrible image of him lying lifeless on the ground flashed in her mind. How could you? He placed a hand on the small of her back in an attempt to guide her. Let's go, he urged. She jerked away. I'm not going anywhere with you, she hissed. How much do you know about me? I'm not sure what you mean. How much? She leaned into his space, daring him to tell her a lie. I know you're kind and warm and absolutely lovely. His voice grew soft. I love how your eyes light up when you tell a joke and how you chew on your bottom lip whenever you're uncertain. He gave her a pleading look. I promised we would have the perfect day, and we did, didn't we, love? He touched a strand of her hair. Yeah, right up until the time you became roadkill. He burst out laughing. You really are funny, Gracie. She felt the anger subside a notch. And you're a big fat jerk. How could you let me think you were dead? I'm sorry. All day I've been trying to figure out a way to tell you who I really am, and a car accident seemed to be the easiest way to do it. Please forgive me. Please? She thrust out her lower lip. I'll think about it. He winked. That's my girl. Now let's go to the SUV so we can get back to the inn. He gave her a tentative smile. I understand you have 2 assignments, air guests out on a snowmobile that need rescuing. Alarm bells sounded in her head. What do you know about them? Why are you here? Are you working with Gertrude? Then she thought of something else. Maybe Gertrude had sent Sheldon to spy on her because she didn't trust her. I'll explain everything when we get to the SUV. I've heard that one before, she said, rolling her eyes. He chuckled. I promise. This time you're going to tell me the whole truth, and we're not going to play the silly yes or no game. Is that understood? His eyes twinkled with laughter, which only irritated her more. Her lips formed a tight line. "Sheldon, I mean it. No tricks." "You drive a hard bargain." She thrust out her hand. "Deal?" "Deal," he said, clasping her hand. Dawson glanced at Alex out of the corner of his eye. To her credit, she was trudging along beside him and had not uttered a single complaint. They had been walking for a good 2 hours back the way they had come. His feet and hands felt like blocks of ice. There seemed to be no end to the swirling snow. Exhaustion was setting in, and he was starting to wonder how much farther he could go. He could only imagine how Alex must be feeling, but she was a trooper. If Brooke had been here, she would have burst into tears and fallen apart the moment the snowmobile died. He'd probably be carrying her on his back right about now. A gust of wind sliced through him. He suppressed a shiver, wondering how long it would take for hypothermia to set in. Maybe it was a good thing he was so cold, because it meant the blood was still pumping through his body. He uttered a silent prayer for help. By his estimation, they'd only walked about 3 miles, and he figured they were at least 7 or 10 miles from the inn. They would never make it at this rate. He glanced over at Alex, who had a stoic expression on her face. She had no idea how much she had jolted him when she admitted that she had been wrong about not letting him buy into the business. Alex was so headstrong and independent that it was hard for her to admit to being wrong. While he had always admired her sheer grit and determination, it was also the thing that annoyed him the most about her. Alex had a way of getting under his skin, something no other female had ever done. No matter how much Brooke pouted and cried, he was always one step removed from her antics. And even though Brooke wasn't smart enough to realize it, he was the one who called the shots in the relationship. That had been refreshing at first, especially considering he was nursing the crater that Alex had created in his heart. Lately, though, he'd begun to get bored with Brooke. He hated himself for thinking it, but it was the truth. Maybe being out here in the open wilderness and facing what could be his own mortality was helping him to see things more clearly. Alex challenged him and made him want to be a better person. He'd forgotten how rewarding it was to have a real conversation that wasn't centered on the country club, catering, or the perfect wedding dress. He hadn't planned on starting the snowball fight, but he'd felt almost giddy when Alex told him she would do things differently if she could. He smiled, thinking about how mad she'd gotten when he pelted her in the mouth with the first snowball. Never one to back down from a challenge, Alex had to eventually join in. He realized that Alex had stopped walking. "Are you okay?" She nodded. "I have to use the restroom." "Okay, but you don't need to go far. We can't get separated." He hated to ask the next question, but there was no getting around it. Number 1 or 2? She looked as mortified as he felt. Number 1, "I'll go right to the edge. Just turn around." "Sure thing." He turned his back to her. Not that he could see much anyway. Snowflakes were swirling furiously in the wind, reminding him of angry hornets, angry cold hornets. He hugged his arms as a sense of weariness overtook him. Now that they'd stopped walking, he realized just how cold he was. When Alex let out a cry, he spun around and rushed to her side. She was on her knees. "What happened?" "It's my ankle. I stepped in a hole and twisted it." He helped her to her feet. "Can you walk?" She tried to put weight on it and then doubled over in agony. "Here, put your arm around my shoulder." He caught her around the waist and pulled her close to him. She began hobbling. They got a few paces down the path when she stopped. "Are you okay?" "This is not working." He looked at her face, which was pulled tight with pain. "We have no choice. We have to keep going." The anguish in her eyes nearly ripped his heart out. "You should go and get help. I'll wait for you." "That's ridiculous. I'm not leaving you." Tears filled her eyes. "You don't have a choice. I'm moving too slow. We'll never make it." "Alex, look at me," he commanded. She shook her head. "No, don't be stupid, Dawson. I can't do it." "I said, look at me," he said louder. "Alex!" She rocked back. He looked her in the eye. "I'm not leaving you. Do you understand me? Whatever happens, we're in this together." She made a motion to protest. "So button your lip and keep walking." She merely nodded and looked away, but not before he caught the look of gratitude in her eyes. Tenderness washed over him, and he remembered why he had loved her so much. Tears gathered in his eyes. "Let's go, slacker," he barked in order to mask the emotion. Gracie peered through the windshield and at the wipers that were trying in vain to wick away the snow, but for every snowflake they wiped off, 100 more took its place. They were creeping along at 20 miles an hour, and she had the eerie feeling of traveling through space with countless white asteroids hitting all around them. Sheldon had promised to tell her everything, but she was too busy concentrating on the road to ask any questions, and she was worried sick about Dawson and Alex. If anything happened to them, it would be her fault. 30 minutes later, when they pulled into the parking lot of the inn, Gracie turned to him. "I've got to go in and take care of my assignments. You promised to tell me everything. Unfortunately, I don't have time for the long version, so give me the short one instead." He let out a breath. "Where to begin? Spill it, Buster." She eyed him. "Did Gertrude send you here to keep an eye on me?" He rubbed his jaw. "Is that what you think?" She sighed loudly. "I'm not sure what to think." Time was trickling away. She needed to get into the inn and talk to Gertrude. She had to help Dawson and Alex. "Come on," she growled. "I'm running out of time." "I just don't think I can explain it all in a few seconds." She blew out an exasperated breath and reached for the door handle. "Fine, have it your way. I'll ask Gertrude about it myself." "No," he said quickly. "That won't be necessary." She arched an eyebrow. "Really? And why is that?" He was gripping the steering wheel so tightly his knuckles were white. She tilted her head. "What's really going on here?" When he saw that she had noticed his hands, he let go of the steering wheel and let out an easy laugh. "Okay, I'm not supposed to tell you this." He looked furtively around and lowered his voice. "I've been sent here to check up on Gertrude." "What?" She wrinkled her nose. "That's absurd. Gertrude is about as by the book as you can get." "I know. That's why I've been sent here to monitor her." Her brows drew together. "I don't understand." "Gertrude does exceptional work, and it has come to the attention of—" He motioned upward. "Well, you know who I'm talking about. Anyway, she's up for a big promotion." "Promotion?" She looked skeptical. "I didn't think it worked that way." "Well, why wouldn't it?" She thought for a minute. He did have a point. "So why don't you want me to talk to her?" "Because it's a surprise." Something about this whole thing was off. "If you were sent here to monitor Gertrude, then why have you spent the entire day with me?" He gave her a sheepish grin. "What can I say? From the minute I saw you, I was smitten." She went warm all over. "Really?" A beautiful smile broke across his face, dispelling any lingering doubts. He touched the curve of her cheek. "Really?" He leaned in, closing the distance between them. "When can I see you again?" The eager look in his eyes ignited a flame that started in her chest and licked down through her toes. What a day it had been! She had met the man of her dreams, watched him die, and then learned that he was an angel. It all seemed surreal, and she kept having the feeling she would wake up from the dream and find herself back in her apartment in Los Angeles. "Soon," she promised. "I'll see you very soon. As soon as I straighten out this gigantic mess I've created." She opened the door. "I have to go." "Wait, how will we find each other in order to meet up?" He winked. "Don't worry your pretty little head. I'll be around." "Where have you been?" It came as no surprise that Gertrude was waiting for her the minute she stepped through the door. I went into town to buy a few things for tonight's dinner, and I got caught in the snowstorm." "Really? Then where are the items?" Her eyes went wide. "Items?" Gertrude began tapping her foot. "The items that you purchased at the store." She forced a laugh, trying to come up with a reasonable explanation that would keep her from being blackballed, stripped of angel status, and thrust into the fiery depths of Hades. "It's a funny story," she began. I did go to the store, but when I saw the snow, I panicked and left the bags in the shopping buggy." She spread her hands in defeat. "What can I say? I'm a ditz." She tried to smile through the heat of Gertrude's glare. Gertrude looked her up and down. "You'd better not be lying to me." "Oh, no, I would never do that." She was a louse. Here she was lying to Gertrude's face at the very moment when she was denying it. "We'll pick this conversation up later. I want to know what you did to Brooke." Before she could respond, Gertrude continued, her face a deep scarlet. "You gave her the chicken pox?" I bequeath a portion of my power to you for one day, and what do? You give someone the chicken pox. This is unacceptable. The woman is hysterical. She's been here alone, with no one to look after her." Gracie's heart sank when she saw the disappointment in Gertrude's eyes. Gracie could handle her anger more than she could her disappointment. She looked down at the floor, wishing she could crawl under the rug and make herself invisible. "I'm sorry. You were given the responsibility to help Dawson and Alex, but that doesn't mean you had the license to hurt someone else. We are angels. Our mission is to help." Her voice quivered with righteous indignation. "It won't do any long-term damage for Brooke to have the chicken pox," Gracie countered. "The woman is intolerable, a spoiled brat. If you ask me, she needed to be taken down a few notches." She fell silent when she heard Gertrude's quick intake of breath. She watched her go ashen as the snow outside. Oops, she should have kept her big mouth shut. It was one thing to think those thoughts about Brooke, but another thing altogether to say them out loud. If only she could learn to stop blurting out the first thing that came to her mind. "You really have a lot to learn about being an angel," Gertrude said, her voice laced with anger. "Did you stop to think about what would happen if there were complications? Brooke could get shingles. Once you set something like this in motion, you never know what the consequences will be." Gracie folded her arms tightly over her chest. "I said I was sorry. Geez, what do you want? An apology written in blood?" Gertrude's face went so hard it could have sawed through metal. "Don't say another word," she ordered. "You're only making things worse." A flutter of fear went through Gracie, and she wondered what she meant by that. Was there going to be some kind of punishment? "I really am sorry," she said remorsefully. All she got for her effort was a frosty look. "I hope you've learned your lesson." "Oh, I have. I won't ever give anyone the chicken pox again, no matter how much they deserve it," she added mentally. Gertrude had nearly come undone about the chicken pox. Heaven help her when she learned the rest. She braced herself for what she needed to say. We have a little problem." Gertrude's eyebrows vanished into her hairline as she peered over her glasses. "Problem?" "I sent Dawson and Alex out on the snowmobile." Gertrude made a gurgling sound as her eyes went large. "In this?" "Well, it wasn't exactly snowing at the time," she said defensively. "Well, if they're on a snowmobile, they should be okay." Gracie had to force the words from her throat. "I don't think so." "Why not?" "Well, I wanted to make sure that they were forced to spend the day together." "What did you do?" she seethed. Gracie swallowed hard. "Gracie?" I rigged the snowmobile so that it would run out of gas." Gertrude gasped as her hand went to her mouth. "Oh dear, oh dear," she kept repeating over and over. Tears sprang to Gracie's eyes. "I didn't mean to hurt them. I was trying to help." The explanation sounded small and insignificant in her ears. Gertrude started pacing back and forth across the floor. "Do you realize the ramification of what you've done? It's a blizzard out there." She spun around, her eyes shooting darts that cut Gracie to the quick. "They might die out there." Horror overtook Gracie. "Please, you have to do something. Can't you just wave your hand and stop the snow?" "Stop the snow?" Gertrude let out an incredulous laugh. "No, that's impossible. We can't control the weather," she spat, as if the notion were the most ridiculous thing she'd ever heard. "Well, you can do all that other stuff. I just figured changing the weather was a possibility." She rubbed her forehead and continued pacing. "Like I told you before, we have the ability to set things in motion, but we don't have the ability to change the outcome." She gave Gracie a stricken look. "They really could die out there." "There must be something we can do." Gracie felt like sobbing. How had things spiraled so far out of control? "Do you know where they are?" "Yeah," she began, gnawing on her lower lip. More or less." Gertrude motioned for Gracie to continue. "I sent them out on a 20-mile path, so they're somewhere within that vicinity. Don't you have some special angel ability that will let you know where they are? We popped in on Alex and Dawson." "Yes, we can find them. I just hope we get to them in time." Alex's head bobbed, and then she stumbled. She fell to the ground, taking Dawson with her. The snow was knee-deep, and they were facing the Arctic wind, which kept blowing up a wall of constant resistance that they were forced to walk against. "We have to keep moving," he said, tugging on her arm in an attempt to heave her to her feet. "I can't," she mumbled. He grabbed her arms and shook her hard. "You have to get up." She mumbled something unintelligible as her head lowered to her chest. "Alex, get up." "I'm so tired," she moaned. "I want to sleep." Panic clawed at Dawson, and he kept shaking her. "Get up! You have to get up!" Weakly, she batted at his arms. "Leave me alone." "I won't let you give up," he cried hoarsely. He was tired too. His body was lethargic, and he no longer felt cold. How easy it would be to fall down on the ground and go to sleep, but something inside of him kept pushing him to continue. "We have to keep going," he yelled. "Please, just let me rest for a minute," Alex slurred, her eyes gazed. "I really am sorry about this," he said, and then slapped her hard across the jaw. Her eyes flew open as she jerked back to reality. "What?" she gasped, shaking her head back and forth. Then she looked at him as if seeing him for the first time. Anger flashed in her eyes. "What was that for?" Exerting all of the energy he could muster, he lifted her to her feet. "We have to keep going." "Okay," she grumbled. "Why didn't you just say so?" Gracie pointed. "There!" They could see two figures huddled together, inching their way forward. "Hey!" she yelled, waving her arms. "They can't hear you," Gertrude said. "We're in invisible mode." It wrenched Gracie's heart to see them hobbling along while getting battered by the freezing snow. Guilt churned like acid in her gut. This was all her fault. She turned to Gertrude. "What can we do to help them? Maybe fix the snowmobile?" "No, they won't realize it has been fixed." Worry clouded Gertrude's features. "They won't last much longer. It's a miracle they're still alive." Gracie started wringing her hands. "There must be something you can do." "Watch and learn," Gertrude quipped. She waved her arm. "There." There was a note of satisfaction in her voice. Gracie looked, expecting something to happen, but everything was exactly as it had been before. "I don't understand. What did you do?" A quirky smile formed on Gertrude's lips. "You'll see." At first, Dawson thought he'd only imagined it. He strained his eyes, trying to see through the relentless snow. Then he saw it again, a tiny flicker of light up ahead. "Alex, look!" She didn't answer. "Do you see that?" She looked. "No, I don't see anything." "Wait, I see it, a light." Hope filled her voice. "Come on," Dawson said, quickening their pace. Gracie saw the light in the distance. She turned and gave Gertrude a questioning look. "What is it?" "A cabin." "You made them a cabin?" Wonderment coated her voice. "Of course! A cozy cabin for two is the perfect solution. Gertie, you're amazing." She punched a fist in the air and let out a loud whoop. Then she threw her arms around Gertrude and gave her a tight hug. "You saved them!" The gesture caught Gertrude off guard and her jaw went slack. Then Gracie realized what she'd done and pulled away, somewhat embarrassed. "Sorry." Gertrude nervously cleared her throat and smoothed down her suit, but there was the tiniest of smiles twitching on her lips as she pushed her glasses higher up on her nose. Then her voice grew practical. "We've done all we can do. The rest is up to them." "Can't we stay a little longer and see how this plays out?" "Nope, we certainly cannot." Gracie's face fell. "Why not?" "Because we've got to get back to the inn and look after Brooke." "Really?" "Really." She became the hard-nosed supervisor once more. "It's time you learned to take responsibility for your actions." Before Gracie could argue, Gertrude waved her hand, and then they were gone. Gracie looked around, her head swimming. They were back at the inn, standing in the foyer, almost as if they'd never left. She wondered if she would ever get used to popping in and out of places. As usual, Gertrude immediately got down to business. "You need to go and check on Brooke. She's going to need dinner." She cut her eyes at Gracie. "Remember, you were supposed to cook dinner for the guests tonight." "Oh no, I completely forgot." "Well, lucky for you, the Foxworths checked out earlier today. They were headed to Park City and wanted to beat the snow." She rolled her eyes. "You know how old folks are about the snow. They see one snowflake and panic." Gracie bit back a smile. She didn't know the exact age of the Foxworths, but she figured they weren't much older than Gertrude, and she was talking about them like they were as old as Methuselah. The Hendersons grab dinner at a restaurant, so the only person that needs food is Brooke. Okay, I'll go and take care of her. Then she remembered that Sheldon said his sister was checking in later on this evening. Was that even true, or was the whole thing a ruse? She kept her voice casual. Oh, I almost forgot. A man stopped by earlier and said his sister would be checking in. Gertrude frowned. Well, I haven't seen anyone. Did you get a name? Sorry, I forgot. Well, there's no one here, so she must have changed her mind. Good, one less person to take care of, she said, mimicking Gertrude's brisk tone. She made a mental note to check the room she'd given Sheldon to see if anyone was there, after she got Brooke situated. Then again, Sheldon said that Gertrude's promotion was a surprise, so he probably wouldn't want her to see him. That brought up another question. Did Sheldon and Gertrude know each other? There were so many aspects of the angel business that were still a complete mystery to her, but she supposed that it would all become clear as time went on. Gertrude was going to be so excited about her promotion. She frowned. She'd forgotten to ask Sheldon if Gertrude would still be able to be her mentor. She was starting to grow fond of her. Despite her prickly outer shell, she was a good person, angel. And Gracie enjoyed having her around. Well, most of the time. What are you smiling about? Huh? She felt like she'd been caught with her hand in the cookie jar. You have a suspicious grin on your face. Gracie chuckled. Quit being so paranoid. I was just thinking how I'm glad that you're my mentor. Really? She peered over her glasses. Yes, really, she said sincerely. Honest. Gertrude just shook her head. They looked up as Brooke came down the stairs. Speak of the devil, Gracie muttered, and then forced a smile. I was just going to make you some dinner, she said sweetly, even though the very sight of Brooke made her cringe. She heard Gertrude gasp, and then her mind processed what she was seeing. Brooke's complexion was completely clear. What? She croaked. How? Brooke traipsed down the stairs and up to them. Good evening, she said breezily, flashing a beauty queen smile. Gertrude was the first to speak. Your face. She flipped her hair. Oh, I get that all the time. People are always wanting the 411 on my beauty secrets. I highly doubt that, Gracie said sourly. Brooke shot her a nasty look before continuing. Anyway, I had the most fascinating evening. They stood there waiting for her to elaborate. I was lying in bed, feeling rather sorry for myself when the most handsome man I've ever seen stepped into the room. He took one look at my tear-stained face and asked what was wrong. I poured my heart out to him. Her eyes danced. And he's a great listener. Anyway, I told him about Dawson and how I was super bummed because he was out snowmobiling without me. And then I told him how everyone left me here to rot. She shot Gracie an accusing look. The lack of service at this inn is deplorable, and I intend to file a complaint. File away, Gracie quipped, and then clamped her mouth shut when she saw the warning look on Gertrude's face. Brooke gave Gracie a venomous look before continuing her narrative. This guy, the handsome one, gave me this concoction that his sister made. It's an old remedy for chicken pox and the measles. According to him, it's been passed down for generations in his family. She motioned. As you can see, it worked. She did a flourish with her hand as if she were showcasing a priceless piece of art. Then she clapped her hands together, excitement brimming in her eyes. And he's sending someone to check on Dawson. He should have been back hours ago. The corners of her lips turned down. Don't you people even care what happens to your guests? I don't see how any responsible person could have let him go out in this kind of weather. Gracie was starting to feel like a broken record as she repeated the same thing she'd said to Gertrude. It wasn't snowing earlier when Dawson and Alex went out. Brooke gulped as a look of pure rage twisted over her face. You sent Dawson and Alex out together? Is that a problem? Gracie made a show of putting a hand to her mouth and looking mortified. Oh, yeah, sorry. I forgot about the kissing thing. How dare you suggest that my fiancé would stoop to kissing her? I would never suggest such a thing, Gracie said, but the smirk on her face said otherwise. I'm sorry that you have nothing to worry about. I mean, you're the one that everyone goes to for beauty tips. How could any other girl possibly stand up a chance against you? Had Gertrude not been there, Gracie felt sure that Brooke would have attempted to claw her eyes out. Instead, she started breathing so hard that for a moment it looked like she might hyperventilate. Her nostrils flared and her face turned an unattractive red as her hands clenched into fists. "That's enough," Gertrude said, touching Gracie's arm and leaning into her ear. "Remember what we talked about. Your petty grievances have no place here. You've got to stop being so quick to react. Let it roll off your shoulders. Your primary purpose is to help." Gracie nodded. "Sorry," she mumbled. "I shouldn't have said that." Brooke drew herself up to her full height. "Well, at least that's one thing we can agree on. You are sorry. You and that phony British accent." The very air seemed to halt. It was then that Gracie caught the flicker of fire in Gertrude's eyes as she peered over her glasses. "I beg your pardon." Wow, talk about impressive. The mother hen in Gertrude was coming out full force. She'd put Brooke in her place faster than a New York second. It was fun to watch Brooke squirm like the worm she was. I didn't mean to sound crass," Brooke grumbled. Then she lifted her chin in the air and turned to Gracie. "I accept your apology." She turned on her heel and began walking toward the lounge. "I'll wait here while you make my food," she said, giving Gracie a haughty look. "Oh, don't you worry. I'll make your food," Gracie muttered, her fingers itching to grab Brooke by the hair of the head and teach her a lesson she wouldn't soon forget. "And my accent is not phony." Gertrude put a calming hand on her shoulder. "Yes, make yourself comfortable," she said, playing the part of the gracious hostess. "We'll let you know when dinner is ready." "Now that's what I call service," she sniffed, giving Gracie a superior look like she was the lowliest of servants. She trailed her long fingernails through her hair. "Oh, and if you see Sheldon, tell him that I'm in the lounge and could use a bit of company while I'm waiting." Gracie let out a startled cry. "What did you say?" Gertrude demanded with such an authoritative voice that it could have shaken the windows. I don't understand." Brooke began blinking rapidly. "Did I say something wrong? I was simply asking about Sheldon. He's the one who gave me the concoction." "Sounds about right," Gertrude muttered darkly. "I had the feeling that Sheldon and Mallory might turn up. It seems that evil never takes a break." Then she saw the shocked look on Gracie's face. Her eyebrows went down. "What's wrong?" The oxygen seemed to get sucked out of the room as Gracie struggled to get a good breath. Confusion swirled around her. She had called Sheldon evil, but that couldn't be right. Sheldon was here to give Gertrude a promotion, wasn't he? Her mind raced to connect all of the dots her heart wasn't willing to accept. If Sheldon were here, if Sheldon were here about a promotion, then why was he talking to Brooke? And why did he give her the concoction to make her well? And the worst, he was sending someone to check on Dawson. He was going to wreck everything she'd worked so hard to put together. He was intentionally sabotaging her, undoing all of the good. A hard ball formed in the pit of her stomach. "Do you want to tell me what's going on here?" Gertrude demanded. She eyed Gracie. "How do you know Sheldon? You do know him, don't you? I can see it in your eyes." She folded her arms tightly over her chest. "Do you want to tell me where you really were all day?" She started tapping her foot. "And this time, you'd better tell the truth." "I have to get some air," Gracie squeaked, and then rushed out the front door. The cold air was blowing her hair all over the place, but she hardly noticed. Tears began gushing as she leaned back against the exterior of the building. Then she doubled over and sobbed. A few minutes later, Gertrude came outside. She simply stood and let Gracie cry. When there were no tears left, Gracie wiped her nose with the back of her hand. She was too humiliated to look at Gertrude, but she began speaking, her eyes fixed unseeingly on the falling snow. "Sheldon came in this morning. He said he wanted to book a room for his sister and him. One thing led to another, and I spent the day with him." She hugged her arms, a chill running down her spine. It really was biting cold out here. "At first, I thought he was just another guy." Gertrude grunted. I thought he was mortal. Then he got hit by the car. I realized that he was like us." "So he pulled the old get hit by the car stunt, did he? Typical. The first thing you need to know is that Sheldon is nothing like us," she said vehemently. "He made me promise not to tell you he was here because he said he was sent to watch you." "Watch me? Ha!" She turned to face Gertrude, her eyes pleading. "He said you were up for a promotion." A look of disbelief washed over Gertrude. And you believed him? Well, yeah, why wouldn't I believe him? Gertrude put a hand to her forehead. I should have warned you about him. Anger rose up hot and searing in Gracie's chest. Yes, you should have. Fresh tears pulled in her eyes. He swooped in, all handsome and charming, and I believed every word he said when all the time he was trying to undermine me. Her voice cracked and she bit into her lower lip to stay the trembling. I feel like such a fool. A glum silence settled between them until Gertrude spoke. Sheldon is in training to become a dark angel. Dread pulsed through Gracie, and she balled her hand together so tightly that her fingernails dug into her palm. A silent scream started in the back of her throat and spread until it rattled her body. Do you understand what I'm saying? She nodded, but Gertrude's voice sounded like it was coming from far away. Gracie! Gertrude caught hold of her arm. Look at me! Reluctantly, she turned and faced her. Like you, Sheldon has a trainer or mentor named Mallory. A shadow crossed her features. She's the most diabolical being I've ever met. A shudder ran down Gracie's spine, followed by a sharp stab of jealousy. Was Mallory beautiful? Did Sheldon have a thing for her? Gertrude let out a weary sigh. I should have warned you about Sheldon, but I didn't expect him and Mallory to show up this soon. I thought I would have more time to train you, to prepare you. But I don't understand. What's so significant about this assignment that would make them want to thwart us? All we do is mend relationships. I told you, relationships are the foundation that the human existence is built upon. Families are of the utmost importance. It is our job to kindle the spark between the men and women over whom we have charge in the hope that they will fall in love, marry, and establish their own families. She cocked her head. What's so special about Dawson and Alex? She saw it then, the slight tightening of Gertrude's jaw, and how she rubbed her nose. She was starting to pick up on those little nuances that would give her a guide to the inner workings of Gertrude's mind. What's so special about them? She pressed. It's not them. Irritation bubbled in her throat. But you just said that they were important enough for Sheldon and Mallory to interfere. There's obviously more to this than you've been telling me. It's not Dawson and Alex, it's their kids, or rather their daughter. She was about to point out that they had no kids, and then she suddenly understood. It's the kids they'll one day have. Exactly. She pondered this for a minute. What lofty thing is their daughter going to do? If all goes according to plan, then there's a very good chance that she may one day become the President of the United States. She will bring unity to the nation and help restore the fundamental truths that are guaranteed by the Constitution. Wow, impressive. She paused. Wait a minute. What do you mean there's a very good chance? It's not guaranteed? Another rub of her nose and then the telltale marble that appeared where her jaw connected. Gracie got the impression that she was getting tired of having to explain things. Nothing's guaranteed, Gertrude continued. Everyone has the freedom to choose. And with free agency comes an element of risk. She shrugged, not to mention uncertainty. Well, why didn't you tell me this before? Gracie swallowed as realization engulfed her. Was it because you don't trust me? She didn't try to hide the hurt in her voice. This was your first assignment. I didn't want to scare you. You should have told me the truth, she said bitterly. I know, you're right. She paused. I'm sorry. Was Gertrude actually apologizing? She had to rewind the conversation in her mind to be sure. Time seemed to be suspended, waiting for her to acquiesce. It's okay, she finally said, more out of duty than anything else. Then she caught hold of something Gertrude had said earlier. You said that Sheldon was in training to become a dark angel. Yes. Wariness crept into her eyes. That means that he's not a dark angel yet. That means there's still hope. Her heart turned a somersault. There had to be some good in him, and she was just the one to bring it out. All was not lost after all. Gertrude's eyes popped open wide. No! She started shaking her head back and forth so fast that Gracie thought she might cause her glasses to fall off. There's a reason that Sheldon is where he is. You can't change him, no matter how hard you try. The best thing you can do is to stay away from him. Her eyes cut into Gracie's. Do you understand what I'm telling you? Stay away from him. Gracie thrust out her lower lip. It was so unfair. She had finally found the man of her dreams, and he turned out to be a stupid dark angel. Well, almost a dark angel, she amended. But he seemed so charming and sophisticated, not to mention the fact that he liked her. She hated the look of pity on Gertrude's face. Yes, he's very charming and very sophisticated, and you probably felt an irresistible pull toward him. Heat blotched up Gracie's neck. I wouldn't put it that way. She started chewing on her inner jaw. Exactly. She hated how her expressions gave her away. She was going to have to try harder to mask her emotions. Uh-huh. Are you trying to convince me or you? She rolled her eyes. What you experienced is not uncommon. You see, Sheldon was charming, handsome, and well-spoken as a mortal, but now that he's becoming a dark angel, all of those traits have been enhanced. He's everything the mortal Sheldon was on steroids. That was an understatement. No girl stood a chance against the likes of him. Even now, despite the fact that he'd betrayed her, she went warm all over just thinking about him. She squelched the thought and forced her mind onto what Gertrude had said about traits being enhanced. Does the enhancement thing count for me too? She couldn't think of a single redeemable trait that she had as a mortal, and she'd certainly not felt any enhancing take place since her death. Gertrude chuckled. One step at a time. Traits will emerge. You'll see. Had Gertrude not been an angel and been sworn to tell the truth, Gracie wouldn't have believed her. Her mind raced forward to the problem at hand. What are we going to do about Dawson and Alex? Brooke said that Sheldon sent someone to check on them. Gertrude looked thoughtful. At this point, we've done all that we can do. It's up to them now. What? She gawked. But what if they make the wrong decision? There was a wild look in her eyes. The future of America could be at risk. We have to do something. They have their agency. It is now up to them to choose their path. How could Gertrude be so calm and blasé about the whole thing? But what if Sheldon wrecks everything? We had our opportunity to help. Our window is closing. It's now up to them. She shivered. Now let's go back inside before we turn into icicles. Alex stretched out her hands appreciatively to the warmth of the fire that was crackling in the fireplace. It had taken a full hour for the feeling to return to her hands and feet. Dawson was sitting beside her, also stretching out his hands towards the fire. They'd scooted 2 chairs as close to the fire as they could get. It boggled her mind to think that they'd stumbled upon a cabin that was fully stocked with food. Also, they'd found neatly folded clothes in the closet, and they fit. There were no pictures or other personal items that would help identify the owner of the cabin, so they didn't know whom to thank. Now that her blood was pumping again, the fog was starting to lift from her mind, and she could assess all that had happened over the past few hours. Despite the dire circumstance, it had felt good to have Dawson's protective arm around her, propelling her forward through the snow. On top of everything else that she had felt for Dawson, there was now an added layer. He had saved her life. She'd been ready to give up, but he kept her going. Her ankle started throbbing again, and she winced. Then she realized that Dawson was watching her. How's the ankle? She gave him a wry smile. It still hurts, but I'll live. Dawson had found a first aid kit that contained a compression wrap, which he loosely wrapped around her ankle. Then he gave her some ibuprofen. Thankfully, it was starting to kick in. They'd eaten a bowl of canned soup with club crackers. Chicken noodle soup had never tasted so good. A mellow haze was settling over her. It felt good to be warm with a full stomach. Dawson stretched out his long legs. She glanced at his hand that was resting on the arm of the chair. It was dangerously close to hers. His fingers were long and lean like the rest of him. The temptation to link her fingers through his was so strong that she clasped her hands tightly in her lap. He cleared his throat and shifted in his chair. She wondered if he were also aware of their close proximity. Maybe he, too, was searching for something to say. "How are you doing?" Her reply was as automatic as it was polite. "Much better, thank you." He chuckled dryly. "Glad we got that established." He stroked his chin, giving her a sly look. "Let's see. What other inane topic can we find to discuss?" The comment caught her off guard, and then she burst out laughing. He gave her a playful nudge. You really were great out there. Thank you. She was unprepared for the arrow of warmth that shot through her as he angled his chair to face her. Her gaze took in the faint stubble that was forming on his strong jaw. His features were more rugged than handsome, even though he certainly turned his share of heads when he walked into a room. She especially loved his keen wit and how his dark eyes sparked with intelligence. The way the lines around his mouth grew more pronounced when he was trying to solve a problem. Sections of his hair were pressed flat from the wool hat he had been wearing, and other parts were sticking up like spikes. It gave him a boyish rogue look that was very endearing. A smile tugged at the corners of her lips. What? He leaned in closer, causing her pulse to go into overdrive. Without thinking, she reached and touched his hair. You look cute. Then she realized what she was doing and jerked her hand away, mortified. To his credit, he didn't make a big deal about what could have been an awkward situation. Instead, he worked his magic and instantly put her at ease. Cute. Definitely the look I was going for, he teased. This is what she missed most, that feeling of being in total sync with another person. The intellectual sparring that was so stimulating. The sparks that flew between them at his very touch. Life had been exciting, every day bringing a new adventure with Dawson at her side. She had been a fool to let pins slip through her fingers. A taunting smile stole across his lips. You should have seen your face when I threw that first snowball. Her eyes grew round and then narrowed. Yeah, about that. You know, you sort of throw like a girl. His jaw dropped in mock horror. No. Laughter bubbled up inside of her. Yes. Well, I suppose I've been accused of worse. He scratched his head, although I really can't remember when. He started sniggering and then exploded in laughter. She began laughing too. It felt good to be able to release all of the conflicting emotions that had been warring inside her. After a few minutes, he mopped his eyes and sighed. I've missed this. Me too, she admitted, a pang of sadness coming over her. It was all going to end. They couldn't stay here in this cabin, isolated from the world. Dawson had a new life now and a fiancé. She needed to keep reminding herself of that before she did something stupid like kiss him until the need for him dissolved. He touched her arm. Hey, he implored with such tenderness in his voice that it evoked the ache in her heart that was all too familiar. Look at me. She tightened her jaw and did as he requested. Yes, she said, fighting to maintain her composure, even though she could feel moisture forming in her eyes. His expression grew serious, and she could tell from the conspicuous lines around his mouth that he was having a difficult time trying to say whatever it was he wanted to tell her. For a moment, she forgot her own reservations about their mixed-up relationship and did what she had done 1,000 times before when they were a couple. She put a comforting hand on his arm, encouraging him to continue. His Adam's apple moved up and down as he swallowed, and then cleared his throat. When we were out there in the snow, there was a time when I didn't know if we were going to make it. His voice caught. When tears began forming in his eyes, Alex was unable to contain hers as a single tear slid from the corner of her eye and dribbled down her cheek. All I could do was pray for strength. I did the same. Gratitude shined in her eyes. I almost lost hope, but you didn't. You saved my life. No, it wasn't me. Something kept propelling me forward, urging me not to give up. And then we saw the flicker of light from the cabin. Yes, she murmured, picking up on his train of thought. It was a miracle. An absolute miracle. We were being watched over, protected. His eyes locked with hers. Tenderly, he traced the curve of her cheek, electrifying her blood. He let out a soft chuckle. All this time, I've tried so hard to forget you, and yet here you are. Then, without warning, his eyes filled with pain. Her mouth went dry, and she stilled herself for what must surely be coming next. When we broke up, I was at my lowest. I prayed a lot. She sat, waiting for him to continue. His eyes took on a faraway look. For a while, I thought that maybe Brooke was the answer to that prayer. She went cold all over. The mention of Brooke's name was the slap in the face she needed to get back to reality. She'd allowed herself to get caught up in the moment. She was a fool, a gullible fool who was a glutton for punishment. She would have gone on berating herself had she not realized that he was still talking. She forced herself to listen. Since coming back here to the Willow Tree Inn and seeing you again?" He paused. "I'm not sure what to think. My entire life with Brooke is planned out to the letter." His eyes went soft. "But all I can think about is you. The delicate curve of your cheek, the jaunty set of your chin, how your eyes spark when you're angry, the way your hair falls on your shoulders." He reached out to touch a strand of her hair. "Say something, please," he urged. "When you left, I was a complete wreck. It took all of the intestinal fortitude I could muster to get out of bed and keep going." Shock paled his features. "Then why didn't you contact me or respond when I tried to contact you?" A bitter hurt washed over her. "You moved on to a better life. What was I supposed to do?" His jaw tightened. "You were always so stubborn." She bristled at the accusation in his voice. "Me? I'm not the one who went off and got engaged. You left me, Dawson, and I don't know how to get around that." He let out a humorless laugh and shook his head. It was like a red flag waving in front of a bull. "What?" she spat. "You always do this." A hard amusement glittered in his eyes, making her even more furious. "Do what?" "This. The moment we start getting close, you force an argument, throw up another barrier." "That's not true," she countered. Was it true? She tried to think. He had hurt her, and she just didn't have the strength to go down that road again. She needed to hold on to that hurt in order to protect herself. Maybe we should have left well enough alone. We can't turn back the clock and do things differently. His eyes met hers. "No, we can't." The tiniest of smiles twitched at the corners of his lips. "But we can change the course of our future." Her eyes flew open wide as she caught the meaning of his words. He had said we, an hour. "You are so beautiful," he murmured, trailing the side of his finger down her face. She backed away. "What are you doing?" He caught hold of her arms, a look of fierce determination on his face. "I'm not giving you an out." Before she could argue, he put an arm around her so she couldn't get away. Fire raced through her veins. She had wanted this for so long. He lifted her chin with his finger, and she saw the defiance in his dark eyes, demanding that she give in. "You care about me too," he whispered. All reason flew out the door as her lips parted expectantly. When his mouth captured hers, she slid her arms around his neck and pulled him close. He deepened the kiss, sending liquid fire scorching down through her toes. She melted into him as he slid his hands into her hair. A feeling of complete and utter belonging tumbled over her as her passion soared. A loud knock sounded at the door the second before it burst open. "What the heck?" Dawson said. A man and woman stepped into the room. "I'm Sheldon." He jutted his thumb. "And this is Mallory. We're here to rescue you. Your fiancé, Brooke, sent us." There was a hint of mockery in his ice blue eyes as he motioned. "Although, from the looks of things, I'd say you're doing quite well." Mallory laughed. "Indeed." Humiliation burned through Alex as she backed away from Dawson. They had turned a wonderful moment into something cheap and tawdry. Then she saw the guilt churning in Dawson's eyes. It was the same look he'd given her the night before in the dining room when Brooke showed up, right before they kissed. "Alex, Save it," she barked. "As I said last night, candlelight kisses don't count for much in the real world, do they?"
Alex yawned and then rubbed her foot over the cool sheet. Then she let out a yelp of pain as she clutched her ankle. Everything came rushing back. She sat up in bed and rubbed her eyes. Every inch of her body was sore, and her ankle felt like it was about 10 sizes too large. She looked at the alarm clock beside the bed. 10 o'clock a.m.? She couldn't remember the last time she had slept this late. After Sheldon and Mallory had burst through the door of the cabin, the remaining events of the night were anticlimactic. They went back to the inn, where Brooke burst into tears the moment Dawson stepped through the door. She threw her arms around him and smothered him with kisses like he had been gone for a decade rather than a few hours. Several times Dawson tried to make eye contact with her, but she avoided him. What more was there to say? Yes, they were attracted to each other, but what was done was done. Had Sheldon and Mallory not bombarded them with small talk on the drive back to the inn, they might have had a chance to talk things over, but they could hardly get a word in edgewise, much less have a private conversation about what happened. A part of her hoped she could talk to him today, but the other part, the sensible side, knew there were no words that could fix this. Dawson was getting married to someone else, and that was that. An hour later, she hobbled down the staircase and up to the reception desk to where Gracie was standing. "Good morning," Gracie said, giving her a tentative smile. "How did you sleep?" "As well as can be expected under the circumstances." She nodded in understanding. "I guess I missed breakfast, huh?" "Yes, but we can always find you something to eat. If you'll have a seat in the dining room, I'll bring you out something." Hesitancy clouded her features. Have Dawson and Brooke already eaten? If at all possible, she wanted to avoid having another awkward scene. Gracie's face fell. "I thought you knew." Alex tipped her head sideways. "Knew what?" "They left this morning." The only sound in the room was Alex's sudden intake of breath. A wave of dizziness rushed over her, and she caught hold of the counter for support. Gracie rushed on, the words tumbling out like heavy rain from a split cloud. "I'm really sorry. Brooke was determined to get home despite the snowstorm." Her brows knitted together in frustration. She chartered a helicopter, which her newfound friend Sheldon was all too happy to pilot. Her face turned dark. The helicopter thing was the last straw. He's really starting to tick me off. Then she seemed to remember that Alex was there. Tears gathered in her eyes. "I did all I could." Her voice caught. "I'm really, really sorry." Later on, Alex would ponder over the meaning of Gracie's strange behavior and why she was taking responsibility for Dawson's departure. But at the moment, all she could focus on was the shattering realization that Dawson was gone. This time, it was really over. Alex barely looked up as her assistant Nalda stepped into the room. "Everything is set for the interview, just as you requested." "Good," she said briskly, turning her attention back to the computer screen. It had been a little over a week since the debacle at the Willow Tree Inn. Since then, she had buried herself in her work, refusing to allow her mind to dwell on it. Her ankle was still tender. She had gotten it checked by a doctor. Thankfully, it was only a sprain. She figured that her ankle would heal much faster than her heart. On a positive note, her encounter with Dawson prompted her to return Marshall Tex Bryant and accept a date with him this weekend. Also, she was finally moving forward with hiring a new marketing director. It was time to put the past behind her for good, and finding someone to fill Dawson's position was the first step. She had asked Nalda to set up an interview this evening with Leeds Michael since he was the top candidate. If he didn't work out, then she would get Nalda to sift through the barrage of resumes they'd received from interested applicants and set up more interviews the following week. Alex?" Alex looked up and realized that Nalda was still standing in front of her desk. She shifted nervously. "Yes?" "Mr. Michael isn't going to be able to come to the office." She shook her head. "I don't understand. You just said you had everything arranged." She clutched the file folder she was holding to her chest. "It is arranged. Mr. Michael has a meeting downtown that ends at 5:30. He wants you to meet him at the Paris Bistro on 15th and 15th at 6 o'clock instead." "Really?" she chuckled. "That's a little presumptuous, don't you think?" She leaned back in her chair and picked up a pen. He was really apologetic. He said there was just no way he could get out of his afternoon meeting. It took her half a second to make a decision. "No, I don't think so. Call him back and reschedule the interview. If he can't make an interview a priority, then how in the heck does he expect me to hire him? I need someone who's committed to this company." The nerve of some people. Nalda kept standing there. Alex arched an eyebrow. Was there something else? He seems really nice. He's the most qualified candidate we have, and we desperately need someone. Mr. Michael said he was leaving to go out of town tomorrow for 2 weeks. He's rearranging his entire schedule to meet with you this evening. I think you ought to do it." Alex blew out a breath. It wasn't like Nalda to argue, which went to prove how desperately they needed a marketing director. Everyone at the company, and especially Nalda, who worked with her on a continual basis, was feeling the pressure. She rolled her eyes. "Fine. I'll meet him at the bistro." After all, it wasn't as if she had any other pressing plans. "How much longer is this pouting going to continue? I don't think I can take much more of it." Gracie thrust out her lower lip. "I can't help it if I'm sad. I just keep thinking about Alex and Dawson and the future of America." Angry tears welled in her eyes. "If only Sheldon hadn't wrecked everything." Gertrude cast her a sidelong glance. "You really care about Dawson and Alex, don't you?" "Yeah, but a lot of good it's doing," she said irritably. "Maybe I'm not cut out for this angel thing." She held up a finger. "No more wallowing in self-pity. It doesn't become you, and it's unproductive." She gave her a censoring look. "Did you do everything you could to help them?" Gracie considered the question. "Yes, despite my shortcomings, I did." "Okay then, we need to move forward. It's time to talk about your next assignment." She made a face. "But how can I do that when I'm still worried about them?" Gertrude gave her a shrewd look. "You have to admit, it's a good feeling, isn't it?" "What?" "Thinking of others, putting their needs before your own." "If you say so," Gracie muttered. They were sitting in the white area of endless space where Gracie first learned that she was an angel. Gertrude had suggested that Gracie make good use of her downtime by getting caught up on the rules, but she preferred brooding instead. "Okay, enough of this." Gertrude stood. "Let's go." "Where?" She gave her an enigmatic smile. "You'll see." In the next instant, they were standing in a restaurant. "Where are we and who?" She cut off her sentence dumbfounded when she saw the familiar face. Alex sat sipping her water, waiting for Leeds Michael, who, as it turned out, was 15 minutes late and counting. Not a good first impression. When she first arrived at the bistro, the hostess ushered her into what appeared to be a private room in the back and seated her facing a large fireplace. Normally, she would have appreciated the coziness of a wood-burning fireplace, a rarity in Salt Lake, but it was an all too painful reminder of the last evening she'd spent with Dawson in the cabin. She pulled her phone from her purse and glanced at it to see if Leeds had called. Nothing. If he didn't arrive in 5 minutes, she was leaving. It had been a struggle to get to the restaurant, and then she'd had to limp all the way to the back and down the stairs. Her ankle was starting to throb, and she was growing more irritated by the minute. A waiter dressed in a white shirt and black bow tie stepped up to the table. "Good evening," he said, giving her a stiff bow. "Would you like anything besides water to drink?" He began spouting off a long list of beverages. "Water's fine, but can I get some lemon?" "Of course. It is my understanding that you ordered the spaghetti with meatballs." She frowned. "No, you must have me confused with someone else. I'm still waiting for someone, and I haven't even looked at the menu." He offered a polite smile. "Yes, this is a bit unusual, but your guest, the one you're waiting for, ordered ahead." Hot prickles covered her. "What?" she said indignantly. "That's absurd. I'm perfectly capable of placing my own order." "I'm sorry, madam, but I'm only following orders." She glared at him. "I don't care what your orders are. I'm the customer, and I demand to see a menu," she slung back, forgetting that she had been contemplating leaving a few minutes ago. He shook his head. "I'm afraid that's not possible. The gentleman was very specific. He requested a private room in the back." He glanced meaningfully at the fireplace and instructed us to make sure to have a fire going. Fury ignited over her like wildfire. Just who did this Leeds Michael think he was? She made a motion to stand. "I've heard enough." "But wait a minute. I haven't told you the best part." The best part? She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He gave precise instructions for the spaghetti to be served cold. She was about to tell this insolent waiter exactly what he could do with those precise instructions when it hit her. "I'm sorry. Did you say cold spaghetti?" A smile quivered on his lips. "Yes, madam." He held up a finger. "Oh, and the gentleman said to apologize." "Apologize?" "Yes, he would have asked you to meet him at the Willow Tree Inn, but he didn't want to cause you any unnecessary trouble." He pointed. "Due to your ankle." Her heart began hammering. "Where is he?" "Thanks, Mario. I'll take over from here." The very sound of his voice caused tingles to ripple over her. She turned, and there he stood. The sight of Dawson rendered her speechless, and she just sat there. Amusement simmered in his dark eyes as he pointed to the chair across from her. "May I?" She nodded. He was really here, looking so handsome she could hardly breathe. Was she dreaming, or was it really him? "What are you doing here?" she croaked. He flashed a radiant smile. "I'm here for the interview." "Interview?" she said dubiously. "For the new marketing director." A playful smile tugged at his lips. "Nalda tells me that things have been a bit hairy lately at the office." "Really?" "Yeah. She says you've been a real bear and that you're in dire need of help." Sounds like Nalda needs to keep her big mouth shut, she huffed. Inside, however, she was pleased. I thought it was a bit odd that Leeds Michael wanted to meet at a quaint Italian restaurant rather than the office. Nalda set this whole thing up, didn't she? She helped. Where's Brooke, your fiancé? Brooke's in Texas, where she belongs, and I'm no longer engaged. You're not? A gigantic wave of relief rolled over her, followed by a burst of exhilaration. She couldn't hide the big grin that twisted goofily over her face. He chuckled. No, I'm not. His voice grew earnest. Lex, I never got to finish what I was trying to say that night in the cabin when we were so rudely interrupted. He reached for her hands. Facing death helped me gain a clear perspective. I know we don't always see eye to eye and that we're always fighting, but the truth is, I don't want to be with anyone else. She shook her head, trying to make sense of all that happened. But you left in a helicopter. As much as I wanted to be with you that instant, I couldn't leave Brooke in the lurch. I had to at least get her home before I broke off the engagement. His eyes locked with hers. I only want you. That's all I ever wanted. He gave her a crooked smile. I guess I just needed to get caught in a snowstorm to remind me. She soared like a kite that had been given new wind. Do you mean it? Yes. I love you, Alexandria Swanson. I've always loved you. For me, there'll never be anyone else. Tears pooled in her eyes. I love you too. He pulled her to his feet and then gathered her to her feet and then gathered her in his arms. So, he teased, caressing the curve of her cheek, how did I do? She went weak in the knees. What do you mean? The interview. Did I get the position? It was hard to think straight with him this close. All she wanted was to throw her arms around him and kiss him until she couldn't breathe. No. He rocked back. No? No, she repeated, trying to maintain a serious expression. I don't need a marketing director. Is that so? He pulled her closer, capturing her in an iron grip. A smile broke over her face. What I need is a partner, a full-fledged partner who shares everything. Everything? His voice went husky as he traced the outline of her lips. A delicious tingle rippled down her spine. Everything, she managed to say before his lips connected with hers. Gracie sighed blissfully. That's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Are you crying? She started laughing and dabbing her eyes. Well, duh, of course I'm crying. She motioned at Dawson and Alex. Look at them. They're perfect. The Italian restaurant, the fireplace, the cold spaghetti, all reminiscent of the night they first fell in love. She gave Gertrude a look of admiration. You set this up, didn't you? I certainly did not. Her face wrinkled into itself as she straightened to her full height, reminding Gracie of a raisin on a popsicle stick. Gracie was confused. If you didn't do it, then who did? Dawson. Dawson? Wonderment brimmed in Gracie's eyes. Really? Really? She crossed her arms over her chest, her voice growing practical. It's like I told you. We do all that we can do, and then they have to take ownership for their own lives. Ultimately, it all comes down to free agency, she inserted with a wink. Got it. A feeling of contentment swirled over Gracie as she watched Dawson and Alex together. They were gazing into one another's eyes like they were the only two people in the world. Pure bliss. Okay, time to go. Gracie let out a huff. Already? Can't we just enjoy this for another minute? Gertrude nodded. They stood there for a full 60 seconds until she chirped. Okay, minute's up. She clasped her hands together. Are you ready to see your next assignment? Anxiety fogged over her. Do you think I'm ready? I mean, maybe we should wait a little longer. What if Sheldon shows up again? Oh, he'll show up again, she muttered. You can count on that. Her eyes lit up. Really? Gertrude gave her a hard look. You're not still sweet on him, are you? No, she said adamantly, shaking her head. Absolutely not. In fact, the next time I see him, I'm going to slap him so hard he'll wish he was dead. She grimaced. Poor choice of words, seeing how he was already dead. Anyway, you get the picture. Gertrude's lips formed a tight line as a peculiar light settled in her eyes. Yes, I'm starting to. Gracie made a show of straightening her sweater as she quickly changed the subject. Okay, I'm ready to see my next assignment. An odd expression came over Gertrude's face. You sure? I think so. What was she missing here? Gertrude smiled. Here we go. She waved a hand. They were standing in the foyer of a large mansion. Gracie looked up at the enormous chandelier that was drenched in glittering crystals. She took in the curved staircase and large, expensive pieces of art. Wow, this place is incredible. I wouldn't mind spending a few days here. The front door burst open and a well-dressed woman stepped in. She was wearing large sunglasses and a leather coat. Her arms were loaded with bags and boxes from a department store. She was blonde, but Gracie couldn't see her face because a tall box was obscuring it. Louisa, she screeched. I'm home. Hello? Did you hear me? The tall box toppled just as a middle-aged woman of Spanish descent rushed in. She was wearing a maid uniform. So sorry, madam. I was in the laundry room folding clothes and didn't hear you. She began reaching for the boxes and bags in an attempt to lighten the woman's load. Sounds about right, the woman snarled. I really don't know why Mother and Daddy keep you on because you're incapable of doing anything right. The maid seemed to duck slightly under the criticism, like she was accustomed to tiptoeing her way around a volcano that was constantly erupting. Sorry, madam. Irritation rumbled in Gracie's gut. She would like nothing more than to help this maid stand up to this hateful woman. Is she my assignment? Nope, it's not her. Too bad. The disappointment was so strong she could taste it. Gertrude pointed to the blonde. It's her. Gracie let out a harump. I don't think so. You don't get to pick the assignments, Gertrude said sharply. That's my privilege. And once the assignment is given, there's no getting out of it. Understood? Fine, whatever. The woman removed her sunglasses. Horror washed over Gracie as her jaw hit the floor. Then she let out a loud shriek. It was the one face she hoped she would never see again. Brooke. The end.